Good morning.
Mada mada.
What the heck? Can you guys hear me okay? I can't change my YouTube thumbnail. What in the world, dude? Chat, we broke YouTube. I can't edit the stream. What? Dude. Yeah, I can't put a thumbnail on it, though. What in the world, dude? I can't put a thumbnail on it. YouTube is so busted. Yo, Sickers, 58 months, dog. Also, group up podcast today, guys. Can you show us some venture combos? I can, yeah. This is crazy. I've never seen it do this, guys. I just can't. I actually cannot edit my stream on YouTube. Who else would you say has a fairly good grasp on the hero side yourself, since I can't seem to find anyone? You're just looking at the GOAT, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you you need to have insanely specific game sense to pull off Venture, right? You need to be a DPS Doom player. You need to be a Sombra player. You need to be an Echo player, right? Because when you master Echo, you really master movement at the ceiling of the game. I'm not going to lie to you. There might be like 2 or 3 players that will pull off the shit we're pulling off. Maybe like the Fran, Craggy, right? And obviously some of the Alpros. But they don't stream is a problem. Did you try closing the YT live first?
Greetings.
I'm doing it from my live manager. I'm going to try to do it from the stream link itself. There we go. Okay, I can do it from here. We're also going to start leaving streams public, chat. It just fucking broke it. Holy shit. YouTube is actually hard down. Hydra entitled himself as never one of the heroes so far. He's learning the ways of clickbait because I'm going to do the same shit, boys. Like, if you guys think that I'm not going to be the highest ranked Venture player on ladder, I hate to break it to you. Unless she ends up being hard meta and like all the Alpros have to play her too. Mauga has a great matchup against Venture and is good with her. With him. Fuck! What's up, Ethan? Is the thumbnail on now, guys? It really is DPS Doom. It really is. It's on. It's on. We're good. Cancel the L, bro. Fuck, dude. Oh my god, I'm gonna fuck it up on the group up podcast today too. And it's gonna be so embarrassing. Dude, you know, guys, you know I'm gonna fuck it up on the podcast today, and then some fucking kid in the chat is gonna take it to Reddit and be like, Samito's fucking transphobic. And I'll just sit there and I'll just be like, God damn it, dude. Like, I think they're kind of overtuned. I just don't think it's fun for other players to fight against. I think they should change the digging mechanic. I think you give it like less time underground, but like similar speeds, or the boost, give the boost more speed or something, so that like there's like you can't stall for like 4 seconds. That is a lot, but it's a cooldown cycle though. So maybe like that cooldown cycle and the uptime is really important. Overwatch TMZ is gonna have a field day, bro. Those are listen, no disrespect to anybody who just like casually views Overwatch TMZ, but holy fuck, like you're talking bottom of the barrel of the fucking human civilization on that fucking subreddit. Like that's, dude, like I'm genuinely not trying to flame anybody by saying this at all, but like the best thing that you have to do with your day is type on Overwatch fucking TMZ, dude. Like, I wish you the best. Like, let's get active. Let's get productive. Let's get out in the world. Let's do something. You know what I'm saying, guys? That's that's where I'm at. All right, supercomputer, load me in.
Prepare your defenses.
Let's go.
Select your hero.
Locked in. Say she and then he in the next sentence will balance itself out. I don't think that's how it works, dude. The ult's really strong. Making contest. Yeah, no, Venture should be able to contest, right? So here's a CD cycle, guys. Always start out when you're coming back with your shift first. You shift and then use your drill, and then you go up after with this. There's some cool tech here, by the way. You can go extra far if you do this like in the air. Like, look, you can like shoot across this. Okay, that didn't work how I wanted it to. I think you have to like time that better.
That a compliment? You be the judge. Okay. Thanks for the compliment.
Yeah, I will be making a guide for Venture. First things first is the CD cycle. That's the most important thing to learn.
Defend objective A.
I actually like this character's like personality and shit. It's cool. Oh, I did not mean to go here. I did not mean to go there. I meant to go under. I know why I just did that. I really wanted to dig him out. Some of my hog would walk and get the hook. I just trolled that so hard. Chat, I tried to, I wanted to go like around and then like kind of shoot out, but I have to remember you can't actually do that. But look at, I got 54% ult off that. Like, look at how much ult charge I got from slamming them all. You still want to fight and I get back faster. There's one combo right there. Get out here. Watch the shot in.
You're powered up. Excavation initiation.
Oh, Kiri. Oh, Kiri. I can get out. You cannot. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Alright. So I think I start with my dig when they walk out, chat, and then I get my shields off that, get extra damage. And then I use my thing to go back to that side. That's probably the play. Like, using Excavator to get, like, one kill is, like, worth it, for sure. Oh, my fuck. I'm out. Holy shit, it ramps with speed. That's crazy. What is going on my screen? Dude. It's just 2 fucking sim walls and my hero does no damage to break it. Alright, burrow out.
Let's try that one more time.
Is she in here?
Watching out for you. Over here. Coming through.
Got shield off that. She's one. They're one. Fuck! Alright. Oh, yeah, they actually hit the hook, bro. I was really hoping I would distract him. My hog would get the other hook. Look at this, ready? That's so funny.
Joan of Arc didn't quit. I won't either.
That's so funny.
Ha! Hiya!
Alright, we're back.
Targeting hotspot.
Help, right? Yo, there's no way we have Nano, my hog is there, my soldier's there, and we just let them use ults, and my entire team is just pressing S.
I've still got more stuff
Chat,
to see.
for the love of God, press W.
Whoopsie daisy. Keeping the heat on.
It's in between Q and E, boys.
Your ancient history.
So I was gonna knock that hog in, dude. I'm just getting hung out to dry like laundry in the freaking 1700s. Like, this is crazy.
Out of the crypt and into the quicksand.
No, I'm solo today, buddy. We played with like Patty and Beaver, or not Beaver, yesterday. We're gonna use our ult here, guys.
Excavation initiation.
Dude, I actually don't get any help in the fight. This is crazy. Oh, she just missed the nade. That's what it was. She tried. She's missed.
Didn't quit.
People are used to accounting for Venture CC. I also don't have a tank. Like, Venture with Hog is not good. Like, you need a tank that can actually like do literally anything for the team.
I'm in E. Hi.
What's on, bro? Is he looking good? Yo, Salt. What's up, Jade? How you doing? What up, Salt? Salt, I'm so gonna get canceled for fucking saying the wrong shit on accident, bro. I fucked it up like 4 times today. So we're just gonna play slow and sit in the back of the map and shoot, chat. That's what we're gonna do. Get smoked. Oh my god. So chat, like May, you want to cryo second, or you want to use your dig second. If you use it first, you're gonna lose. That's a lot of damage there.
All better. Excavation initiation.
Fuck that. Can't be caught in the ground first time. fast, guys.
Enemy here.
I think I shot that a little too fast at the sim. I needed to slow down because it's always a 2-tap, right? You only get 5 shots, so really, like, you need to have like a lot of shot. Your first shots count. No! Should win though. I think Mauga is a really good match for Adventure.
Tactical goggles activated.
Easy game. Like 4 years ago? I know. Yeah, you can contest cart while digging, yeah. Passive healing can start, yeah. Dude, Violent, this is my character, bro. I'm nasty with it already, bro. I'm already nasty with it, dude. This is my character. Career profile. Did I get to play the game there? I did not. I know, Stan. I know, bro.
Excavation initiation!
Sniper, don't get shot.
Now, Venture kind of is like the perfect video game character. It kind of reminds me of like Avatar Aang or something. The new hero's fun. Where's my phone? Oh, I'm an idiot. Nerf Genji? How are we doing this morning, chat? Good? I actually, guys, like, just so you all know, I will, like, if this character is not meta, I will be the highest ranked Venture player. I'm telling you right now. Would you say they're Brawl character? Yeah. Like, Venture doesn't do any damage to Maga, though. So, like, it depends on the comp. Like, if it's Orisa, Venture will be really good, but you'll never be able to kill the Orisa because the ult combo, right? Like, you can combo hard. Yeah. Venture's like a more versatile Mei or Reaper. It's a different use case. I actually think with Dive, Venture is really good. I think Venture can be good with Dive, too. So would you say Venture makes us around complete chaos? My match is very whack. It's not it's not Venture the hero, it's the people attempting to play Venture. Venture has a very unique skill set requirement to get value and make the proper plays, and 99% of the player populace is not capable of that. So you're the 1%? I'm the 0.1%, dude.
Let's make history! Coming through! Sorry to bore you!
Double kill.
Done and done! I'm on fire!
Venture's easy to play, but requires a branding and value. Again, it's like DPS Doom.
This job can't always be glamorous. Rock and roll!
Double kill.
I need to start seeing how much damage this does. Hold on. How much does this do at like half charge? Well, that charges up quick. Oh my god, wait a minute. That's way faster than I thought. You can really quick tap it. You do a ton of damage. Okay, so I don't have to hold it. I'm holding too long.
Sorry to bore you.
Double.
Excavation initiation.
You actually don't want that.
Double.
Get mummified.
I see what I need to do. Hold on, chat. Hold the phone. Hold the phone here. I see what I need to do.
Hiya.
Can I get away with this?
Excavation initiation.
I see what I need to do. Hold on a second. Oh, how the stars align.
Surprise!
Hold on.
Excavation initiation. Oh, dude. Gotcha.
Double kill.
Really drilled it in.
I'm
huh?
starting to see it, boys.
Bit the dust, huh? Yeah. Sorry to bore you.
The stars are aligning, gentlemen. Is jump burrow faster than neutral?
Hiya.
It might be.
Ugh. This job
Double
can't always be glamorous. Your ancient history really drilled it in, huh?
All right. Ventures designed by the new team. You can tell. All right, let's see. Let's lock in, boys.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Is Venture better Genji? Dude, every hero in the game is better Genji, buddy.
Let's make
All right, let's
history.
go.
A mother's work is never done.
Hello.
5, 4, 3,
Your hero's fun. All right.
1.
So you always burrow first, chat, because again, your right click comes back faster when you're in burrow form, right? It's a 4-second cooldown out of burrow when you use it underground and an 8-second above ground. So that's your cycle to get up. We're gonna try to angle here too. So look at Doom. Yeah, you're not. Get chased here. We're gonna come back to my team and chill. We're gonna chase this odds out for sure.
Really drilled Drilled it in, huh?
I'm gonna die for that, but that's a good trade. We go 2 for 1. Be back around the same time. Could have lived it. Probably if I had a Kiri, would have been better. But we get both DPS that fight.
Enemy over here.
See my CD cycle that I can do to get out of spawn faster there, guys? And we're gonna do the same thing here. Ready? We just gotta get to this point. Oh, no. Look at that combo right there. If they're under that half health marker, guys. Oh, we're getting you. Oh, he was so one. I need to get one more shot off of him. I think I'm staying in a little too long, but like her jump and her dig does so much damage that that's what I need to be focusing on. And it charges faster than I thought too.
Enemy over here.
So let's get back to point. I've got my ult. Look at that tech right there. You can actually kind of shoot out faster. I can win this ult. Down right here.
Excavation initiation! Excavation initiation!
I actually kill 5 there. She nanos me, but we'll save it for next round. It's okay.
Baby.
So yeah, I mean, we're not comp, so like, Rana is not gonna be like aware. It's morning too, but yeah, she nanos me there. We kill a lot, and when I save my Ana, we hold forward. It's good ult, but oh well. Because I can get my counterpart there.
Keeping the heat on!
Close call there. If I use my burst damage, I'm not gonna take any damage yet. Here we go. Not dead. I charged it for too long. That was my fault. My Ana definitely needs to use this mana though. I want to go help them. I had the Ana in the corner, but like she's not like Doom. We're like, or they're.
I see an enemy.
Venture's not like Doom, where like Doom, you had 3 CDs that you could use to get in and out of the fight, right? Venture only has 2, so like. Alright, my Ana nano, and it appears we nanoed our Orisa. That went about as well as you could expect. Venture, like, supports, guys, if your supports aren't carrying you, like, you need to be drawing a ton of aggro. It's a lot like DPS Doom, right? Because you don't have range. So if your supports aren't carrying you properly, like, you're probably not going to get value. It's a lot like DPS Doom in that regard. It's a little bit more flexible, though. It's a bad angle for me. She's 1. I need to get one more shot on her.
Excavation initiation!
Alright, there's 2. Save that. Keep our shields building up here. Do a little surfing. And like that's the kind of situation you want to use your ult. Like confirming 1 or 2 kills, like it's not an ult that you want to save for a big team wipe. Like it's capable of doing that, but that opportunity is not as good as a solo kill 90% of the time. Just get a kill. A little distracting.
Enemy in front.
Gotta be careful because he's gonna have his drill.
Don't move!
Hello, everyone. Helping you out.
I think I need to shoot, drill, melee is the combo there that I'm fucking up. Oh, fuck. Oh!
Meteor strike.
Nano boost administered.
Keeping the heat on.
I just need to play my life, most importantly. We can start forward. Starting forward as Venture is really good.
Approaching the final destination.
Okay, that was not what I needed to do. You can't, I tried to get there before the Hanzo got there. You have to dig out, chat. So you start there, look for a quick kill. You can't get it, you dig, drill out, and then you're back to your team. But I drilled in to set up my dig, and there's a dig animation that fucks that up, so you can't do that.
Whoopsie daisy.
But we're still gonna win either way. I would like to use my ulti close it out, but they're just feeding, so I don't know what they're doing. People that are calling them sheer death projecting their own insecurities. I don't know, man. Different people grow up with different viewpoints in the world. I've learned to accept them all. It would to me, I kind of treat it, and this has kind of like been my golden rule. Like, to me, I kind of treat it like this. It's like, if somebody's Christian and they're constantly referring to God, but somebody else is atheist, right? Is the atheist projecting their insecurities for not agreeing or living by the same world beliefs as the Christian? You know? And that's like a good example that I had to grow up around. So like I wouldn't necessarily say that it's people doing their own insecurities. I think that different people just have different worldviews, and you know, I just ask people to leave it at the door in my chat. That's all. Just say Venture, guys. If you just say Venture, then it's not a problem, you know? Both are using escape option or an int option. They are, yeah. They're very versatile abilities in general. Yeah, it's pretty much every stream. It's not just mine. It's pretty much every stream, especially on YouTube. And a lot of people don't know, too. The character just came out. When the character comes out, generally people aren't looking at their backstory. They're looking at how they play. Do you work out? I have been working out recently, yeah. I'm using Sennheiser's as my headset. There's definitely a couple combos that I'm going to have to min-max with Venture. Are you getting either versus on the court? Dude, he can't hoop. I wish people didn't give a damn and just vibe. I agree. A solid fast one check combo. LMB, RMB, LMB, melee.
Let's make history. Head spinning.
Slow. That's too slow.
Gone, but not forgotten. Keeping the heat on. Oof.
Is this normal health, Anna, or what is this?
Again and again and again. Gotcha. Your ancient history.
See, that's I don't know, man. You want to burrow to an angle that you can like okay, like I actually think you don't want to burrow on players a lot. I think you want to burrow to angles. And like say hold your angle for a second or two. Drill out if you need to. And just try to create an opportunity for yourself before you just in with your CDs.
Done and dusted. Oopsie daisy. Head spinning.
That was the combo right there. I think you're right. Actually, I think it's like the shoot, right click, shoot, melee. That's the combo. It's hard to do though, and there's a lot of downtime to it.
Sorry to bore you.
Shoot, drill, shoot, melee. Yeah.
Get mummified.
It's a little slow. I think Venture's a dive hero with. I think she like literally. I think she's as flexible as DPS do. There's some brawl comps you can play Venture in. There's some like
6 feet under.
some dive comps you can play Venture in. Drill pushes them away though. Melee hits first, and then if they use an ability to move away, you have to drill to chase them down after melee. Yeah, but you won't get close enough to melee though first. And that animation time's much longer. So again, that's why I'm saying you need to use your dig to force a CD advantage or force the CDs early, right? So like for example, I'll just angle here for a fight, see what I can poke out, right? And then if I create the opportunity, I go in. If I don't create the opportunity, I back. Since YouTube's broken, I can't even fucking ban people right now. It's crazy. Excuse me. Tank player on.
Let's see. Cause of death. Double. Me.
I think Venture needs a tank that can like actually like protect the core.
Excavation initiation. Double.
I think Venture actually would be better off with like not Doom and like a Malga or a Winston or a Yuga.
Double kill.
Ryan's not a terrible matchup for Venture.
Double kill.
Really drilled it in, huh?
Guys, Venture's invuln is very different from all the other invulns. Very different.
Prepare to attack. Select your
Let's go. I loaded in faster. Like again, Venture cannot damage you while invulnerable. There is a distinct drop off. Can I play Venture, please? Says our fucking so support.
Let's make history. Positioning healing. No mistakes. No mercy.
Dev, listen, bro. Like, I'm asking everybody to leave it alone.
Can't wait to get out there.
Right? It's not a big fucking deal, dude. You can watch my stream if you want the science. But there's, like, literally, it's if you have such a big problem with it, dude, it's not hard to just say venture. It's not. It's really not. It's really not, man. It's really not. Just say venture, problem solved. Not a big deal.
You want that louder?
Apart from Samito, which streamer is a godlike venture? I do not know. Yeah, like, it's such a simple solution. That's why I just don't get it. It's like everybody wants it to be a problem. It's like, guys, like, who fucking cares? Like, let's play the game. Like, we have a cool new hero for the first time in years. Like, so I'm gonna cycle over this side. Look, see how I'm like working the angle, guys? Like, you need to work the angle a bit. What the?
All better.
Baiting that sleep.
Yeah, whoopsie daisy. Come on.
See this end's gonna die now. See how I work the map here? See how I work the map, guys? And that's how it's done. I don't go in with my cooldowns. I use my cooldowns to work the map. I work the space to my advantage before I make a play. How the fuck is he not? Or, how the fuck is Venture not dead, bro?
I am such a klutz.
Got the shields from the right click. I should have just like instead like that's why I don't like shooting and meleeing. Like you should just keep shooting. I go up this. I know if I look up and see my Zarya there without bubbling me, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Oh, he got booed down.
Excavation initiation.
That makes sense, actually.
That one hurt.
Life protects life.
Hiya.
We go up top with the right click. Build up my shields here, actually, overhealth for when I go in here. One! I should have dug down, bro. I should have dug down. I should have dug down.
Joan of Arc didn't quit. I won't either. Gotcha.
I should have dug down. Again, you have to be spamming your CDs to build shields like Doom, right? Sure you want to commit there, pal? Little blind side dig right here, ready? Again, you work the map. You're not working the players, guys. You're not working the players, you're working the map. Right? That's the key. I'm standing in front of 4 of you fucking bots, alright? Fucking 4 of you are right there. One of you use a cooldown. Like, dude. Like, ain't no way I do all that. Work the map perfectly, and these kids are asleep at the fucking wheel. Come on. But the bottom line is, yeah, that's exactly what you want to do. And like actual games, you're gonna get players who are like fucking putting their monitor.
Огонь по готовности.
My team is S-ing again. Dude, these lobbies are just like, oh, my Echo's dead. Yeah, it's quick play, so we're not gonna get. We get gifted subs. Thank you, bro. Thank you. It's quick play. We're not gonna get real games. And real games, like again, this is a lot better. I should get help.
Need healing. Gotcha. Helden sterben nicht.
Pocket. That would have been a gap. There we go. We use support cooldowns. Big. Tell you what.
Excavation initiation.
I am underground. You can't. I'm dead. He is, yeah, you actually want to get up close. Let's get the reload off. Up we go. Nice. Okay. We played that well, and like the key is angles, guys, right? Like you definitely need a support or a tank that can put something into you, right? But you're not playing the players, you're playing the map. I can't stress that enough. You are playing the map. It's like DPS Doom.
Excavation initiation.
See how I got bubbled and it worked? It's like you're not actually playing the players. It's more important to play the map, right? And play slow. I think that could be said for most of the heroes. No. No, not most of the heroes. Because like Sombra, Tracer, heroes like that, like Venture is like very specific. It's like Venture's a lot like Brig or Doom, where it's like, oh, you have all these melee close range cooldowns. Oh, let me go in and melee. No, that's actually not what you want to do with them. It's a bait. I'm playing the players, and you're playing in silver is what you're doing now. Congratulations. Pre, thanks for the gifted subs, bro. I appreciate, or the gifted memberships, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. And people calling the dig an invuln and comparing it to like life grip are insane, by the way. They're insane. The dig is insanely punishable. It has a cast time where you can kill Venture. Like, it's no. You can't go on the offense while invulnerable. That's the big difference. It's a selfish CD like Wraith. Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying in general. Samito dropping 30 at the local court. Dude, I actually need to get back in the basketball gym, though, for real. No, you cannot be hit underground, no. You gonna play ranked? I'm going to be playing Venture. I'm honestly lucky I've got it these 2 games. I might need to get a tank on, but nobody's online, so. Guys, it's not, you don't have to argue it. It's fine. Salt? Salt won't want to play quick play. Norris still plays Overwatch. Marshall? He doesn't play Overwatch anymore now. Should Shatter affect me underground? I don't know. Is new hero good with RAM? Podcast is about venture. You think venture needs any tweaks or buffs? No, I actually would not touch them if I was the devs. Holy shit, I got that right on accident. Holy fuck. I literally wasn't even thinking. I wouldn't touch it yet. I wouldn't. I'd wait. I actually think the kit's okay, personally. I would wait. Sam, I like woke king. I wouldn't say I'm woke, but I try not to disrespect people's cultures, so that's all. That's all it is. Do you think Vulture's design? Fuck! I'm blaming Blue for that. Vulture. What am I saying? Venture. Venture's design is good. Yes. Quake says he wishes they gave Doomfist uppercut. Dude, no, actually, like, would be raw. Like, if there was a change that you could make, like, maybe the jump out of the dig does a little bit of upward CC, like, a mix between old Doom Slam and, like, other stuff, but, like, it would need to be very minimal. Just enough to combo them with a drill out. Guys, no one touched the hero that's only been publicly released for 1 day. Real. You can... Jesus Christ. I got something in my throat, guys. Hold on. It's like a tonsil rock or something. I don't know. Zelby with the gifted sub. Membership. Thank you, dude. But, like, the drill angle to drill someone up is hard, and, like, it's better to drill to an off angle and survive than it is to try to combo somebody unless you can knock them off the map. I did see Quake stuff, but, like, again, like, that tech isn't actually that useful in a game. Because you'll just be sitting there stuck with no cooldowns, right? Like, because Venture only has 2 cooldowns, you have to constantly be using one to get to an angle where you're safe, right? You can't ever hard commit. Doomfist had 3 cooldowns: uppercut, slam, and punch. And as long as you use the uppercut second, you could use that cooldown, that 3rd cooldown, to get in and out however you wanted to, right? But because Venture only has 2, you can't do that, right? So you have to be way more particular with setting up pre-fight on an angle to save a CD. You guys see what I mean? I don't think Venture's ult will get nerfed. I think it's actually in a pretty decent spot. People just don't know how to play against it yet. How do I find a match before you because I queued after you? There's this thing called Ranked Matchmaker. You are in plat, I am in GM. That is why. It doesn't want to put me in your lobbies because it would not be fair. That's not even flame. I'm not even flaming him. Like, that's literally just why my MMR is higher. Irto, what's up, dude? I'm GM. I don't know, bro. Your quick play MMR is separate from your rank. So if you haven't played quick play in a while, then that's why.
Jeff Kaplan.
How's it going? I'm Jeff.
Yo, thanks for the Twitch sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Tim, who you maining on Marvel Rivals? Buddy, I'm going down mid on Spidey. I went high diamond going versus GMs on Widow with pockets and quick play. Oh, that's funny. The dash seems like breaks shields best, but it's actually useful defensively more than going in. Yes, it is. The drill is best used to take an angle. 100%. Do you think Venture's Kit is good against Immo's abilities like Doom used to be? Yes, because you can dig away from them. There's so much stuff that you can do. Bro, I was surprised at how polished Rivals looks. I agree. They've been working on it for like 4 years apparently, so. Do with Peen, I'm solo today. Ooh, look at that timing, baby.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
Are you
Let's
fucking
make
serious?
history.
I'm gonna have to reselect this hero, bro.
Prepare
Wow.
for battle.
Wow.
Select your hero.
Look what you started, bro. Dude, what is in my throat, bro? Chat, I have this giant frog in my throat right now, and I cannot get it out.
Let's make history.
I love you so very.
I never asked my father his opinion of me. Now he is beyond my reach.
I'm sure he was proud, even if he never said it.
How would you know?
Trust me.
Might be
I
these nuts.
know.
Can you guys like see, like the chat? Try not to be like weirdos for like 5 seconds challenge. It's actually annoying.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
All right, we start with our dig, tunnel out.
Gotcha.
Have this back, and I'm gonna try to angle inside here because I can kite some mag up. Damn. Yeah, that's why I don't like getting caught in the melee. Like, only melee for sure. No, I can't. Again, I only have 1 cooldown.
Good as ours.
I only have 1 CD, so I can't. Yeah, I can't come down here. Let's go back.
Get done.
And to no surprise,
Double.
my Doom is in late. Unlucky. But it's kind of worth that there, chat, because we set up those kills. There's no way you guys fucking control that. Or my Brigana just sitting on point?
We are outnumbered.
My god, I wish this was comp, because that would have won us the game if my team was paying attention, but... Unfortunately, like, in comp that wins us the game because my supports walk with us. In quick play, it won't. See how, like, I get hard chased by 3 people and my team's just sitting mid dying? In comp, that doesn't happen. Because my Ana uses a nano on my Doom. My team uses abilities. My team walks when we dragon, right? It's hard to tell this in quick play because we're just going to get, like, not real games. But what you need to focus on, chat, is creating opportunity and just making the right stuff. I'm not stepping on point yet. I'm going to step in.
On the objective.
Surely my team recognizes the blocks, right? See that angle force? I'm playing the map.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
I play the map there, right? See how I play the map? I force their Maga point, commit on the Ana, and the corner I commit on is a corner where I can kite out and poke, and I create a crossfire where if they want to commit on me, they walk into a kill box. Venture is going to be a lot of that. Right? You're going to die a lot on this character if you're trying to make plays. And that's just going to be what it is. Like I said, DPS Doom. It should be okay. Unless the nade doesn't get blocked, then I get hit with every CD in the game. We don't have a Kiriko, and they do. And then Margaret takes an angle, and my dig animation takes forever. Yep. God, I wish I had a Kiri so bad.
Crypt and into the quicksand. Coming through.
Oh my god, I got healed. Yo, how the fuck am I? Are we actually not contesting anything while I'm walking hard right or healing me? I'm just too fast for these kids, chat. The problem with quick play is like these kids are diamond. I'm rotating. Like one of the best things you can learn, chat, is how to rotate quickly. And these kids are just gonna be fucking diamond. I'm just too fast for their little small brains. It's okay. I have to slow down to a snail's pace because these kids are just not capable of moving properly.
Incoming.
Best round lost.
Scanning.
I actually don't need a support pocket. I need a team that can draw aggression.
2-1.
Diamond is still good. Diamond's not GM though. And I am used to GM players and supports and tanks
It's time to get to work.
who understand how important it is to rotate quickly across the map. Venture's cooking. It's actually not their Venture that's
Maybe
cooking.
one day we'll go
It's
on
their
missions
Ana.
in Hawaii.
It's their Ana and their Mauga. Like, my Doom has not been contesting their core, right? And what are the big combos that their Venture's got value on? They won 2 of those 4 fights with Venture ult Nano. What was my Ana doing that time, right? I actually won most of the Venture duels, but they're actually just putting the resources into the Venture. It's literally, that's why I say it's like DPS Doomfist. This hero is as good as the resources that everybody else puts into it. See how I time the Mega? Look at that. Look at that timing, and that's the big risk play. And it's hard to do, but I do it. And notice how I let the Echo Stickies detonate on me before I take the Mega. Just because I need to survive that damage, right? And that's what you can force with that aggression. It's very, very risky, though, like, to be honest. I need to force the overdrive before I roll. I'm gonna do no damage. For the back. Oh, she died, rather. Can you enemy on her?
Excavation initiation.
Have a second late on that.
They're attacking the point. Stop them.
Woo!
Gotcha.
You know what would have been sick, chat? Imagine if I got like nano boosted there. That's again. That's why the melee combo is just like you have to have your drill for it.
Plotting out the dig site.
You just have to have your drill for it. We'll see. My Ana still has not nanoed, guys.
Bump on the noggin.
Oh my goodness. Gunther's also really good on their team. You guys see the angle? We're doing what we can. Like ultimately, like I can't make my supports press Q. You know. So. There it is. Alright, GG. Unlucky.
I'm here. Yeah, we're outnumbered.
He just missed every shot, bro. Nice, we got a kill. Like, hey, supports, I'm fucking standing right in front of you. The Doom takes the Mega at max health instead of leaving it for me, and they just don't look at me. Yeah. Adds up. Venture does get countered by Echo pretty hard, yeah.
Incoming.
I wanted to go, but my Doom didn't, and I'm gonna die.
Oh, dude. Excavation initiation. Excavation initiation.
Not that.
Healing, please. On the objective.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Good looking.
Okay, okay. Oh my goodness.
Kitsune guide you.
Like, their venture is 30-6. I wonder why.
Score
What have they been doing with their venture, chat?
1.
You notice? They're dumping resources into venture, right? Venture is as good as what you put into her. And if you don't...
If we do this
Fuck!
right, they won't
Venture
even know
is
what
as good
happened.
as you put into venture. Or fucking them, right? So, basically, I've literally flip-flopped like 4 times, bro. Oh my god. But yeah, like you just have to like commit ults into the venture.
Watch me.
Fuck, dude. I'm telling you, they did this shit on purpose to troll us, boys. They knew I couldn't speak English. Oh, there's that tech right there where you do it if the door comes out. Now we're gonna angle from right here, guys. I have a lot of flexibility on this right side. Look what I can do. See, I take the angle. Underground, and my Kyrie is just sitting there with fucking Suzu holding it in her hand, thinking it looks cute instead of fucking using the ability. Ah!
Keep that off the record.
Seizing the objective. Rally here.
Oopsie daisy.
I entry killed for us too, and I still get hair.
Let's kick this off.
I am taking the point.
Get on the side. Looking out.
See how I can come back out inside my team and it's safe right there? Like, you need to do little mini circles on those.
My ultimate is almost ready.
See how my team goes. See that right there? Where I can come out on a safe angle, that's where I can go, guys. I'm actually gonna ult this side and see what I can cook.
Enemy slept here.
Ultimate's ready. You know the drill.
Alright, let's see if my Ana's smart.
Excavation initiation. Heat on.
And we just leave this at, and then he just comes back and kills me. Oh, he peeled back. Okay, we should win this up front.
Protecting.
We're gonna lose this up front because we're gonna troll.
That's a bump on the noggin for sure.
I probably just need to leave there after I get one. You don't have enough cooldowns to stay in the fight is the problem. It's not a problem, but like, I guess it is a
Let
problem.
the Kitsune guide you.
Oh
like
my
a
goodness.
metropolis in
Hey,
here.
I will say, venturing Kitsune is crazy because you get a massive speed buff when you're drilling. Now they see me over here. They're all coming this way. Okay, interesting. Alright, nice. Here we go. I almost have my ult. Let's see what we can cook here, Chad.
Excavation initiation.
No way. Fuck, dude. I was so close. Set up on this angle and just wait.
Excavation initiation.
Oh my goodness, I'm right there. There it is. Ready? We're gonna see if we can move off the map. Tap's dead. Look at that. I worked the map. That's what I'm doing. I'm working the map. I'm not working the player. You have to use these CDs to work the map because there's only 2 of them, right? Right? I'm working the map. I'm not working the player. Nah, we don't care. He just got nanoed. Alright, I gotta pee, chat. Give me 1 sec.
Jeff Kaplan.
How's it going? I'm Jeff.
Okay. We back, boys. We back. All right. Ow. Fuck. What? Oh, I was so confused. Okay. Okay. All right. Guys, can we not talk about hentai in my chat ever again, please? Thank you. Well, no, it's just like I'll be honest. I get that people like think it's funny in the Overwatch community and shit. That's cool, but like, I'd rather just not have that in my chat, you know?
Double head spinning. 6 feet under.
Well, I use my thing. Any change about the new hero? I don't want to say I feel like Venture's missing an ability because like I want to master the hero first. But like I won't lie to you, it's definitely gonna be difficult to play this character in high ranks. Like I don't know if Venture's kitted up enough to like like Doom had 3 abilities and Doom had flexibility. Like as long as you use your uppercut second, you had a ton of flight flexibility, right? Venture's is so much more limited because there's only 2 abilities, both of which are on like an 8-second cooldown is high, and like it doesn't really benefit your gameplay loop to like drill underground, even if that cooldown comes back faster, right? Like that's kind of like the best you can do. You have to go in a little bit of a circle, and it's super map dependent to where you can get out to safety because every hero in the game's got a mobility option, right? They can just come chase you that are on lower CDs. Like Stoge is a 6-second slide, right? Guys, like I'm gonna say it for the last time. Will you all shut the fuck up about pronouns, please, bro? I'm just gonna be honest. I don't care about your opinion. I don't care if you're triggered by it. Like they're making me say this, dude. Can we just not give a fuck, please? If you're gonna bring it in my chat, I'm just gonna ban you. I don't care. Okay, I want to play the game. That's what this game's about. Playing the video game. Okay, if you're more worked up about what a character's fucking pronouns are instead of playing the fucking game. Because then, guess what? You get to bitch with 0 accountability. Guess who has to fucking deal with it and take accountability for you bitching? Me. Don't make it about you. All right, it's my stream. It's about me showing you guys how to play the game. Okay? Like, it's the last fucking time I'm going to say it. I'm going to start insta-banning people. Or I'm going to turn off chat. Like, I'm sick of it. Like, for fuck's sake, shut up. Like, it's just like, it's all annoying, bro. I just want to play the game. Let me play the game, please, bro.
$5 from Hailmans. Sam, can we do 6v6 viewer games with Venture later?
I'm kind of burned out on viewer games, I'll be honest.
So much more fun with the second tank.
See you in a few thousand years.
Given a new ability that helps the combo, they need to like, well, the combo is crazy. So I still want to wait a bit and see, but like, I don't know. Like Sombra, like the transload takes you. Hold on.
Gone, but not forgotten. Keeping the heat on. Double head spinning.
And again, people could think what they want, bro. I'm not trying to tell people how to think, Shot. I just don't want it in here. Time and place, you know?
Gotcha. Let's see. Cause of death? Me.
Dude, I want a pizza party. I'm so hungry. Chat, I might need an Ana player, no cap. Now the character Venture's definitely not OP. Venture could be good.
Double, triple.
Lethal like a mummy's curse.
Well, the thing is, like, it's a big issue, Hale. It's a big social thing right now that scopes outside of gaming, and that's where it stems from. It's not because people are mad at the game. It's other stuff playing a part in it, which is why I just hate politics and gaming in general. I just want people to be able to play the games they love, you know? Oh, get fucked! Damn!
People have survived higher falls. Maybe. Your ancient history.
Venture is like a stunless DPS game, Chris. What's my tag? Oh, that's not it.
Now arriving at ease. Prepare.
Chat, we're getting in a fuck!
Select your hero.
We're getting an Ana player, chat. I realize I do need a pocket. I stand corrected, boys. I need a pocket. After that Venture was getting perma-nanoed, I need a fucking Ana pocket. Because, chat, Mercy pocket with Venture is kind of bad because, like, when you dig, you just hard leave your Mercy, bro. Your Mercy just dies, like, because she can't do anything. E-Girl Samito. What inspired that username? Explain that one to me. Oh, my audio interface. God damn.
Hey, coming through. It's Kiko. Hey.
Or Kiri. Kiri actually is really good with Venture. No, Mercy cannot fly to Venture.
Sorry to bore you. Double. Keeping the heat on.
I need healing.
$5 from Aim Paradox. From the testing I did last night, I feel like having 2 dashes instead of the one with that long of a cooldown.
Old news.
So you're saying let dashes with the drill be charged? The problem is you can't have it do damage or generate as much shield if that's the case, right? I think you're better off like lowering the CD.
Can't always be glamorous. Hit the dust.
Because if you're able to stack them and spam them, it becomes too much damage, right?
Excavation initiation. Your ancient history.
Thank you for that 5 though, bro. I appreciate it. Didn't we ever shave off the beard? We might shave it this weekend. We got a charity stream tomorrow. Tomorrow at noon, charity stream. Oh, fuck, I trolled.
Your hand needs work.
What's the charge time here? Let's see.
But not forgotten. Surprise!
Like 1 second?
Head spinning.
I think Venture's skill ceiling is really high, and the floor is also high.
Prepare for battle.
Let's go!
Select
Let's make history.
Wait, Hale's on DPS on their team.
A mother's work is never done. Cut the pain, Isaiah.
¿Qué onda? I can't wait to
Alright,
get
if they're
out
diving
there.
my Ana too hard, I need to peel back. I need to kind of peel and play my Ana. I can kind of camp my Ana too. Alright, check this out, chat. So always, every time out of spawn, it is you get faster and you have a better CD cycle. If you dig first, then use your drill out of the ground like that on the gate. Look at that tech right there. See that? See how far I shoot out of the ground like that?
Greetings.
And Ram, I'm gonna force this angle on the right side here. Look at this. We're gonna leave.
Coming through.
Oh my goodness, they just rolled us. Who got shit on first? My Tracer? Yeah. Oh, this might be a Kiri angle. Alright, well, unfortunately my Tracer inted.
I'm okay.
We're gonna angle on the left.
Looking out.
Oh my god, I just owned him. Holy shit, that's a fat name. Oh my god, that guy just got fucking... Hey, oh.
Excavation initiation.
What? Excuse me? Apparently not missed though.
You bet.
Let's see if they chase me. Yeah. Alright, they peel back. We actually might win because they did that. Just kidding, my Tracer fed too. My Tracer stayed back instead of kiting when I baited 2 back. Oh my god, we would have won.
I am such a klutz.
Let's wait for our series to come back. I can't get this back up.
Get in there.
Oh, he used the CD. Oh, that's a good trade. That's a good trade. And that's why, you actually don't have enough CDs to go deep, chat. You don't have enough CDs to go deep. So like you just can't go in like that unless there's a corner you can wrap to. So I just need to play way slower, unfortunately. So it's kind of like a Junkrat poke. Oh fuck. Like you have to force their CDs first, like every time. And it can't be one of theirs. It has to be like an actual. And see how I forced that angle? If you don't take, if you don't take the right angle,
Get in there.
what? Oh, I dodged though. Oh my! Oh my god! If they lower the CD too much, Venture never dies. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm saying maybe you lower the dig duration, but also the cooldown. Do I gain 75 shield? Do I get 75 shield for ulting?
I wonder if my new track has hit this galaxy yet.
He said no nanos. Yeah, right, buddy. See that tech right there, guys? Off surfaces like that, you can get a massive speed boost. Alright, let's get up to point.
Hey there.
Here's what we do, ready? Do a little shake and bake. And then entire lobby chasing me. This is why I hate it when you guys stream snipe me, bro. It's just gonna be a hard focus. And I have a hog.
Keep that off the record.
You mean what I kind of think with your own thing should be a thing? No, it's fine. We're forcing these angles, guys, but our team has to capitalize on them. that rail. I'm gonna be careful. The problem is, like, their comp is way better because we have a hog. So on this point, like, Orissa's just gonna fucking gap this hog. So let's see what I can force here. And I get caught out of dig animation. Awesome.
Okay.
I feel like they can speed that up. But. And what sucks right now, and this is where, like, Venture's gonna suck, guys. Like, I need to play those super aggro angles because I have a Roadhog as my tank. Like, we'll never break this choke with a hog as our tank. And so, like, I have to play uber aggressive with a hero that doesn't have enough abilities to do it. Where else this happens? Hey, we got off hog. There's a chance we can win the game. Let's go. Slightly better. Slightly better.
Let's try that one more time.
5v5 individual carry potential. Yep. But if you got the wrong tank synergy, you would automatically lose the game. Like right now, where I get one hog against an Orisa Soj fucking Venture. Oh. I just have to perma shoot the Orisa while Hale's like fucking having the game of his life. Getting like, want to focus Sam. I stream sniped him. I got him. I'm gonna get in this game and hard focus him. Fucking cringe.
We're outnumbered.
This is get back to 66. It does. It'd be more fun. Okay, they went monkey. This is good. We're almost back. On this one, show that she dies. No, full health. Out now. Let's see if I can live.
Keeping the heat on.
Straight out this bubble. Ballsy, but okay, I'm just gonna get away. See, I can kind of fake for that. Back up the top. Alright, he's one. A little shake and bake here. Save my Ana's life.
Oh no!
We lose that one. I did about all I could there, but holy fuck, there's just not enough damage.
Score 1-1.
Imagine a 5-man grab adventure roll. Yeah, it'd be crazy. Did you right click for angle position or to get out of fights? Both. It's honestly like a pretty underpowered kit. Now, I think as long as I have my guy on Genji or Tracer here, we probably just lose this game. But they're just too very weak hero with Venture because we don't have damage, right? Like Venture is not a power DPS, right? Like you need to have another DPS. Yeah, he's on Hog. Yeah, Hog Genji. Like Venture is not a hero that's strong enough on its own right now to like be played. They're just not. You need the right comp around Venture. Or you're kind of just shocked. Back, have a fight. So he's dead. I want to get out, away from the monkey. That was a perfect CD cycle. I won't lie to you. That was a perfect. So I'm starting to get what you can do.
You're powered up. Get in there.
And I am dead. I need my Lucio to stop inting.
Yeah. Come on, dude.
That's okay. So guys, basically what you're doing is like you take an angle pre-fight, like you get your setup, right? You get your setup, and then like you need like the shorter cooldown while burning. That's kind of like her only there. Fuck.
Excavation initiation.
And there's the primal. I'm probably gonna die here to this. Not big. See how I get that CD back? Like you need to be able to burrow while digging and set something up with it, but still survive for a second.
This ends now.
We go down under, and then we chill. Like you have to extend your cooldowns as this character, or you're fucked. This character does not have an E ability now. So I have it back already. Yeah, I needed to get that cast and that jump up. Is he making a play? He is. Why can't you make a play? Let's see if we can get this tech here, chat. Or Hawk's AFK though. There we go. You just got to go off the side. We're back. Fuck.
Not you, sorry. They're out of it.
Bro, for fuck's sake. They just get peeled so hard. We still win for that?
Victory.
But holy shit. Adventure's ult timer pausing. They need to, I think they need to let her use her ult for longer. Because it is hard to use. I don't think you buffed the ult though. Other than that. Does that work off cliffs? It probably will work off cliffs, but you can be shot, right? It's always counter swap a quick play. It's 5v5. I think they should buff. I'm nervous about saying they should buff her because like, fuck, dude. I'm nervous about buffing Venture because, again, I think you need to give it time before you see like how strong the character actually is.
I need healing.
$4.99 from Aaron. Venture Tech Sam, you might already know crouch while drilling upright against enemies and it's like old Doom uppercut. #farm J3.
That's more like a feed because there's with how Venture's cooldown cycle works, you never want to be like, you very rarely want to be on top of somebody to actually do that. You can't really use the CDs like that. That's like using all three of your cooldowns as Doom to just int, right? Generally speaking, it's just not going to be very good unless you sit in a fuck.
Welcome. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Yo, what up, Hydran? I didn't see his message. Just said-
Let's make history.
Stay sharp. It's hard
Yeah,
to keep
yeah,
you
yeah,
alive
bro.
when
Look
you're
at you, kid.
distracted.
Okay, buddy.
More to do, more to learn.
I'm excited to get. Actually, dead ass though. Venture might not be bad on this map if I can get behind them on the corners, but
Intrepid explorers.
I have to really greed. Saw that basketball tweet? I was about to tag you actually. You are terrible, buddy. I'm not worried about you on the court. I can tell you that. I'm not worried.
1.
Vamos, vamos.
Alright, wait for my shit to come back.
Hello. Over here. Come on.
So did you. So did you 3. Oh, they're down 1. Alright, nice. Easy. See how I just kind of shake them, chat? Like you got to use that boost to get back after, I think. We could not have fed him harder. Let's see if they cap. We should cap on paper.
I'm going in.
The payload.
Nice.
Yes, hello.
Yo, what? Yo, calm down, Scotty. What's bro doing?
Coming through.
My ultimate is fully charged. Get in there.
You're
Excavation initiation.
That didn't kill the widow? Are we for real?
Excavation initiation.
No way. My Zarya was dead. How did my Zarya die? I thought we just lost our Echo.
Yeah. Whoopsie daisy.
Missed a second. It looked like it was gonna hit. He didn't. He died with grab too. Oh my god.
Let's get it moving.
Okay. Well, I need a combo with. He's gonna trank it, but I'm gonna get a ton of ultra. Guys, I know that you can walk around that corner and press your E key, buddy, or grab, or do something to initiate when I force an angle for you. I know it's quick, but don't grab now. Don't grab now. Don't do it. Oh my god. Okay, well at least they're combo. Oh my god. The vertical distance is pretty good. Now the ult should be thin. It should be thin. It shouldn't be thick. So bait on that Doom. And you really have to maximize your dig is what it is. That's not what I wanted. That's actually the exact opposite of what I wanted to do. Venture will be good in comp, yeah.
Duplicating venture. You're powered up. Get in there.
Into the iris.
There it is. I can do a little circle. Okay, interesting. Wait a minute, guys. That's what you do right there. You get around them and you try to circle them and finish back on your team. Let's start above this guy. I dug, but I was off the cart, so I did a little fucking shoop-de-whoop. Oh my god, look. I was off CD too. Damn, bro.
Not forgetting the payload, are we?
Excavation initiation! Fire at will!
This? Nice. It's actually like all angle. You can never just hard commit in. You just can't. That little corner spin, though, is actually pretty good.
Play of the game.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's funny. Did benefit from considering underground? Yes.
Doing what I do best.
They do. Yo, Arrow Strafe, what's up, dude? Did you lose? No, we won. Meteor Strike should not make Venture pop out. No. That'd be like saying that they should force people like out of Wraith form and shit. Like, nah. That's a part of the game. All right, nice. They hit the ground, there should be an effect like Earth Shatter. Yeah, I already signed up for Marvel Rivals Closed Alpha. I did. Okay. Yeah, her ult should be blocked by barriers. Yes. There, her fuck. God damn it, dude. Look what you shitters are doing to me, man. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Dude. Use more melee. If you're in melee range with like you can use more melee, but like you have to actually use your cooldowns right. Yo, I'm just getting fucking cooked today, man. You American in your dipping sauce? Well, you haven't had a good American ranch. Dude, I'm just reading my chat. Oh my god, dude. The melee is clunky. It is. Tim is not a commie. Communism is an interesting idea. It just doesn't work in practice. You can't ignore the numerous failures in the real world. You just can't.
You know what happens to a bad joke about flying?
Here we go.
Never lands.
Dude, you know what my favorite thing is about like saying like commie nowadays? I think it's really funny to call the Washington Commanders the commies just because it's fucking funny. Like, that shit's funny. Like, who approved that name, the Commanders? Because now you can just call the Washington, D.C., like, the capital of capitalism, the commies. And I just think it's fucking funny.
We're going to have a great time.
We evolved from greed? It's not greed, it's incentives, right? Human beings operate on incentives. That's all. If you remove incentivization, then you remove innovation.
I see a hostile.
Enemy here. Good looking out.
Gotta help my team out. You know what, chat? I'm gonna try something. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, bro. Oh my goodness. Oh my fucking goodness. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god, that was disgusting. I'm gonna do it again. See if I can stall and wait. There, I gotta wait.
Whoopsie daisy.
Targeting hostile.
Here we go, ready? Oh my god, my patience, guys. This is crazy, bro! Oh my god!
Someone call?
Over here.
Nanoboost is ready. Get in there, and I'll hit no darkness. That's get it and feel. You're powered up. Get in there.
Let's rock.
Shoot it.
Oh!
Excavation initiation.
Oh my god. They're way. I can't do it again.
Excavation initiation.
Oh shit! Jinkies. Oh my fucking god, chat. The key is against the excavation. You actually need to aggress into it, guys. I wasted that CD. Oh my god, we are. I'm back. Go. Oh my, do you have walls? No, my timing is just truly tragic.
On the noggin for sure.
Michael Phelps, baby.
Over there.
Rendezvous at my position.
Objective lost.
My ultimate is charged.
Stop the payload.
Gate needs to close this fucking year. Oh, buddy. Shit on! Oh my god, the combo on him shot. My Ryan hinted, that's not good.
Excavation initiation!
There's another one. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That combo is crazy though.
Old news.
Oh my goodness. So comboing those two abilities gets you a bunch of shields that you can kind of aggro with. They're gonna ult. I need to kill them. Oh my fucking god.
Excavation initiation!
Okay, I pushed them back. Please call. What the Fortnite? My barracks.
I am on fire.
I tried to save my Ana. We should have called. Are you back at half ult charge because I'm the GOAT? Your jump generates a ton. Your dig generates a ton of ult charge if you hit it. Knock him in, get the kill. Come over to this side angle. Check this out, boys.
Excavation initiation!
Force tree. I don't know where in the world my Ryan and Moira are. Oh my god, they're a little bit late to the party by the looks of it. That Cole was really late, chat. That's all good. No, ranch is good.
My ultimate is
You bet!
My ultimate is ready.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Get in there.
Come and get me!
Wait, I know my Ryan's walking.
Keep it tight.
I'll keep
Get
that
some
off the
make it
record.
out.
Coming through! I can't die.
It's
I
Keiko.
still got more stuff to see. Surprise!
This would be free if they didn't have Widow. Force that grip. I can stay back here because I have my thing. And I'm just going to get hard held by a very talented player while they gut Hanzo, and the Life Weaver can just grip him across the map. And this is definitely deserved. I'm really glad they buffed that, chat. All the complaints about one-shots, they remove Hanzo's, but they just, I think it's good that they left Widow exactly the same. It's not like she has a higher crit rate, can hold a lobby hostage easier, is more disliked.
I see a hostile. Gotcha.
We should buff Widow again. Venture's fun, Evan.
Sniper. Hey. Hi. Coming through.
Just kidding on the go. Oh my god, I have a killing kill player who's good at the game! Get smoked, kid! And that's what it's going to be like in comp when you have supports that are capable. Oh my god. And that's what Venture's going to have to be. Like, you need a Kiri to play with you, I think. The ult isn't as good as I thought, I'll be honest. The ult's definitely not as good as I thought it would be. I still get hit with Burrow? What do you mean? So make a tier list characters based on how fun they are to play? Yeah, I could. I would say Venture's mid. Venture's definitely not like OP meta. Definitely not like OP meta. I would say like probably middle of the pack. She feels like she's missing an ability. She's very hard to get value with. Like, it kind of does feel like she's missing an ability. But if she's going to keep this, then her current abilities need more flexibility. Our Lady of Samito. As a Mexican, I take offense to ketchup being called hot sauce. Nobody calls ketchup hot sauce. What? Nobody does. Echo was meta. Echo was. She was OP when she came out. How would you improve that hero slightly? I want to play more so I can figure that out. I don't know yet. I mean, it's very like, okay, like, listen. Here's what I'll say. Like, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. Like, when it comes to, like, streamers and, like, understanding cooldown cycles and shit, I would say I'm top 5 at least, right? Not including pros, just streamers, right? I'm telling you, it's incredibly difficult to get a high-value CD cycle out of Venture in a way that's where you set things up in a meaningful way. It is difficult. It's very, very hard. Because in the big extended chain, no matter what you do, you're gonna have 2 seconds of downtime, and the way to extend the chain is to be in aggressively, right? So like, it's there. I'm not sure how good it is. Echo is kind of overkitted in a way, but it serves an essential purpose. I don't think Echo's overkitted at all. It could be like Queen's Axe, where the more people you drill, the lower the CD. Maybe. You don't have 2 seconds of downtime if you use boost right click after you dig and stay underground for the max amount. Yeah, you do. Look. It's not that one. This right here.
Let's make history.
So you stay down, right? Look. And now you're down for 8. But the fight has to be in a spot where you can actually get somewhere with that extra CD, right? Or you're stuck. Because here's the thing. The problem is they have time to move away if you do that properly, right? So the reality is, that's good for movement and setting up on the map, but if you're trying to go for a player, you can't do that because you have to use your drill later and quickly combo them, right? Fuck. Oh, we're gonna get a backfill. Oh, it's fucking Muma, you fucker. God damn it, Muma. Alright, we just don't have a player. Okay.
Use you lose, you little twerp.
It's pretty. Oh my god. We can play it. I'll just copy it.
Ready to learn.
That's smart. It's just a toxic dude. You don't get Venture, so you just pick a flyer and ruin the other Venture's fun.
I'm only picking the flyer so I can play the new hero.
Yeah, sure, bud.
When we topple the Emperor's throne,
Glad you want this
the
win.
Nebula will be free again.
Oh my god.
3, 2, 1.
Fucking Muma, bro.
Let's get this done. I'm going in.
I'm going to spot. That's one.
Ashes to ashes. Targeting hostile.
Alright, well. We forced the right angle. Muma kind of has the Venture personality. Muma, do you want to know what somebody said to me?
Yeah, what's up?
They go, Muma kind of has the Venture personality.
Yeah, I can see it.
I can see it. The vision's there.
I'm gonna choose to take that as a compliment.
I think Venture's actually kind of killing game. It's got, like good voice lines and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
It's not like, I don't know. What's a hero that's kind of annoying? It's not like, I don't know. Like the Reapers and Dooms who spam. You know what I'm saying?
Oh right. Yeah.
Oh fuck. copy the venture on the side.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Venture. All systems on optimal level. Excavation initiation. Functions at peak power.
We got what we needed there. Copy is like Echo. Unfortunately, is gonna hard gatekeep venture. I think, chat, because it's a really good copy. It's a really good copy, and you're just in the neutral and third party.
Venture. Hostile spotted. Excavation initiation. We're outnumbered. Mind yourself.
So like, yeah, like Echo copy is its adventure is insane. Because you can live, you generate shields.
Thanks for the upgrade.
Wait, how did he not die? What? First of all, why are you there? Oh, my beam didn't hit him. He wasn't low. Old pack shot kills him. It's my bad. Adi, that kid can have his broken clock moment.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Venture. Best round. One.
Diff.
Writing personality. Echo online.
You want to play Venture this round?
Nah, you can have it. I've got like a bunch of games that you're chilling.
Score.
Oh, that's fine. I was gonna say too bad anyway.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my fucking god, man.
This is where Aurora changed the world forever. I can dig that.
Bruh.
Dr. Liao told me of her journey here. It is strange to see it with my own eyes.
Oh, chat, I'm taking an off day from push-up. Dude, this look at this. See, Muma, this is what I mean right here. You see that?
What?
Our Doom spam of voice lines.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Adventure's feeding right here. Adventure's actually heart feeding Adventure. But he needs 10 more hours on the character. That's actually, you're gonna get like 50 ult charge off that.
But I'm dead.
Oh, I'm dead too. I trolled.
The objective is now.
And they say, it's like, guys, like what?
That was a very good lesson.
Just got main, honestly. Somebody's here.
Occupying the objective. Extra support needed. Advancing upwards. Over here. Enemy in sight.
Gap!
Engagement successful.
Gap! Put me in the mall. It's 2008. Oh my. I mean, come on. I just work the map so well. It's crazy. Oh my god, dude. I'm about to buy some cargo shorts or something. That's crazy, that gap. I don't know. I'll copy Venture behind him.
I need healing.
$4.99 from Marshall Frederick. Do you think Burrow should damage heroes if it's from high height / only if land is directly on?
Venture. All systems on optimal level.
I'll save you. Oh,
No, I'm out. They Burrow should damage. Flank heroes, that's from heights. No?
Adaptive circuits engaged. Venture.
Remove them from the objective. Incoming.
Good. It's not looking good, chat. It's not looking good for your boy. It's looking like it's over. Now Echo, like Echo might single-handedly gatekeep Venture for a while, by the way. It's a great copy for Echo, and Venture's neutral is horrible against Echo. I'm not even kidding. That's a GAP, all caps.
Loading out the dig site.
Right by you.
Taking flight. Be healed. Thanks for the upgrade.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Venture.
Excavation initiation.
Success breeds success. All systems optimal level.
Chat, if I got 2 of those, that would have been insane.
Come here and I
Oh my god! GG. And that's where that ult is so good. On those Koth maps. On those Koth maps, it's insane. Next time I jam, probably. Yeah, I will.
Excavation initiation.
Taking notes, Mima? Beginner's luck! What? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Nah, there's no way. There's no fucking way, man. There's no way. There's just no way.
Successful.
There's no way. Venture will not get nerfed. Like, guys, seriously, Echo might just like completely gatekeep the character. I'll be real. Except for on those close quarters maps. On the range maps, Venture will be really bad. Hold on, I want to tweet that one clip of me killing that widow. That shit's funny. Why not? That's the wrong one. You know what, chat? I'm gonna try something. You know what, chat? I'm gonna try something. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, bro! That's so funny. That's actually so fucking funny. I gotta tweet that. I gotta tweet that. That's so funny. No, Venture's fun. So funny. So fucking funny. Thoughts on doing damage while Burrow's activating from a height? She should if she impacts you.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar.
No, no, no! Fuck me in the stupid fucking shit. God damn it.
I am always ready to learn.
We're in for a smooth ride, right? Right.
Venture skill floor is pretty high. I'll just copy it. Go other venture made. Oh fuck.
Tectonic shock still spinning up.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Greetings.
You. I like this. Stop the payload.
Watch out for that enemy.
Thank you for the assist.
This is okay. That is a play from Steezy right there. They're trying to hold this too aggressive and they are going to be punished for it. Unless I miss. Well, I'm just trying to build my copy so I can copy this venture and get you guys the venture gameplay you need. God, Echo is... Oh, you're trolling. This guy's trolling. Yeah, apparently I'm trolling, but they can't jump back up. They are... They are gaming indeed.
Thank you.
Alright, we're gonna copy venture this fight.
My
I need healing.
You're not doing it too. Would you do a guide before after release? Before release, probably. Force bubble.
I like this. Adaptive circuits engaged. Venture.
Oh my god! 5? It's 5. Oh my god. Dude, Echo against Venture is insane. Guys, Echo against Venture is as good as copying DPS Doomfist, maybe better. Unironically, maybe better. Maybe better. That's it's an insane copy. Actually, one of the best copies in the game. Maybe the best. Up there with Tracer. That angle you're walking about though, yep. Like, actually top copy in the game. Because you get in for, like, you can use your dig for free. You take away the risk of the aggressive dig, right? And you get so much fucking ult charge off of it. And you can just spam your ult from range. Right? Oh my god. Oh, I'm stuck in a box. I'm gonna wait for them to all get back before I copy. They got broken teeth because they're from fucking, I don't know, like...
Keep an eye out.
circuits engaged. Venture.
It's like, who is this? Yeah. Hey, buddy. You know your team, buddy. Forgetting something. Late. I need to get one more shot on before I did that.
Thanks. 30 seconds remaining. Over there. Not to worry. I'll catch you up. Gaining altitude.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. He went Sombra, bro. He gave up on Venture. Oh my god, that's funny. But Echo actually just hard counters the hero. It's insane.
This ends now.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
I can't go there. I just can't.
Targeting hostile.
I can't even copy the new character anymore, chat.
Hey there. Heroes never die. Hostile spotted.
Plotting out the discourse.
Did he just solo ult their ball?
That feels better.
Shaq, should I copy their Alari or copy their Sombra?
My ultimate is charged.
Quite the boost.
Group up podcast is in an hour.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Sombra. Functions at peak power. Thank you for the assistance.
I might be knocking my quick flame alarm up a little high, chat.
Systems increased.
My ultimate is charged.
Supplying damage increase.
Like, it's just gonna be worse on Sombra, man. It's actually not, but oh well. Okay, I didn't fly, I didn't shoot, I just trolled that. Are you streaming group up? I will.
Tectonic shocks ready when you
Taking flight.
They're not on Venture. Alright, I'm just gonna go spawn camp then.
Damage systems increased. 30 seconds remaining. Adaptive circuits engaged.
What?
Waneen Awiddick.
Oh my god, he's got owned.
10 seconds.
Heroes never die.
Oh!
How can I adjust?
That's actually funny. That was a good look though, honestly.
I like this. Monstering you. Enemy turret. Busting on. Double capabilities over there.
All angles, baby.
Victory.
Excavation initiation.
It's so good. It's actually such a good echo copy. It does so much damage. It's actually so good. It's actually so fucking good, guys. Echo is in the God pick when Venture gets, if Venture's better. Yeah, it'll be like season 1 when like Kiri and Soj and Reaper were super good and like Echo was secretly like really good. I don't think Venture will be meta. I think Venture will fill into some comps, but I do not think Venture's meta. I think the ult is really strong when set up properly, but you have to set it up properly. Yeah, Group Up Podcast is in 50 minutes, guys. 50 minutes. How would you rate Venture? I know you liked them a lot yesterday. Has that changed at all? Oh, it's awesome. I love the character. What do you think about Sombra versus Venture? Neutral. Whoever uses their cooldowns better. Any spoilers on what the topic is? Venture. The topic's Venture. Oh, my audio interface broke. Shoot. Venture ult should not get nerfed, no. I think they should leave it as is. They should leave it as is and see what happens. Sam, would you ever want kids one day? When I'm ready to shoulder that responsibility and take care of a family, yeah. You know, but like to be honest, like for me right now, like the mission just comes first, guys. Like the mission comes first. Like I need to be able to execute, so. Most progressive answer? How is that a progressive answer? Which tanks works best with Venture? Any enable tank, like a Mauga, Doomfist, Winston, Diva, Zarya for bubbles. What's your mission? Build an empire in the gaming space. Really in the tech space in general, to be honest, but. I'm definitely not artistically talented. Whichever side of the brain is about art, that's not me, dude. What if your kid prefers 5v5 instead of 6v6? I mean, my kid can think what he wants. As long as he has the right core values instilled in him, he can do what he wants. It's a healthy answer. Most parents would not admit it, but having children before you achieve your personal professional goals can lead to a lifetime of resentment. Yeah, I mean, it's like, the thing is too, like, I'm a guy, so like, you know, I've got a lot of time, you know, I've got a lot of time to build what I have to build and do what I have to do to, you know, I don't want to settle down until I'm the man I know I can be, right? And it might take my whole life to work to that point, right? But if that's what I have to do, that's what I have to do. That's what I signed up for, right? Like, I've been at war since I was fucking 17 with this, you know? So you know, I understand what I got to do. If I got to get down the trenches and get things done first, and that's what I have to do, and it's that simple. So, you know, it is what it is. So you're actually gonna play this new hero? I've been playing it all day. Yeah, I've been popping off on Venture. You can be that man with kids. No, yeah, I can, but like, if I have kids, that means I would have gotten married, right? And if I get married, like I don't want to get married until like if I love a woman, chat, like I'm the kind like where the bar is set for me, like. I wouldn't want my family to have to worry about anything ever. Like I'm the rock. Like I'm taking that on, right? You know. So until I'm at a point where like I know I'm confident that I can raise a family in a really really good environment for them, you know, I'm just not doing that, right? As a kid who definitely, you know, my dad worked hard and I'm very blessed, but we had a ton of issues at home, and it was really tough for a long time. But you know, I understand how traumatic events can affect a kid, right? And I want to do everything I can in my power to be a man that makes sure that doesn't happen, you know. And I've just got a lot of work to do until I get to that point. So until I get to that point, you know, I just got to keep working. All it is.
I need healing.
5 pounds from Colonizer, NGL talking about chicks, kinda key Sam.
Is that Colin? You changed your name to Colonizer? Bruh. Dude. Oh my god. Thanks for the 5, man. I appreciate it. It was Batman's idea. Oh my god. Bro, I'm a dad of 5, own my business and grind hard on Overwatch. Hey, congratulations, man. And look, like, I'm a little bit more stingy about, like, getting into relationships and stuff than most people are, just to past experiences in life. And I admit that wholeheartedly. Like, you know, guys, like, my situation as a kid was, I don't talk about it a lot because it doesn't change anything, right? And I want to be a problem solver, not a problem creator. Definitely some of the shit I went through when I was a kid has held me back quite a bit from putting myself out there in a meaningful way. And I'm okay with that, you know? Like, I need to build myself up to be happy alone because I know what it's like to lose everything, right? Like, I've been there. And it taught me strength, you know? Like, it sounds like it sucks. Like, I don't feel bad. Like, I don't feel the pain anymore. Like, you just get used to it, right? And so, like, it doesn't hurt. Which is good, you know? But yeah, I definitely am I'm very, very picky and stingy about that because I want to make sure I do it right, you know? Because I know what it's like to feel like you're neglected as a kid, and I don't want that to happen to my kids, so, you know. Ivan, like, to be honest, like, let's go!
Select your hero.
Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Okay. You've been alone for quite a bit? I've been alone for 10 years, bro. I'm used to it. You get used to it and you learn, man.
Let's make history.
Because when you're alone, you can't get let down. So, like, it's almost better, you know?
We've got work to do.
It helps me focus on the mission, too. So, like, it's cool. I've definitely been told... I've definitely been told that, like, I close myself off because of that. And I know that. Like, I don't open up to anybody. I fucking know better, dude. You know? But it just helps me focus on my work and what I gotta achieve, so I'm cool with it. Like, this kind of comp Venture could be really good with. See the shake and bake there? now we're gonna poke him out here. Save my Curie. No way! I was gonna kill 3 there. I saved my Curie though. Basically a value-based person. It doesn't make for easy life, but if you value values, you find a partner who shares those values. Yeah.
Coming through.
It is what it is, man. Like, I've been waiting my whole life to maybe meet that person, but like, you know, it's okay. If I don't, it's okay. We got a big family everywhere. I'm content with that. Like, again, I've got the mission. Like, listen, I've been on my own for this long. Like, I'm okay, you know? I'm out of my control. I needed to wait for 1 more second. My monkey, I split off my monkey. It's about the 1 year for Mindplex. Yeah, it is.
Demonios. That one hurt.
My ultimate is on my screen.
Yeah, to be fair, finding to have a kid is basically impossible. Yep. That's why I gotta build an empire first, and then we'll talk. You know what I'm saying, chat?
Hey.
Once the empire's built, I can do anything. That's a combo! Oh my goodness. You're saying you get no bitches. This is a joke. Jesus, man. Like I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I've definitely had like a lot of opportunities that I've turned down just because like it's just not. 1, it didn't feel right, and 2, it's like I haven't really become the man I need to be yet. You know, like, I hold myself to a really high standard, and if I can't meet that standard, then I shouldn't be stepping in the ring, you know? Oh my.
I need healing.
$9.99 from Ivan Razzo. You didn't answer my question while super chat mode. What type of woman would you want to look for in a wife, traditional/progressive? What's the perfect woman for Sam for marriage?
I think for me,
Get them off the objective.
loyalty.
Let's try that one more time.
Definitely loyalty. I want a woman who makes me a better man, who gives me better perspective on life, who is loyal to me, and will just be right by me, you know? Somebody that I know I can trust no matter what. Smoke! Smoked him! Big comment. You guys see my cycle there? So good.
Hey.
Money, power, respect. The last one's better. Yeah, it's definitely respect. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I truly, I wish I could tell you guys. I just don't, dude. I just don't know. I'm not there yet, you know. But I'll figure it out.
Just kidding. Just kidding. That was yeah.
Oh, fuck, I had time to dig and instead of using my right click, I fucked up. Your hero's awesome.
Crypt and into the quicksand.
You consider yourself as an avoidant attacker? Bro, I don't know what that means, dude. I'll be real with you. I have no idea what that means.
Ultimate's charging.
Whoever says they won't find someone's wrong, I don't know. I don't know about me. I think I'm a little different. Gap. Fuck, I tried to go over him.
Lost. Next, Flashpoint, Palace.
The point being on your own, how long have good friends is yeah, dude. I've got great friends around me, man. You know, it's like it's not like I haven't experienced like platonic love in my life all the time. I just never really, I don't think I'll ever understand what it means to like really be unconditionally loved, you know? And maybe that's just because I'm a man, you know what I'm saying? But like you come to terms with that and you make it work, you know what I'm saying? That's all. Fuck, I did not see him there. And my Kiri's on the right side. I was too far away. I went the wrong way. No, we're kind of chilling, to be honest. We're just shooting the shit.
That one hurt.
Private kids just the friends you make along the way. Real shit, dude. Real shit. Nice. Good fight there. Nice. Okay, we can back. Pretty great and breath of fresh air. Oh, I love Venture. The combos are crazy. I think what I can do, Chad, is you can start your dig here. This is the combo. Like, you can hold a close corner, bait them in, and then do, like, a boost. See what I do there? Okay, my hog fed, so.
Group up with me.
Oh. Damn, that's some deep shit, Marcos.
Crypt and into the quicksand. Coming through.
Damn. I don't know if that's me per se. I was underground. I was on, dude. Yo, how am I frontlining for my Orisa when I entry kill? In Trank. Nah, Orisa. Nah, Orisa. You some doo-doo. Mountain Dew me? More like zoo with you. You shitter. I don't know. That kid's trolling now. Take him in. He's gonna dig. I'm gonna go away. Go up before he can get action. He's won. Yeah, my Orisa's just idle. I don't know what's going on. All right. I'm just getting left to die by my horse.
They're on the objective. Push them out. Enemy turret.
Where is my tank?
Keeping the heat on. Oopsie daisy. Over there.
All right.
Tectonic shock is almost ready.
You know that feeling? I know that because you clearly have no trouble expelling emotion. People that say alone choose that and repress the way they feel for a very long time. Well, yeah, because my feelings don't change anything. If I actually want to change something, I'll go work on it. Like, what's the point of that?
My ultimate is ultimate's ready. You know the drill. Take a breather.
Wait, did I just... Hold on a second. Did I dig under the Suzu but not shake the pulse bomb? Are you serious? Is that what happened?
Let's try that one more time.
Go back to point.
You're taking the objective.
Go back to point.
Excavation initiation.
Alright, well, we had to overult for that because my team inted.
Group up here. Group up with me.
My ult would have been so good on this point, bro.
Surprise!
Enemy spotted.
Damn, is that actually what that shit is, chat? Because that kind of is me. I'm not even kidding. Yo, Matt, I want some Subway, man. Are you inviting me to eat? Oh, I have a chicken wrap in the kitchen. Oh my God, grilled chicken wrap from Wendy's.
Flashpoint
Pog.
unlocks in 10 seconds.
Over there. They're on the objective. Push them out.
Excavation initiation. I'm on fire. Whoopsie daisy. Qué mala suerte.
I know we're not.
Going up the point.
Where is my tank? Dude! I haven't seen this guy all game. I'm selling out the point for us and winning it. I don't know what's going on, guys. My tank's in Narnia. We're almost back, though.
Let the kitsune guide you. Yeah, we're outnumbered.
All right, man. I actually just getting hung out to dry like it's laundry, bro.
That one hurt. Sojourn en route. The goddess is here. Understood.
Nah, my Orisa is contending for the woat, I think. And also, we didn't get off Zen. It's a horrible pick. They have Hog, Zarya, Moira, or Hog, Alari, Moira, and this dude is struggling on Orisa. And the Orisa meta against Hog. I'm sure he just got Maga. Did he die or tank? I think is honestly unsure how we won that. Well, my tank is not knowing when to play. We picked Zen. Let me get my chicken wrap real quick, chat. 1 second. Didn't even talk to Stall. Is he still with Deku? Yeah, they're still dating. Ramadan Kareem Sam, much love. What does that mean? Hey Sam, why did you change the title of Adventure Has Me Worried? Adventure Has Me Excited? Because I'm excited about Venture, not worried. What's topic gonna be today? Venture. I'm gonna pee real quick. Grilled chicken wrap from Wendy's. Alright, nice. We didn't get a game. Thank God. Alright. Greg, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. When is Group Up Pod? 2 p.m. Guys, I'm tired. I need to razz up. I need to razz up for this podcast. Should I razz up, chat? Dare he razz up? Oh, excuse me. I feel like a lot of folks haven't figured out the nuance of the CD cycle yet. Dude, I keep getting the hiccups.
Let's make history.
It's just the same people every game.
Gotcha!
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Snort it. Nah, I can't. let's go.
Yeah, my legs. We've got work to do.
You remind me of myself when I was younger.
That a compliment?
Mood swings, addiction to Raz,
Okay.
impulsibility,
Thanks for the compliment.
unstable relationships, black and white thinking. I am God. Such I second
You
this
got
game.
the demon on your side.
Sam clearly has BPD. What is BPD?
One. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Bipolar disorder? Oh. My mom has that. Is that shit genetic, chat? I think. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm wrong. I trolled. I could not troll harder. Just kidding. I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. Wait a minute. Oh, I'll go with me. This is fun.
Really drilled it. Muchísimas gracias.
Oh, I was reading chat. My bad. Chat's just completely unrelated to the game. Dude, people be spitting today. I don't know, bro. I'm chill. As long as it's a chill conversation, I don't care. It canceled my jump because he treed on me? No, it did not.
Hey, I see one. Exclamation elimination.
Come on, shoot him. Oh my god. That was about to be a 5-man jump. That was about to be a fat jump there, chat. Dead.
Excavation initiation.
Sheesh! Oh my god. Where's my carry?
Enemy spotted. Look at me go.
Oh, I'm just blind. Okay. Oh my god, she's killing me. Don't mind me just saving my team out here, you know what I'm saying?
Restoring your light.
Who is this? I tried, chat. I tried. My manga hinted.
I can't die. I've still got
Sam woke? I wouldn't say I'm woke. I'm not really anything, bro. I'm just me. Like, I don't know how to answer that question. You know what I'm saying? Oh, fuck! Right here, it just says nothing. Wow, guys. Sam, didn't Frito take a debate class on a podcast or something? I don't know, guys. I don't know what other people do with their lives. I'm only worried about me, man. Like, fuck. I have enough shit on my plate. You know? I gift. My aunt was rapping. Fuck, I thought she was up there. Everything has to be labeled these days. It's like people are desperate to be fucking like, well, okay, I was gonna agree with it till the end, but.
Thank you.
Damn.
My ultimate is ready.
One person would not say I'm.
We got
Okay, touche.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Mama.
Excavation initiation. Keeping the heat on. Excavation initiation.
Oh! I'm out. Maga, we gotta leave, my guy. I'll leave that mega for you. I don't know why you wanna push this. What the fuck? How is... What? There was no sound. Oh, he was hiding in there. Bruh.
Hang on, fire! Oh, yeah.
Keeping the heat on. There's one.
Nice! That setup on Ana is pretty good. I think Venture's mid. I honestly think Venture's mid. I think Venture's mid. Ah, my ult for last.
Join me.
I hear you.
Victory is nearly ours.
Trying to force that bubble early. Nice. I forced the bubble. I'm gonna force final early too.
Circuit engaged. Tracer.
My light too bright for you?
Oh my goodness. Holy shit, that was fat. Like, it's so good when you can control the space on the map. I wouldn't do anything to Venture yet. I wouldn't do anything to Venture yet. I'd do nothing. Alright, one more, then we group up, chat. Well, 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 if it isn't Willis. Willie boy? Willie boy? What's up, Willie? What's up, Jack? He's on group up today. To me, has to be free on. I think somebody I've not been on before. Somebody I've not been on with before. Top the count, Jack. I can't unqueue. This is my last game, and I gotta go. I have my snap, Billy Roddy Brown. I have not seen. Wait, no, I have. I think I have seen Wreck-It Ralph. Sam, do your reaction speed test in your web browser? I'm curious. My peak was like 140 ms, like fresh out of contenders. Now I'm like 170, I think 160. I don't know. Time to queue Willis. Is Willis playing? Yeah, see, that's my thing, handstands. Like I got diagnosed with like ADHD when I was a kid, and like then I kind of came to the conclusion. I was like, you know what? Like, does it change what I have to do, right? Or is it all just a distraction to me? And the conclusion I came to, I was like, you know what? This is just a distraction to me. I'm just gonna power through it anyway. Just be the best I can despite my flaws, right? Turn some of your flaws into your greatest assets. Like, you know, people used to say like people could easily say like me raging at the game and be like being very emotional about the game, and I'm like trying to win and compete and shit. You can say that's a really bad thing, right? Except I was able to build my stream around it, right? So it really just depends on your outlook on life, you know? And, like, you know, that's what I chose. That's the choice I made. So it is what it is, you know? The delay to the shift is kind of annoying. Should immediately be underground, like Reaper Wraith. It could probably get sped up. It probably could get sped up, yeah. I hated the ADHD meds, dude. It took away my appetite, and I felt like I was cheating. I want to do it naturally, chat. As I say, as I razz up 24/7, but, you know. Have you ever issues streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, like technical or behind the scenes? Not particularly. I wasn't on Adderall, I was on Vyvanse. And I was on a pretty big dose too. I was like low-key getting drugged, chat. It was kind of crazy.
Welcome, prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Furry femboy, chat. Can I gap furry femboy? I sure as hell hope so, or I will never chat, if I lose to furry femboy, I will never exude testosterone again the rest of my life. One place in your bucket list to visit Japan.
Let's make history.
Stay sharp. It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted.
How does everybody know this shit is me, bro? How do they know? I guess I'm sure this now.
Honor. Nice to call you, Captain.
Oh, Winston, that was a long time ago.
You exude furry femboy to me. What gave it away? What gave it away, chat?
5, 4, 3,
Other content creators look down on you, the Overwatch scene. I think you're passion. No.
Whoopsie daisy.
I don't think so. I'm dead. My Kiri did not TP to me or my monkey. That's truly tragic.
Area denial.
No, I'm not on that. No.
I'm gonna die. I've still got more stuff to see.
I'm not gonna lose, so it doesn't matter. Oh, Furry Femboy's not even on Venture. Ow! God, Maga is such a fucking stupid hero, dude. I'm sorry. They need to nerf the fuck out of it. Is the uncorrupted content creator. They admire his integrity.
That one hurt.
Chat, if I take off, I'm telling you right now though, no cap. If I go on that Marvel Rivals game and pop off, I will sell out. I don't care. Just telling you right now. 0 fucks given. Fucking kid. Forgetting the viewer game, stream it. We're actually forcing really good angles and stuff. Like they're just on Maga, and this guy wants to play Winston.
This ends now.
He hasn't figured out the H key yet.
Excavation initiation. Excavation initiation.
Excuse me? Are you fucking shitting me? I died.
On the objective. I'm on the fire.
Nano boost is charging.
Yeah, I could just go Echo over this guy. You can't even shoot at the Maga. We missed the drone. My Bap's not having a game, boys. This guy is like, only monkey? Or like, what's going on?
It's about to get real.
Team kill.
Check. Murphy.
But actually, Samito, when you got the wrong tank synergies, you automatically lost the game. We really fixed that.
Excavation initiation.
Now.
Alright, my entire backline is now dead. My monkey primaled them away from my ult. Our Bap still has one down.
Not so fast.
You know what? This guy's pissing me off, chat. I know you want to see Venture, but like, I'll just copy theirs and win the game.
Now go get him.
If I do not play Echo here, we just lose the game. Like, guaranteed lose.
There they are. Get ready.
Should I give him the hint in chat? Monkey is bad into their comp, or do you think they'll figure it out?
Back online.
For ults and lost. Yeah, well, we just kind of lose this game. These kids are trying really hard to win. Like this Axe like kid is really cringe. But it is what it is. We just lose this game. We were due for a shit team.
Adjusting strategy. It's go time.
Yeah, I don't think PPY Monkey Baby is gonna be switching off the Winston. I have a feeling he's gonna be on it for the whole game.
Excavation initiation.
Nice.
Group up here.
My monkey's the goat.
Greetings.
PPY Monkey Baby, more like Monkey Brain.
Thanks.
Over here.
Time for a change in adaptive circuits engaged. Mama.
You know, I physically can't do more.
It's about creating new neural pathways.
Imagine, guys, if like when I get the Winston one trick, if like hypothetically I could get a diva on my team too, that could actually make it so we have a chance to win the game and don't have to duel against a superpower tank.
Let's get it moving.
I know that's like a really insane like thought, and I'm wondering if it's possible.
Neutralized.
Like, imagine if that was a thing. Start digging.
This ends now.
I can't even fly up. He tricked. Yo, these kids are the woes. Oh, except for my fucking person. No! You're so close. Oh. I caster cursed. I needed to copy Wow Guy to keep my monkey alive.
Mind yourself. Play of the game.
This dude said, I'm gonna force monkey the whole game and lose. No. Furry Femboy did not win. Fucking, it's Monkey Baby lost, bro. That kid needed to swap monkey. But yeah, guys, it really sucks getting the Hog one trick, right? Or the Winston one trick in Overwatch 2. Or Overwatch 1, like. All right. All right, hold on, chat. I'm razzing up and we're going to hop in this group up call. might end my stream here. Do you guys want me to stream the group up, or do you guys want me to end it here? Because it might be weird for me to stream it. Because like my OBS settings and shit. Like I'd have to change around like my OBS settings and stuff. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Excuse me. Stay? Stream it? Okay, let me figure this out. Hold on.
Oh no.
I might be trolling with my webcam here for a minute. Let me see. Hold on.
You're what? Struggling with your webcam?
Yeah, I got to figure out the settings. I'm going to mess this up like 16 times, you know. Because I have to... Wait a minute. I might be a genius.
You are, I believe. Come on, you can do it.
Wait.
Push the button.
He's smart.
Oh,
huge wrinkly
he
brain.
Did it. Yeah, did
I know.
It.
I trolled again. Ignore my messy bed in the background.
No,
Okay.
you're fine.
How do I just messed everything up somehow. I don't know how I did that.
That's a vibe. I feel that.
There we go. Okay. Okay, sweet.
You good?
How you doing? As good as I'm gonna be, brother. I'm good. I've been playing a lot of Venture, having a lot of fun. I left my caffeine in the other room. Jesus.
Oh no.
Not your caffeine. The most important part of this.
Ooh, Bones, I forgot to ask. What tea did you make?
I just made, so I am a big fan of just like black tea and stuff like that. So I just have Yorkshire tea, but I have it in this enormous like head-sized mug. So
Yes.
It's so early, dude.
It's so good.
Large. Yes.
Yes.
Yorkshire tea, the tea of my land. That's
Yeah, it's so good. I like it.
The larger it is, the more awake I'll be.
Or it's just like you're just caffeinated, but there's no change in like physical state except for you're doing these ones like white knuckle in the chair, just like I'm caffeinated, but at what cost? You know.
I forever ago made a video or started a video essay on the origins of caffeine, but I've never actually made it.
Oh,
Someday
I'd watch
maybe
that.
I will.
SPB, you should do Nate's in style, like just random things in the world documentaries on stuff. I feel like you could pull that off. I feel like you could.
Maybe. I've been cooking on one. I'll release it soon. I've been cooking. It's almost ready to go now. It's on the history of anime in Europe and where.
Interesting.
Why so many anime are set in Europe and where that history comes from.
I would love to watch, because Castlevania is one of my favorite shows. So, and did you guys see the Castlevania Nocturne?
I have not actually. I've not seen the new one.
Is it good?
You guys are trolling. What? It's awesome.
So good.
It's so good.
Listen. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'll let Freehot pitch it, because you know it's good. It's actually fire. It's actually still fire.
It is for everyone. It is for, if you like men, great. If you like women, great. If you like both, even better. If you like good fight scenes, if you like good storytelling, if you like great characters with like tragic but amazing arcs, like you fucking.
Greetings.
And I loved Aztec lore. Like I studied Mexico. We had a big project in 6th grade where this is a long story. I'll try to keep it brief. Where like each student was assigned a country to like represent and like go study them and like give a presentation about them. And I got Mexico, and I was super interested in Mexico, and I actually got to go like visit the Aztec temples and stuff when I was like 13 and stuff. It was so cool. And I'm not gonna spoil the characters, but I feel like they nailed them. They nailed them, and they nailed the lore, because that's certain. I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm not gonna spoil it.
Well, I'll make sure to send. I'll tweet about the video anyways, but I'll make sure to send it your way.
Yeah, please do.
All right, even Boger in chat says it's good because it has gay vampires. So that's a
spoiler. Boger.
All right, is everybody good? Should we kick this off? Yeah, everybody happy? All right. Let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna just do this for an overlay because I feel like it's extra topical today. But pronoun check, everyone.
Yeah, we should. We should. I was gonna potentially do that as we go through. So yeah, why don't we go ahead and do that now? I'm he him. Happy with those. So if you need to put that in anywhere, put that in.
How about you, Sam?
I just see him.
Sweet. All right.
I'm on that good they them, and he him is also chill, but for this, they is perfect.
Awesome.
Sweet.
And Freya yourself?
And I'm Annie.
Yay!
Most indecisive of them all.
Variety. No, we
Whatever the
call
fuck.
it variety. Well seasoned.
Well,
Freya
you say
with the
well
pronouns.
seasoned. That's good.
Freya with my queen as the pronouns.
Your Highness.
Your Highness. I like it.
My liege, actually. Ooh.
Ooh,
that's good. That hits.
That's fancy, although that has a little bit of the fedora energy, a little bit of the milady energy.
Maybe I'm just old. I don't know.
The lady.
Milady.
The lady. Oh
I
boy.
have a whole goddamn briefcase of these. It's terrible.
Oh no. Okay, before we get too deep into it, let's get into it, guys. Welcome to another episode of the Group Up Podcast. And it is an awesome one indeed. We've got a new hero that everyone's trying. And as you could have told by the start of this discussion, that we've got a lot of interesting topics adjacent to the hero, as well as the awesome, fun gameplay to discuss today. So welcome for the Great Venture debate. Let me introduce my guest who need no introducing. In the bottom right, not from Lijiang Tower, once again, just a green background, is my man Samito. Samito, what's up?
Shoot, not much. Been grinding Venture. I was trying to figure out how I could do Lijiang, and I can't get you guys and Lijiang in the background at the same time. I don't think, unless I'm done, which is also a very high possibility. But this is just how it's gonna have to work. So you got my messy little bed on the right. I do have like 3 comforters and 2 blankets and like 5 pillows on there. I'm not ashamed of it. Okay, I am pillow and blanket gang all the way. And no stacks today, SVB. I've been getting back in the gym, playing basketball, and like getting back in shape. So the pistachios had to get put away this time. But it's it's been all. Nate put me onto these like little like these strawberry flavored protein shakes, and they are fire. So I'm not gonna lie, like I've been down to those. I made one last night too with real strawberries. It was pretty good. I messed with it. It was good. It was good. I liked it. But we're here.
We're here. Snackless Samito. I'm definitely a believer of you want your blankets even in the summer. You just need to get a fan going. You gotta have something covering your body.
Oh yeah, dude. 100%. 100%.
You gotta get that feeling like someone's hugging me, because no one will for real. In the top left is my queen, like I said, Freya. Freya, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Yesterday I did my taxes and they were so depressing. But the good thing is they're over and I don't have to think about money for another year. Yes.
True.
And I'm also on the protein shake grind. Like Sam, I have been guzzling the protein. It's everything. I bought 160 servings of this banana bread flavored I like to call it my meat smoothie because it bothers me.
Now there's a nickname.
Yeah. I have so much of it. It's all expired already because I got it on clearance. But I gotta finish my meat smoothie, man.
No.
Banana bread is goat. Banana bread is such a good flavor. That and strawberry, I'm on the money. I like it.
This might explain some of your health issues for you. This might explain why you fall ill.
Wait, let me show you. The container is actually so big.
Okay.
I'm curious. I kind of want. I'm invested in the lore now.
The lore. We need.
That is a Costco size if I've ever seen one. Oh my goodness!
You got 3 of those?
No.
You said?
Real based.
3 of those? Did you say you had?
Yep.
Wow.
Valid.
Yep.
Well, that's some real beefcake right there. All right, and let's round us off for the first appearance on the podcast. Bones, how are you doing? And would you like to introduce yourself for the listeners who are hopefully not unfamiliar with you? But go ahead.
Hopefully, but they might be. First and foremost, thank you very much for inviting me on for this very exciting episode. My name is Bones. I'm from IRL Junkertown. I'm from Sydney, Australia. I go by they, them, and he, him pronouns. And I'm fairly new on the Overwatch scene. I only started playing Overwatch when Overwatch 2 came out. So I'm fresh as a daisy. I am impressionable and really excited to talk about everything with you guys, because you're all very seasoned and you all have your very informed opinions. And I'm really excited to like talk about the game from a perspective of somebody who's kind of like super casual and like does not play ranked ever. So that'll be fun.
Well, that's perfect, because every time we do the podcast, somebody complains in the comment section that's like, where's the real player experience, SCB? It's all you top 500 grinders, like whining about your 1%er problems. Where's the real players? Well, there you go, guys. We representation in every domain. We
I'm
have
gold,
your
baby.
normal, exactly, exactly. We got a medal rank player, the average rank coming through, speaking for the people.
I'm the epitome of the average Overwatch player. Probably not, but we'll see.
It's true. Fabulous in gold. That is pretty much the average Overwatch player, I think. All right, well, let's get into it, guys. We have Venture. This is the Great Venture Debate. So on top of everything else, we're going to discuss our new hero and everything that comes with them. I think as we always do, we'll just go with general thoughts first and foremost. General thoughts, guys. How are you feeling about A, Venture, and B, just the game at the moment? How is it treating you? So we'll go with Sam first. Sam, Venture, and the game. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. You know, like I don't think I've seen so much of a turnaround from a franchise in 1 year, really. And I think even the media is starting to like catch on that too, in that you're starting to see the articles come out where people are like, yeah, this was the right thing to do, because the PvE was a dream, but the reality was like, you know, what the game that everybody loved was the PvP, right? And we all loved that. Venture is the first hero that's been for my role, and I guess Fariha's role as well, technically, in 4 years, right? The projectile DPS character has not come out in 4 years, really, because the last one that came out was Echo. Because Sojourn, she has projectiles on her primary.
Echo jail, man.
I know. I've loved Echo so much fun. She's so elegant. She's got the highest skill ceiling for DPS in the game, and like, she's a beautiful character with a beautiful gameplay loop, right? Venture is like, I feel like I have DPS Doom back SVB without one-shotting everybody and pissing them off, you know? It's like, because I can make the plays, I can angle. My first game I went crazy, and I will say, like, fuck, I'm gonna mess this up so bad. I'm so sorry. I'm not an asshole. I'm just an idiot. That's what I had to tell my chat today. They're a little underkitted in terms of, like, DPS Doom, for example, had 3 CDs, right? Where the uppercut was in the middle, but you had a choice of how you needed to engage, like, in the fight. Venture's the same, right? Except there's only 2 CDs, and so you have to be super flexible with using your drill ability. What is that ability called? Ability 2, the right click.
Dash? You don't know a drill dash?
Drill dash, something like that, right? Where you get a shorter cooldown on it if you use it underground, and you can do like a little, like almost a horseshoe with the ability while you're underground trying to boot people and bait them, and then drill. It's hard, but it's big. It's a big brain character, and that's why I like it so much for spacing, for whatever it may be. I think they nailed the design. It might need some tweaks. The ult's very, very strong, really, really fun. It's you know, it's nice seeing characters come out that appeal to the brain side of the game instead of the aim side of the game. Not that they shouldn't do that for the aim side of the game, but it's just been so long since, you know, a character that does everything like Echo has come out. For my role in particular, because I could play support, I could play tank too, but I'm a projectile DPS player. Okay, that's you know, that's what I was. That's what I do, and you know, it's nice to have a character that has great skill expression. It's very quirky in game. Venture's kind of the perfect video game character from what I've seen in game, from the voice lines to. It's almost like the character has an ecstatic personality. And I like that because I'm kind of a goofball too. So, you know, I'm going to be goofing off on Venture all the time. But they nailed it. And I'll say this about the state of the game. You know, this is the best year turnaround I think I've seen in a franchise in a long time. It turns out when, you know, we're not having Call of Duty model ram down Team 4's throat, you know, and it's pretty apparent at this point what that was. They took all my Warzone guns away too and cosmetics and made a new game, and it's like, oh well, you gonna get back on Reaper Time? No, I'm not, because you took my guns away. So you know, I'm you know, but great job, great.
I'm winding you back a little bit, Sam. You got so much to talk about. I can see the energy, but we've got all those points we'll elaborate on, right? So I'm gonna give you all your moment to get through all of them. I want to head over to Fariha next. Fariha, just general thoughts on Venture and the game as it stands.
Dude, I love them so much. Okay, so as for the wider scope of the game, I completely agree with what Sam just said just now about how a franchise has completely turned around public perception. I don't think I've ever seen it done to this degree. And I think it's really, really impressive because the ship that they had to right was fucking monumental. It's like they had to unsink the Titanic. And by God, they're doing it, right? Like, I don't think that I can't find the words to describe how optimistic I feel by the fact that they're so quick to do these hot fixes and these balance patches and everything. And season 9 has just felt good. Even when it's felt bad, the badness has not lasted very, very long. Like, remember when Mauga got that buff? Thank fuck. thank frick that they walked that back. But it just goes to show, right? They're willing to change things. They're willing to iterate faster, and these cycles being quicker is so nice, and it speaks to a really, really good direction that I'm excited to see. And in terms of Venture, I fucking love them. They have this energy about them that you don't really see in any of the other Overwatch characters. Maybe Tracer comes the closest, but it's this joie de vivre that none of the others have, right? Of just this excitement and this curiosity to live more life and experience the good it has to offer. And it's really endearing. And I love that they're so cute. And also I love the representation front too, but we'll get into that later.
Absolutely, we will. But yeah, there's definitely they've got like a real, like just likable, just very personable energy that Venture has. I think it's just like there's something about them that's very easy to appreciate, and something that feels very modern. Something I think a lot of like, our internet generation and Zoomers can relate to, where it's just like very hyper energy, but also kind of silly and willing to laugh at themselves. Like there's a lot going on there, and we'll get right into it. I'm gonna take it to Bones next. Bones, obviously these guys talking about the wider state of the game and turning the ship around, and I'll ask your general thoughts, but I also want to lead this to the next section as well, which is that how do you feel about the game as someone who only joined during Overwatch 2? You don't have the same association we do, where we had like this love from beforehand, and you don't have necessarily the baggage that you've seen the game go from being this really hype game to being a really shit-on game, and now maybe better. How do you view Overwatch, and how did you view Overwatch when you started to play it, and how are you feeling about the game right now?
So my experience with Overwatch, when it originally came out, I was big on the Team Fortress 2 front. I was very much, I wanted to play that kind of game. It was very manic, it was very energetic, it was all over the place, the characters weren't too serious. So when Overwatch, the original came out, I was just like, oh, you guys made Team Fortress 2, but you made it like anime. And that was my thought. That is very silly. I was young, and I have a lot more experience in the gaming space now. But like I said, like I wasn't involved in Overwatch 1 at all. And so when Overwatch 2 came out, I was just like, you know what? I'm going to jump on this. I've seen the characters around for so long, and I think that was the easiest part of the game to fall in love with for me, like as an outsider. I just fell in love with characters. I knew nothing about the game. I knew, like, I didn't know how it played, and I didn't care to know it at the beginning. And so I fell in love with the characters, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to start playing Overwatch 2. And so from my perspective of somebody who's only been in the game for a short amount of time, like you said, it's a real experience in that I haven't seen this game fall from grace as some people might have. And so it has been an interesting thing to navigate as a new player, listening to folks like yourselves who are very seasoned, who know what they're speaking about when it comes to like balances and the way that the game has changed over time. It's been interesting to look at that because I don't necessarily feel it at the level that I play at, which is very casual. It's all around things like quick play, just goofing off with my friends on stream and things like that. And so I don't know if I feel the pains the same way that a lot of the player base who's been in the game for a long time have. And I think it can be like disheartening to kind of see the way that the game is talked about, especially in online spaces, like places like, Twitter can be really savage, and like YouTube comments and things like that. And so it can be this moment where you're just like, man, I don't know why this game gets shit on so hard. Like, it seems really good. Like, it plays really well from my perspective. But with the in regards to like the latest update with Venture and a lot of things like Freeha mentioned, like hot fixes and stuff like that, I have been observing that from, only a short amount of time, but I appreciate the way that this game seems to be like it evolves with the community. So a lot of the time when we have spaces like the podcast and like community spaces on like YouTube and Twitch and things like that, the more that creators like yourselves like talk about the game, the more it influences changes within it. And I think that as a fresh player is really nice to see. Like, it is not a game that is like, it's not stagnant. It is very much the team listen and they react to things. And they also take into consideration things that we like, things that we don't like. And then that then influences the things that they bring out in the future. So too long didn't read. I'm real base level and don't fully know what's going on, but I appreciate things like communication and the way that the community talks about everything. So that makes it feel very, I feel very involved, even though I'm just a kid running around, you know, playing venture, eating rocks, that sort of thing.
I mean, definitely don't worry about too long. In fact, I'm going to probe you a little more because I'd love to hear more of your opinion on this. It's very rare that we really get to talk to someone who doesn't have such a clouded history with Overwatch or such like a biased history with Overwatch. So you don't worry about going too long. Yeah, don't worry about going too long. I'll interrupt you like I did Sam if I feel like it's gonna if it's going on too long. But I'd love to hear your take on how you view like just the development team handling Overwatch. Like, how do you view them? How they've done since you've been playing Overwatch? You feel like that you kind of alluded to that you feel like they are actually very responsive. And do you feel like they've made mostly good steps or they've made bad steps? Like, how do you view it?
I was really excited for the PvE missions. Like, that was something that I was really into because, like I said, when I started like participating in the game space for Overwatch, it was very much perspective of I really liked the characters and I really liked the stories that they had to tell. And I thought that, you know, PvE was going to be that moment for a lot of us, like in the same space as me, where it was just like, we get to see characters interacting differently. We get to see the relationships that they build. And that, like, to me as a casual enjoyer, very much fulfills my needs from a game. Is that, do I have stories that I can take away from this game and then like go and, you know, participate in spaces like the fandom space, so like fanfic writers and like fan artists and things like that. That's like my favorite part of Overwatch. And so I feel like when that kind of obviously fell by the wayside for obvious reasons, that was like devastating. But I can understand when they have to make hard choices like that to kind of realize that, okay, we, you know, can't necessarily do this given the parameters, whatever that might be. But from a perspective of like gameplay, again, I couldn't tell you ultimately if the steps that they take are good or bad. I can only tell you that it just sometimes feels different. Like, for example, the most recent change to things like the DPS passive. I play a lot of support, and so I sort of felt the knock-on effect of that a little bit, but not to the degree of people who play in a comp setting, I suspect. It's kind of like, I don't know, I look at the changes and I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense, I guess. And I guess I have nothing to compare it to is the biggest thing for me. And maybe that keeps me in a better space for Overwatch, where I don't ever have to be like, oh, but this character used to be like this once upon a time. I don't have that comparison to hold it to a different standard. And so I think with everything that's been changing in Overwatch, I can see like the improvements, definitely. But again, like, I can't speak to what it used to be. And I think that is maybe a good thing. I think that maybe it's a positive thing that I haven't had to go through the ebbs and flows of the way that the game has changed over the years. So
I think it's a super good thing. I think if the devs could, they would probably wipe everyone's memory, Men in Black style, and just be like, everybody start afresh. Because I think that would help Overwatch a lot if we could all have a quote unquote objective POV on it. Which we just there you go. You forget what you've been through. Yeah. I mean, Sam, you someone who also was, you know, you always tell me when you're like, what got you to Overwatch was the Dragons short, right? The animated short. How do you feel about what Bones just said there? And I think for me, it confirms a lot of what I anecdotally felt was true of like people who are new to Overwatch and what the casual appeal for Overwatch is. But how do you feel about what's been discussed there?
All the same way. I mean, it's when you look at a lot of people's stories about what brought them into the game, you know, there's never been an FPS, and this stands true to this day. And it really does. You have to give Blizzard their flowers here, in that there's been a ton of shooters that have come out, and everybody's like, "This is the Overwatch killer. This is the one. This is the one." And then it's like Gundam Evolution with no offense to that game, but the graphics don't compare, the characters, like, identities don't compare, right? Like, Blizzard just does such a fantastic job of bringing a world to life in a way that no one else has done, right? And the feeling you get in the Overwatch engine is unrivaled. And to this day, it's been, even from the old one to the new one, right? It's been 7 years, 8 years coming up, or 7? 2016.
8 is coming up. 8 is coming up.
Think about how long of a time frame that is, though. That's really impressive, right? And so it's the stories they tell, how immersive the characters are. Like I don't have to preach this anymore. I was looking forward to the PvE so much, right? I'm not gonna get started on Borderlands. I'm not gonna get started on it because Borderlands 4 in development, by the way. We'll see. But yeah, it's just on the money, and it's just really interesting, and I love having fresh thoughts on the podcast because it's a new brain to pick, if you will, to hear new perspectives and ideas. And why wouldn't you want to learn from more perspectives in life? Or you're not doing a service to yourself or really the human species in general if you're not out there trying to learn about new stuff and day in, day out, broaden your horizons, get new perspectives. It's cool to see the same story transpire throughout time about what gets people into the game, and that just tells you they're doing it right.
Bria, this as well. You're a lover of the lore, and you love all the vibrancy of the characters. I mean, I think it just sells the game, doesn't it? That we just need to do more with it, isn't it? It is what the beauty of what brings so many people to Overwatch.
This game has ruined other FPSs for me. I can't go back to TF2. I can't play Apex because I have played for the past 7 years the game with literally the best audio engine in the entire world. Like I cannot. Like I can't go back to audio issues in Apex. I can't it's so impressive that it's held this space in the public sphere. And yeah, I hope we get more lore stuff. I hope we get more of the things that made us fall in love with it in the first place.
Yeah, and I'd love for your opinion on kind of the things that Bones alluded to there with like the PvE being canceled and looking forward to the PvE and that kind of community of the game. Like, where, before we get to talking about the gameplay at the moment and venture, like, where do you view the place for that community right now? Like the people who are primarily lore passionate.
I feel like we have something to mourn, and I hope that we can find the spaces and the words to do so. But I think that it is a consequence of capitalism that the PvE has kind of been lost to time, because I think that the devs who worked on it, everybody who had a hand in it, I think that when you're a game developer, when you're any sort of artist, you want as many people as possible to see your work. You don't want to put it behind a giant paywall. You want people to enjoy it because that's why you made it, right? To connect with people, to bring them fun, to tell these stories. And so I really, really think that if it were up to the devs, like, we would be playing PvE right now. But unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. Unfortunately, they're beholden to the shareholders, to whatever executives are twisting and meddling their actions. And so I think that, yes, this is something we have to mourn. It's deeply sad, but also this is a consequence of the terrible systems in the world we live in right now.
Yeah,
not
anyone
an individual fault. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
And anyone who's kind of followed the gaming space recently, is what I was going to add to that, is that you will have seen game development is in a really rough place. Like, just layoffs, mergers, acquisitions, takeovers. Like, constantly, it feels like the turnaround for developers right now is so high. The job insecurity is so high. And obviously, we've seen the entire PvE team be laid off. And that's, yeah, as you said, it's a structural issue, right? I think a lot of times people can come away with this feeling that, like, my game is uniquely bad and my game's developers are uniquely bad, the game that I love. But this is an industry-wide problem that people just cannot figure out a way, in an industry that is so profitable, that is more profitable than, like, movies and music, right? It's like combined. It's like vastly a money-making machine, and yet somehow we still cannot figure out a way to treat everybody in the ecosystem fairly, like the developers fairly, the consumers fairly. Everybody should be getting their, it should be laughs and giggles all around, right? Everybody's getting what they want. players get great games and great monetization, developers get secure jobs, and the companies can make their money, and yet somehow we keep fucking it up. And I think I saw Phil Spencer quote that was something along the lines of like, oh yeah, we just, you know, we had to make these things because we couldn't really, we weren't getting the growth we wanted. And people were like, well, you're obsessed with this idea of like arbitrary growth. Have you thought about maybe just putting out good games and like being satisfied with just like the game having its own reward?
It's like good art cannot exist under the guise of capitalism, though. They seek to destroy each other. These are two opposing ends, because good art takes time. It's not going to be money first. Like the best pieces of art we see out there. Think of the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, right? That didn't have the budget that Avengers movies ever did. It had a budget of like what, 20 million at most. It had 2 editors working on it. 2. That's insane. If you've seen the movie, you know. But yeah, no, I think those two exist in direct conflict, and it just
It is a shame. I think also another relevant thing to bring up is the reception of Overwatch, because we're talking about the wider ecosystem right now of gaming. And Bones, I'm gonna take it to you because you mentioned something earlier where you were like, I feel confused that I don't understand why this game doesn't seem to get a fair reputation. Like it seems like it's so. What has been your perspective of how the media reports around Overwatch? Like how have you felt? And have you felt any dissonance with like the game you experience versus the game you read about? Like what has been your experience?
Oh, absolutely. Like I think also the climate of social media at the moment, I think also directly impacts the way that we discuss games in online spaces. For example, like you guys know that on Twitter, when somebody has a blue check mark and they, you know, they might say something a little out of pocket and it gets all of these impressions and things like that, that then becomes money to that person. So a lot of people out there have every reason, and it's like, I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, but people have every reason to talk shit about something, to garner conflict, to garner clout and things like that, but also to just stir up a storm around something. And so when I take that into consideration as somebody who has only been in Overwatch 2 since it started, I think that in a lot of ways, like social media is just set up in a way at the moment where talking about things in a positive light doesn't get a reaction and therefore doesn't get clicks. And so I think what I've seen of Overwatch in a lot of ways is people it's not like clickbait, but people have it in their interests just because of the nature of social media to say inflammatory things or something that will be, you know, cause conflict among a community. And I think that in a lot of ways, what I've seen of Overwatch in like the overall space has been, it's not the same as the game that I play. You know what I mean? Like I get on and like I get frustrated because like, you know, I'm just like sometimes I'm like, wow, this game sucks. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But it's never from a it's never from a perspective of the game is bad. No, because the devs have created something beautiful and I love the characters and I love the community and things like that. But like, you know, it's very much the game does what it says it does on the box, and I can't complain about that. Like I get on and I enjoy playing this game. If I didn't, and then I wouldn't play it. But then to go to spaces like Twitter and like the media and things like that, and to hear about how it's fallen off and how it's a dead game. Everybody loves to throw that phrase around. They're like, they love getting in the comments. They're like, dead game. No matter how good a hotfix is or what the latest seasonal update is or, you know, what the next battle pass looks like. Everybody loves getting in the comments of things like this and saying dead game. And that's like really frustrating because it feels very much not that way to me. Like, I look at things and I'm like, wow, I'm really excited about all the things that are coming out for this game. Like they do so much to put so much into it, like with what they can, like in regards to like what Fariha mentioned about like, you know, capitalism, you know what I mean? Like it's very much the devs are doing what they can. And I believe that wholeheartedly with everything that I am. I look at the work that goes into this game and I know it to be true that the people working on it are just like a bunch of nerds like us who want the stories to be told, who want the game to be better, who want the game to feel really good and like nothing else out there. And so when I see the general consensus around it, like not being good or needing to be changed or like constantly being picked at, I get kind of I get a little bit bummed out because I'm like, that's the game that I like, man. Like why are you going to talk so much shit about the game I like? Like, I don't understand. So it's confusing and interesting to navigate, but also I think that I'm far enough removed from things like competitive play that it doesn't ultimately impact my day-to-day life. I don't make consistent content surrounding Overwatch. I am just pretty much like casual Overwatch enjoyer. But I could see how this would negatively impact people who create content surrounding this and how they are constantly being, picked apart and like having people come into their comment section and be like, why do you play this? Like, it's so trash. I'm like, this is hard, man. It's interesting. It's interesting to watch. And I think that, like I said, like being far removed from the way that Overwatch originally was to how it is now, I think has kind of kept me in a space where it doesn't feel so shitty that everybody loves to seemingly loves to rip on it and say that it's a dead game and things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you very well said. And of course, it's natural for us as players to get biased because, we, especially, I'm sure the shill accusations are never far, but as content creators, we, our livelihoods are attached to Overwatch, so we have double attachment to the game. But that, I don't, Sam, we're never averse to criticizing the game. It's just that it feels like a lot of the criticisms are unfair, right? And how do you view what Bones has just spoken about?
It's pretty on the money. Most, especially about like social media nowadays, just in general, being about like, the good stories never get the clicks, right? It's always the bad ones, which is why, I took like a 3-month vacation from Twitter where I just like literally straight up deactivated my account last summer. It was great. I actually was just reading Marvel comics all the time and then just diving into new stories and just taking a break for the mental health sake. It was just so much like, just like sadness all the time. And sometimes I can contribute to that, but I always try to be honest and give credit where it's due. And I think most people, believe it or not, actually most of the articles that actually came out like talking about them canceling the PvE, some of them actually were like, yeah, this was the right decision. And I think that's good. And believe it or not, I actually do think a lot of that public perception of Overwatch is kind of starting to do a 180 with like what the new competitive system, Season 9, right? Venture's design, Mythics being earnable, map reworks, right? It's a lot of things they did, like I think are going to change the perception. Now, it's not going to, Rome wasn't built in one night, right? You're not going to snap your fingers and everybody's going to be like, oh, but I think they're on the right path, and this is kind of just where they should be. And I'm glad to see some honesty coming out. And here's the other part. SCB, I had that one tweet with Avril that went a little viral. I was just trolling him.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that one went viral about the Marvel NetEase game. So there will be a new big bad villain to grab the attention of whatever people want to go online to complain about, because there's always going to be something. We've been in this space for a long time. It's always going to be something, right? And sometimes we partake, sometimes we do the opposite. But I think as long as they keep doing what they're doing right now, that perception's kind of going to turn around a lot. The game's like, they're putting out content. There's 6 skins, 6 characters. And to this day, and even it frustrated, what frustrated me this weekend? When everyone's like, this new Marvel game, it's a 6v6 style Overwatch game. And then every single time, the gameplay comes out. Whether it's Valorant, whether it's the finals, whether it's this game now. It looks so much more like a different game than Overwatch. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, guys, what are we doing? Like that game looked like Paladin. That looked like Realm Royale. And that's fine. I don't mind it because, again, I guess they want you to see like the Marvel characters like that you're playing or whatever it may be. I'll be inting on Spider-Man. Emong's tweet had me dead. That was so funny. But I got lost again. But yeah, the bottom line is I agree with pretty much all of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So what Sam's referring to there is Marvel Rivals, which has been announced a couple days ago now, and it's very interesting. I think what it really shows you is how much the cultural impact of Overwatch remains, because it was marketed as a 6v6 version of Overwatch, but with Marvel superheroes. And then it really, like, just from, there's only one trailer, so it's hard to say. But yeah, as people have remarked, that it looked a lot more like Paladins. And of course, it's inspired by Overwatch. And again, it's clear the legacy of Overwatch is that, like, the mechanics of how the things work is very clear, right? It's like they all have like these, 3 to 4 abilities, and they have their Q ultimate as their Q button as their ultimate, and like all these hero combos and the dynamic color of it. But of course, people rush to call it Overwatch, and it shows you how much people want to capitalize on the height that Overwatch reached and the influence that it has, that people want to tell potential customers, oh, it's like Overwatch, but better. It's the Overwatch you miss, right? It's the Overwatch you guys miss, that you guys lament for. Come play, all you guys that used to love Overwatch. We got a new game for you. It's very interesting, and I wanna take Freya's opinion on it. But first, I want to quickly get my little bugaboo out, which is that when we were talking about the coverage of the game, I actually made a tweet about this, and I was upset because there was an article by a journalist. I'll you know what, for the sake of just being above pettiness, I will keep them unnamed. It was an article by a journalist who said that it was a fair article, or other parts of the article were fair, but the opening of the article was something along the lines of Overwatch changes its monetization model from pay battle pass heroes to free heroes, and this leads observers to asking, is Overwatch struggling? And the rest of the article had like a good scoop about, well, they're not getting their bonuses this year. The developers, usually at Blizzard, there's like a share splitting kind of bonus system where if your game makes a lot of revenue, you get like a lot of bonus on it. But the details of it is that it's been changed over the years, so now it's per game rather than per Blizzard. So if you're a developer at Blizzard, you don't just get the bonus for the company doing well. Your game specifically that you're working on has to do well. And this last year, Overwatch's developers didn't get they got 0% as like their bonus. But it was very interesting because, again, the article framed it as Overwatch announced the heroes are going to be free, and this leads observers to ask, is the game struggling? And I was like, who are these observers that are saying that that heroes being free is a sign of Overwatch struggling? Like, that's when I get upset about the unfair coverage of Overwatch, because it's like they've made an objectively good move, right? They've made a good and move that's in the interest and fairness of consumers. The one major complaint that anyone could have had about the monetization of Overwatch, barring the price of skins and all that, is that the heroes are in the battle pass, and that's somehow unfair and pay to win and, not cool. And then they go and they make a very reasonable change, and the devs are like, we want to create a fair game, and they say, okay, now all Overwatch heroes are going to be free forever. And the media's response to that is, oh, this must indicate that Overwatch is struggling. So that is, unfortunately, while you're right, Sam, that we have seen a shift, we are seeing the media perception be more positive in general. It's still annoying that this sentiment pervades, that like almost misframing the events to make it seem like Overwatch is shit or dying or like a bad place is still a profitable way to get clicks and like, in this case, sell your book, because the whole article was just like, you can read more about it in my book. And then when I called him out on Twitter, the journalist blocked me very promptly. So,
hey, you did it.
So yeah, you might have ruffled a feather there for the investigative journalism of hey, are you sure this is an accurate way of framing this news? But Fariha, you talk to me now. I mean, I think you wanted to go off a little bit on the Marvel Rivals thing, but any thoughts on just the general coverage around Overwatch?
I think a lot of it is it lacks integrity. I'm gonna say it. There's so much stuff that you could criticize when it comes to Overwatch, and they don't point at those things, and instead they point at the other boogeymans that they've managed to dredge up. And it's like you said, right? They invent things to get upset about. They will conspire about, oh, well, they're doing this because the game is struggling, so yes, they're doing the Steam thing because the game is dead and dying. And it's like, no, that is not what's happening. But as to Marvel Rivals, I just thought it was so hilarious the way that people were so quick to jump into saying that this is going to be the Overwatch killer. Remember when Apex was going to be the Overwatch killer? Remember when Valorant was going to be the Overwatch killer? Remember when Crucible or what was the Ubisoft game that came out?
I know what you're talking about. Hyperscape.
Remember when all of these things were going to be so-called Overwatch killers because they were hero shooters? Well, it's like that's not enough, you know. The definition of a hero shooter is not the box that Overwatch is bound by, and there's not a single game on the market that is like it, right? Like I said earlier, it's kind of ruined other FPS games for me because it has this dynamicism to it where each character is so distinct and readable in their own way, but they all have such an interesting way of interacting with each other that you just don't get in other games. In those other games, like, you all have access to the same pool of guns, the same pool of weapons, with just like slightly different flavor text around what kind of flashbang you get to throw. And I don't know, it just, when it comes to Marvel Rivals, that's a gripe I had with the public's reaction about it. But also, it just might be me being a bit jaded as a Marvel fan recently and feeling like this is another like raw capitalism moment. So like I put away my little red cap. I was gonna put on my commie cap for a second. But it just feels like Marvel is really, really, really beholden to the shareholders. You know, they're trying to appeal to as many people as possible, and so they end up making these stories and these characters that are as wide as an ocean but as deep as a puddle. And it's really such a shame because you see this with like a bunch of superhero media recently in terms of films, in terms of TV shows. It's this attempt to rake in the cash, but it sacrifices the art for it. And whenever something has a big license and a big brand IP slapped on it, it has that additional pressure to rake in the cash, to print the money, and that gets in the way of good game design. So I'm like initially just super cynical about it. I'm like, that's how you get mobile games. Because what is a mobile game? A mobile game is a low budget, but like high revenue kind of game that isn't founded on actually good game design. It's on manipulative game design and monetization.
And this is where, Sam, your tweet went viral because you kind of shared an image of the Marvel heroes.
I was just trying to troll.
There was a category, yeah.
I was like, because Aggro was like sending me a bunch of tweets, so I was like, you know, I'll throw on the unknown, and then it went crazy, and I was like, I don't even know, I didn't even mean to do this. Like, I definitely want to try it out. I think what I've kind of learned with games nowadays, to kind of build off what Fareeha said, is, you know, it's low expectations, you know, and we'll see what happens when it comes out. That's where I'm at with it. And the mobile gaming points on the money too, because I think mobile gaming accounts for about like 70% of gaming revenue. At least like back in 2020, it was like 70%. My guess is that number is maybe even grown even more, given how much more accessible mobile devices are in tons of regions all over the world where like PCs aren't so much. So a lot of these big companies, especially the publicly traded ones, have catered a ton of games towards mobile because of that, to get into that market. And it's the frustrating aspect of it is you don't see the quality increase, you just see the range. I love that line where, what did you say? It's as wide as an ocean but as deep as a puddle. See, I'm a science guy, so I can't think of stuff like that, but I'm definitely going to be stealing your lines because that's pretty on the money for a lot of the stuff that, you know, I've seen recently, where it's just they need to take notes from Avatar: The Last Airbender is what they need to do. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say.
Still haven't seen the live action. I don't think I will.
I'm scared. I don't know if I want.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to. But oh god, Bones. Any things you want to add on this topic before we move on to maybe actually talking about Venture?
I have a question for you guys, actually. In regards to everything that we've kind of talked about, what do you think the obsession is with Overwatch killers? Like, games in spaces that we all love. Like, what do you think the deal is with people being like, this needs to be this killer? Because that seems to come up a lot, like in the discourse surrounding games, just in general. It's something that, like, so gonna be a little sacrilegious here. I'm actually an Apex player, like, first and foremost. Like, that's the game that I kind of like got into. And when people, if anybody were to compare Apex and Overwatch together, I would just be like, that's apples and oranges at this point, in my opinion. Like, because I came from Apex and started playing Overwatch, I'm like, these are two completely different games, and that's why I play both of them. What do you think the obsession is with things like Overwatch killers specifically? Why? Like, why are so many people like, oh, this needs to topple this? I'm like, why not just like let games be a thing and like enjoy them all?
I think it comes from a place of entitlement, one, but also contempt. because
Yeah.
I feel like people will take a couple bad rounds of Overwatch over a couple of days or years or whatever, and they will distill that into this really, really potent venom that they will use to kind of, I don't know, trash Overwatch every chance they get. Because they had a bad night with it or something like that. What's your take on it?
Sam, you can go first. I'll go after.
I think it's because nobody's done it better. It's a ceiling that got established 7 years ago. Nobody's beaten it. Obviously, there's definitely the contempt, and there's people. It's a very shallow way of thinking, in my opinion, because when you break it down and you look at, again, like Apex has come out, right? Valorant's come out. Like all of these games have carved out a very specific gameplay loop and niche that fit like their community and their style. Overwatch is, I mean, visually, just from going from, I played a lot of Warzone. That was the game that I played for a while. It was so hard to see people. It was so hard to see everything. Like the engine like was less optimized. Everything about the world building that Overwatch has done, I feel like has been unrivaled in the genre. So everyone to this day, despite everything that's happened, despite the executive team at Activision just absolutely fumbling and, you know, making everybody's lives harder, that still has not been taken away. So as long as you hold the belt, somebody's going to want to come take it from you, right? And I think that's all it really is. But obviously, different people are going to have different reasons. Some people are just petty on the internet. The internet and petty, what are we talking about, right? You know?
Real.
But no, I think it's a good point. And I wish more people would see it the way that you do, where it's like apples and oranges. But don't you know there's only one fruit? You know, it's like, okay, all right, yeah, sure. Whatever you say. I'm going to go enjoy my plethora of fruits because I like oranges and I like apples and I like bananas and I like strawberries. As long as it's not, what is that? I can do a little bit of grapefruit, but it's a little bit sour. You know what I'm saying? So I can't do that one. But you guys get what I'm saying. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I think as well, in many ways, it should just be considered a compliment because it does indicate, in my mind, the dominance of Overwatch in that space. Because I think the tag of like X killer only really comes in spaces that are overly saturated. And I think back to the most common other place I've heard X killer is MMOs, and where it's like everyone's been dying for a World of Warcraft killer for like 20 years, right? Like since its launch, people, because it was such a dominant genre, because nothing is like ever really rivaled it until recently with maybe Final Fantasy 14, which is maybe the only game that has ever given some worry to World of Warcraft. But even then, World of Warcraft is still the dominant MMO, right? People are always dying for like, we need a World of Warcraft killer. Because I think what it is like it taps into every associated emotion that people would have with World of Warcraft, right? Because so many people, when you've got such a dominant title in a genre as World of Warcraft is, people have either played it or disliked it, right? Like they've either like played it or they never want to play it. And they've either played it and fallen out of love with it or play it and still love it. And all those people can be caught by the title of WoW killer, because if you hate it now, you're like, yes, I want a different thing. I want the kind of thing that WoW was, but I want a better version. And of course, if you're currently playing and you're loving it and people are like, we have a better version coming, you're going to be like, oh shit, okay, maybe I'll try that. So I think what it speaks to is like, the fact that Overwatch has had this space in the hero shooter where nothing is really quite compared. And all these other games have been of like slightly different genres as well. So nothing has really come in that same space to rival Overwatch. Because I don't really hear that conversation in the Battle Royale genre, for example, right? I don't really hear people talking about Battle Royales as like Fortnite killers, because I think all those titles have existed in a same space already comfortably. There's already been a good diversity of titles there, where there's the Warzone, there's Fortnite, there's Apex. Those are a lot more similar to each other. And yet we never hear people like pitting them against each other in that same way, because I think that subgenre is not so like, it already has diverse space. It doesn't have the one thing that's like the monolithic title. Sam, what are you saying?
Well, I wonder if it has to do with competitiveness as well, because BRs are generally more casual game modes. Like obviously they have ranked modes, right? But you know, when it comes to like a locked-in hero shooter, there's like more esports leagues, there's more stuff like that. I wonder if it's just the competitive nature of like tac shooter players and just generally like online toxicity that comes along with that you're gonna struggle to get rid of. It's an interesting idea, but the idea of something being a Fortnite killer at this point is hilarious. You know, I guess that's a I've never, you know, it's just funny.
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe there's something to that. I mean, I think it would certainly shouldn't feel that way with MMOs. Like MMOs also feel like I guess they're pretty grindy, but they're not necessarily the like competitive per se. So it's interesting. I'm sure there could be some analysis done into why coverage is done this way. But does that sort of answer your question, Bones? Is there any other thoughts you wanted to share?
No, that was a really good perspective to kind of get at, just because I've always wondered about it, and it feels like Overwatch is very much in the spotlight for that. It feels like a very targeted game where people are like, oh, this is the Overwatch killer. Like, that is what I've heard. That's what, like Sam said, like, you don't really see it often in like the battle royale scene. Like, it's not like that. But people for some reason look at Overwatch and they're just like, this is the one. And that kind of, I think, also speaks to how well it's done and how unique it is in the shooter space. And it's just like interesting to get the perspective of people that, you know, work around Overwatch for a living. Like, it's interesting. It kind of sucks that people, it feels trendy to hate Overwatch or to try and dunk on Overwatch, and the people that play Overwatch, like even content creators who, you know, build their lives around this game. It's just like they're gonna air their grievances with, you know, what the game looks like. And it's just like, I think that a lot of people sometimes misinterpret that like a criticism, a genuine criticism with the game, as everybody hates it and it's, you know, trendy to shit on it. So
I think you hit the nail on the head though when you said that Overwatch gets this because it's on top.
Yeah.
You don't plot and conspire to kill some random guy. You plot and conspire to kill the king.
Yeah.
And I feel like Overwatch is that in many aspects.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a touching stone. Again, I think what you're indicating there is like, we're going to kill this, like, almost like an idea, right? Not to get all Batman Begins, but it's like, you're greater than the game. You're an idea.
Great movie, by the way. Great
It is a great movie. Great movie.
So good.
So it's like, you know, it's the idea of what Overwatch represents, that like trying to like, oh, I can usurp that is I think what's appealing to the.
Yeah.
And again, why something like Marvel Rivals that doesn't really, like, it does have, of course, inspirations from Overwatch clearly, but again, it's not. It's not rivaling Overwatch in the same space. So calling it, so even themselves deliberately marketing it as it's like Overwatch but Marvel, but it just tells you, I think, that
there's a reason why they said Overwatch and not Paladins, knowing damn well that game looked way more.
Well,
like
yeah,
Paladins
nobody advertised themselves like, we're, you know, that mediocre game that nobody plays. We're like that, guys. Come play our game. Like, come play our version of that.
Every time I mention Paladins, the Paladins apologists come out, and I understand if you enjoy that game, you're welcome to, but to compare it and be like, oh, it's better than Overwatch, you are so fucking high. Like, oh my gosh, just look at the stats, look at the cultural impact between the two games. It is not even in the same ballpark, not even in the same league. Do you know how many people are playing Paladins right now as we speak? I looked this up and I memorized the number. 4,200 people. 4,200 active players. Overwatch has like 380 something thousand.
It's not close.
I don't know what Paladins is. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of it.
We don't need to open that can of worms.
That kind of probably, that probably.
There's your answer, actually. Point proven.
Do we have it in Australia yet? Has it made it?
It's been there for longer than Overwatch. It's been out for 15 years, maybe longer than that. Maybe.
Has it?
Yes.
Oh man, I suck.
Yes. No, it's different. It's like, you know. But it's really funny that you say that. I'm going to quote Stephen A. Smith to follow up on Freya. Stay off the weed, or whatever he says. It's so funny. It's just that you got to be, you're cooked. You're as fried as like a Thanksgiving turkey with that take. If you're saying
work,
and you like Paladins, all good. But like, let's get real. Let's get real here. It's like saying BlackBerry compared to the iPhone. Like, we don't need to go there.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, when you're kind of like a more niche sub community, it's very easy to become very like strong insular feeling, because it's like it reminds me of like Heroes of the Storm, right, where people who were real champions of Heroes of the Storm be like, it's better than Dota. It's like it's the real one. And it's like, I appreciate that you feel that way, but the mass majority of people don't. So while I respect your opinion, that's just not how it is. Okay, let's then move on to the titular character of this discussion, which is Venture. So we now have all gotten a chance. I mean, I think a couple of us got to try Venture a little bit early in Irvine, but now everyone's gotten to try Venture. And let's start with I want to start with the more fun element, which is actually the reception to the hero's personality. Before we talk about the gameplay, and I know, Sam, you'll have loads to give us about like how the gameplay operates. But I want to talk about, because I think this is the first time I can remember in recent memory where the community has so quickly embraced a character and kind of come up with their own lore for the character. Even before Venture isn't even launched yet. Like, we're not even officially in Venture territory. And yet, to give an example of what I'm referring to, the community has come up with this backstory that Venture eats rocks. And
Absolutely.
it was never like canonical initially, but very quickly the narrative team are like, you know what? This is canon now. Venture eats rocks, and
Wait,
that's where
really?
the chipped tooth came from. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the narrative team have kind of like incorporated this, and they're like, yeah, you know what? Venture eats rocks. Let's go with it. So
it's funny.
I think it's like a really fun indicator of what like perhaps Bones was alluding to with like the Overwatch community and the people who are like passionate about lore and stuff, and kind of coming up with their own ideas for how the characters would be out of the game. So let's talk about the reception of Venture, the character, and we'll take it to Freya first. Freya, how have you viewed the dynamism and the personality of Venture?
I love them. Every time they do something, my heart flutters a little bit. It's just like, have you guys seen the little animations of their fidgets of when they're doing nothing, and then they'll just like they'll just do that out of nowhere if they're standing still. It's adorable.
Go ahead.
That's all.
Do elaborate. That's it.
I mean,
the tweet.
That's the tweet. I think that it's so fun to have a hero that is so excited about life and the things that they love. I don't think we had that before in Overwatch. Like I said earlier, the closest we have is Tracer. But when you think about Overwatch and its characters, they're all kind of grounded in trauma, right? Like Baptiste is an orphan, Mercy is an orphan. So many of Cass is an orphan, Sombra is an orphan. Like all of them are like dead parents. My life is shit. I do this work because I have to, you know? And then just to have this little guy who's excited about digging. It makes me happy, man. It just makes me happy.
It's the Batman effect. I hate to go back to it again, but it's like when they murder your parents, you got no choice but to be a vigilante. Like that's the only pathway left to a motherfucker. It's like, all right, then I guess I gotta fight crime now.
And I would say, before, oh my gosh, okay. So if any of you happen to be critters or into Critical Role, yes! Jester Lavore is the perfect example of this sort of thing. Because when you have a cast full of these incredibly jaded characters whose lives are shit and who are just, beat down by the elements, to have a character who is naive isn't the right word for it, but to be more full of light and to be a bit more innocent and to be more young in that way is really, really important to show that kind of contrast and to be a foil to those sort of characters so you can tell even better stories. And so I think that aspect is really cool too.
Yeah, I mean, I will let Bones relate here because I'm not a critter. When you said, "Are you a critter?" I was like, I'm not an animal. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bones.
Yeah. So I definitely get what you mean. I think that in a lot of like shooters, especially, like it's so easy to go after grizzled, like, hard done by characters, like, characters like, Reaper and Soldier 76. They have these dark backstories, right? Everybody loves to play those characters. I love getting on Reaper and being an edgy dickhead and being like, my soul is black. Like that's fun. But there's something about a character who's just a scrunkly little guy, and they're just like, I love rocks, and like that's pretty cool, and they just have like these mannerisms that, like Fariha said, that it's just like a light, and it provides a contrast to characters that are inherently darker. And I think with Venture, and again, like Fariha said, like I think a similar energy level that we get from Tracer, but Tracer is very, she's like almost manic pixie dream girl kind of vibes where she's just like all over the place and she's very sweet and that's really lovely. But I think that Venture appeals to the people that are just happy. Like happy people going through life and enjoying the things that they enjoy. And I think that kind of grounds them a lot as a character. I think that you want to relate to Venture because you see Venture and you're just like, I want to see the world that they see the world, because I think the way that they see it is good and fun and real. And I think that we get that a lot with characters that kind of err on the edge of like ADHD. For like characters that aren't necessarily neurotypical. I think that we see that a lot with characters who just they have their interests and their hyperfixations and their passions, and they are unapologetic about that. And I know that's a lot to kind of gain from, like, to gleam from a character that we know not a lot about. But what I'm getting from Venture is just this character is just like, I have so many wonderful interests that I love being a part of, and like I said, it's a lot to get from a character that we haven't like experienced a lot of yet. Like, we hardly have any like interactions or like a backstory. But like, if that is the kind of impression that I am getting from this character, it says a lot about the thought and the care that has gone into creating somebody so relatable from the get-go. And like, you know, me as being a queer person and someone who's I like to call myself neurospicy. I'm well seasoned. It was just like, I saw this character and I was immediately filled with like just joy. I don't know. They have that about them. And in a game like Overwatch, like, I'm sure like Sam, you can speak to like playing the character for like their abilities and like the way that they balance a game. But you also said that you were just like, oh, they're fun. Like, they're a goofball. And you just kind of like, do you kind of feel like the game like is more fun when you get to play a character where you're just like, this character is like just a scrunkly, you know, little guy kind of vibe?
Yeah, honestly, most of this stuff is your all's wheelhouse, not mine. So I love listening to you guys talk about this stuff because it's a lot of it goes over my head. Like, I was kind of hardwired. Like, I was a kid that got a B in art class when you show up and get an A. To be honest, I'm not even kidding. I don't say that as a joke. Like, that unironically happened. Listen, Mr. Behrman and I are still good friends. You know, he loved me, but like, man, I couldn't draw inside the lines, and we both. I told him I accepted fate. I was one of like maybe 5 kids in 10 years that got a B in art class, but I deserved it, and we all had a good laugh about it. But no, I definitely noticed. I usually don't notice that kind of stuff in characters, but I noticed it in Venture, and that was the character has the identity of the character. I'm trying to put this into words because this is not my wheelhouse, so I struggle like with articulating this kind of stuff. But
you're good.
I can't explain it, but I know it's there, and that's not always true. I think Ramoxra is another good example of Overwatch 2 character that came out that was like very dark themed, and people like they were very even Junker Queen too, actually, which had like the Borderlands theme, and I was about that. I was kind of like jamming out a little bit, you know. I had a good time with that, and I love. I'm gonna go off on a tangent. I want to stay focused. But. No, I noticed it, and usually I don't. So it was so good that I noticed it. You know they're doing something right because these things go like these social cues just go straight over my head. I'll be honest with you guys.
Yeah.
But no, it was nice, and I can kind of relate. And Freya said this a lot, and I hear it, but I struggle to understand it sometimes. Where it's about like character identities and relating to them because there hasn't been a character. Like the closest one I had was Genji, and I was just inting because of the Dragon Short. You know, I'll be honest. But
real based.
It was, you know, the passion for just something simple like rocks kind of reminded me of like how much I love gaming, and it's Ventures. Like, you know what? I like rocks, and I'm going in, and I like that. So that's the first time I really felt it. That's intangible, and so I liked it. You know.
Yeah, I love that. I think. To kind of make a wider point on media in general, what we're kind of seeing is the death of earnestness in like characters, right? Like it's a kind of larger shift in media in general. You can look at this in like superhero movies and stuff where it's like the natural trend of things that you start with first like earnest characters, right? Characters that are straightforward, that say what they feel and like that are kind of wear their hearts on their sleeves. But after a while, that becomes lame and cheesy and cringe because you know how it's going to go, right? You know how the story's going to go. You know the rom-com's going to end up with the couple reuniting and being happy. Eventually, the audience starts to know how the story beats go. And so you transition from like a Superman who's just like, I am a man and I fly and I'm strong and I fight for justice. And then you start to transition to characters who are a bit more edgy, who have a bit more darkness to them, who have a bit more like, I'm going to surprise you sometimes. Like, I'm going to undercut what you think I'm going to do. And you start getting like, you know, first you get like the Batmans of the world, the anti-heroes, but then eventually you get like the Deadpools of the world, right? You get like I'm gonna like, not only am I completely defying your expectations, I'm even gonna break the fourth wall and acknowledge that I'm a superhero and undercut how lame it even is to be a superhero, right? Like, oh man, like, aren't superhero movies dumb? Like, and look at this, like, we couldn't hire this guy because of contractual obligations with Sony. Zinger, like you guys get it because I'm talking to you because you've seen the 50 superhero movies. So you know already what I'm referring to. So it's like the evolution of art always kind of follows these pathways where it starts referencing itself more and more because it knows that like its audience is already knows what's going to happen if we don't try and reverse their expectations. And that's kind of what we've seen in gaming where, you start with like the goofy, funny characters, but then after a while, everyone's like, that's cheesy and lame. I don't want a character who's just like open about what they like and like just speaks from the heart. No, give me an edgy guy. Batman. Give me a cool war-torn veteran. Give me, but then that starts to become the stereotype. Then Soldier 76 is now every motherfucker is Soldier 76. Every guy's like, kids get off my lawn and I'm a fucking, I hate people and I fight for justice, but I do it begrudgingly. So it's actually nice to kind of come back full circle now. And in an ecosystem where everyone is edgy, everyone is like trying to be like that, but cool. I'm like that, but I'm different, right? I'm that character, but I have a little bit more edge to me. And then a character comes along who's like, I'm just a little guy. I just do silly little things, and like I like rocks. I like eating rocks, and that's about it, man. Like that's me, and I tell it how it is. And I think that's what people have really embraced. Where it's nice to have a character that's like really earnest,
breath of
that's just like it is what they say, and isn't trying to be like cool or like or different. Like a pick me, right? Like I'm different. It's just like I'm just me, and then that's kind of I think people really appreciated that.
Gosh, like the Borderlands 3 villains, I felt had that just like had to have a quip every 30 seconds. It was just pure sarcasm, that sort of thing. And I don't know, like you said, right? Venture is not afraid to be cringe. But the thing is, to be cringe is to be free.
Be free.
And
that's it.
Exactly. And we don't see a lot of media do this nowadays, so it's just so refreshing.
Yeah, I definitely love it. Any more thoughts on their personality before we move on? Any more thoughts on that sphere you guys want to? You love them?
I love them. I think they're just like I think they're a breath of fresh air in that they're not going too hard on them being like, the over the top bubbly character. I think it's really cool that they've settled in this space where I think Venture's just cool. Like I saw like the snippets of them like when they were like getting teased and things like that. I'm like, this is a cool character. Like this feels like fun and like anybody would, well, most people will pick up this character and be like, yeah, fun little scrunkly. Let's go dive in. Let's eat some rocks. But there have been people who are just like flat out, I'm not playing this character because they have pronouns, and I'm like, all right, well, you get to miss out because they're fucking sick, and you should just go and kick rocks with open toe shoes. Like, go cry about it.
Well, I mean, this actually moves nicely onto what I was gonna talk about next. Is that this is an issue? We haven't explicitly talked about it yet on the podcast, but I definitely want to. Which is that Venture is the first non-binary character that Overwatch has released, and of course. And coincidentally, it's come at the same time that Valorant have done the same thing with Clove, I believe. They've done this. They've released a hero who's also non-binary, and Apex already had Bloodhound. So we're seeing this kind of take place in the gaming space. And of course, anytime progress occurs or anytime changes occurs, it causes a discussion point. We can say like the positive version of it is that people learn and people grow and more people are introduced to a thing.
Yeah.
And they kind of expand their horizons, as many of us will hopefully be doing on the launch of Venture. But then there's the negative side where it also brings out the bigotry in people. It brings out the worst in people, and they just can't help being fucking weird about it. So I would love, in particular, maybe Bones, your POV, and Freya, your POV as well, on just the issue of representation and having Venture as a non-binary hero. Like, what can you, in fact, I'll ask Freya to go first, and then Bones, you next. Because what I would love Freya to give me first, and I know she's very eloquent at this is why I'm going to her first, is that why is this important? Why is this significant for you? Like, why does it matter that the character be representative of us, of people who maybe aren't normally represented in video games?
Oh gosh, this is gonna be long. Are you sure?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay. So we've already tackled capitalism a bunch today, but there's another force that really, really governs our society, and it's the patriarchy. And under the patriarchy, everyone suffers. And it's not just that, oh yes, because patriarchy is like, it suggests masculinity is the best thing and therefore men benefit from it. Yes, in some ways they do, but men also suffer under this, and here's why. When you have a default in society, and it's masculinity, and it's all these traits that we have tied in with that, it makes it so that everybody, women, men, everyone in between, gets fucking condemned for not adhering to the specific roles that they are set to uphold in society. And that means that we are living by these arbitrary laws that were set by people who are long fucking dead, in systems that are meant to hurt us and to exploit us. And that's just a shitty way of living life, man. It's like, I don't want to live in a world where, because of the way I'm born, I am expected to spit out children. I am expected to just launch babies out like a cannon. You know, like I don't want that
image.
To be just
Why?
over and over again. But I don't want that to be the default just because I was born with the chromosomes I was born with, right? And again, for people who are assigned male at birth, for instance, right? Sometimes you don't want to be the stoic who never feels anything, who never talks about their emotions, who never gets to enjoy a multitude of hobbies, right? Even though you have that interest, because society has these invisible boxes that it tries to stuff you in. And so, in my mind, gender theory and gender exploration is something that is a means of reclaiming personal freedoms and personal expression and figuring out what you want in a world that tells you what you're supposed to be and what you're supposed to want. And the real power of that is that you are not living a life beholden to other people, beholden to century-old preconceptions, but you are living a life that is in line with what you care about. And that is so, so important, because we don't know what is in the afterlife. We don't know what happens next. All we know is that this life is what we get. Right now, tomorrow isn't guaranteed, but right now, the present is what we get. This is the life we get. And we get to choose what to do with it. And I think it's really fucking powerful to be able to live a life most true to what you want. And I know that sounds fucking corny, right? So the importance of this sort of representation is again tied to that, because people should be allowed to choose. You should not feel afraid to order a sweet cocktail as a dude at a bar for fear that it will emasculate you, right? You should not be afraid to be fucking buff and to be loud and boisterous and to take command of a room if you're AFAB, right? You should not be put in these confines just because of the way you were born. And the reason representation like Venture is so important is this is somebody who lives life true to themselves. This is who they are. Deal with it. That's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, little applause from my end, and
Oh.
very eloquent, very eloquently spoken. And I think that really leads the context well to bring it to Venture. And Bones, I'd love for you to follow up, specifically on Venture as well, because I would love for you to speak on your experience on kind of like what has been like for you to see a non-binary hero, and also the reception around it. Like, how do you feel? And why do you feel like it's important to have these characters in gaming? And if so, why?
Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if I just said no? Like, no, it's not important.
You could surprise me. That would be great. I'd be down for a surprise.
Oh, no, I'm Alphabet Mafia through and through. I'm going to tell you why it's fucking important. Yeah, so Venture. We'll start with Venture, like, overall, and the reception surrounding them as a character. I would love to be here and say it's been the best thing in the world. You know what I mean? Like, I would love to get on here and say that it's been like sunshine and rainbows, and that seeing, a canonically non-binary character come into the fold, and everybody has been warm and receptive to the idea. Pardon me. But it hasn't. Like, and oftentimes that is the reality of representation and diversity in modern media. There is a resistance to any sort of diversity because a lot of people are very quick to claim it as playing the diversity card. Oh, you know, they've added this character because they need to play the diversity card. And that's something that gets thrown around a lot, is everyone's so caught up in things like games and movies, like shoehorning in characters that are queer or, you know, people of color or, you know, disabled or anything like that. People love to have this moment where they're just like, oh, they have to do that, so it's the diversity card, like they have to do this. And I think from my perspective, when it comes to Overwatch as a game and franchise, I look at the way that they create characters and the way that they tell stories, and I can feel that they do it very honestly. The way that they have made and created these characters are all very honest and very real. And so for Venture to come along and to, you know, join the squad and come into the game, I was really excited because I'm non-binary as well, and I'm just a scrunkly little guy, and yeah, I have a chipped tooth because I ate rocks. I was really excited to see them, but my heart kind of fell when I read comments like, you know, the Overwatch team obviously released a bunch of like TikToks on like, hey, this is Venture, this is how you play them. And very, you know, explicitly said they're non-binary and they use they, them pronouns. And people were so quick to get in the comments and be like, I can't wait to play her and she looks fun. And I'm just like, I can understand if you are somebody who is not necessarily well-versed in the queer community, especially like trans, non-binary, gender non-conforming spaces. That's totally fine. If you are somebody who is like, I'm respectful of that community, but I'm not well-versed in it, and therefore I don't know what the etiquette surrounding those things are, that's fine. I don't think anybody should be demonized for getting it wrong, because it's an honest mistake and it is just something they're maybe not used to. What grinds my gears is people who are told a piece of information pertaining to a character, look at it, receive the information, and they're like, I'm gonna misgender them anyway because I'm a dick. That's where I kind of get annoyed at it. It's people deliberately misgendering characters who are brought into a space where it's like, hey, this is representation for maybe a group of people that aren't you. Maybe they're not cis, you know, maybe they're not white. And I think that the addition of Venture has been both really good and just a little bit disheartening that we are in the year of our Lord 2024. And people can't just leave people to be who they are. And as a queer person in this space, it is really validating watching people who maybe have never met a trans non-binary character before or person in real life. Like trying, you know what I mean? Like it's been good to see that, where people are like, oh, I don't know what non-binary is. I'm going to learn a little bit about it and I'm going to try and use, you know, the correct pronouns. Like that's awesome. But on the other side of the coin, it's just been devastating to watch people deliberately misgender them just because they're dicks. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a mixed bag, but from the perspective of somebody who is trans non-binary, it's just like, I wish it was just like another day at the office. Like, I very much wish that it could just be, hell yeah, we did it. We got another one. That's awesome. This feels really nice. I feel very seen. I feel very, you know, I would also like to mention that I speak to this point from a position of privilege in that I am white, I am middle class, and I am femme presenting. And so I am afforded a lot of characters in media that I look at and I feel represented by. And I just want to point out that that's not the case for everybody. So like I saw a lot of tweets surrounding this where people were saying, hey, can we get a non-binary character that's not like, you know, a quirky white person with, you know, dyed hair and piercings kind of thing. And I get that. I think that what is really important as well is that we look at diversity and we welcome it and accept it in the forms that it takes, but we understand that we ultimately need to always be doing more and doing better by minority groups of people who may never get the chance to be represented. So I love Venture a lot, and I would love to see more characters like them in the future.
Very well said.
Bars. That was some bars. Oh my goodness. I love
sorry,
being on
I'm
no,
so
don't
sorry.
apologize. Listen, I
Don't
personally,
apologize.
like from a personal perspective, you know, I love listening to things that like I'm not super well versed in a lot of it, but I always love to listen to perspectives because from my perspective, you know, I grew up as a kid in Kentucky, and I'm not sure how much you guys know about Kentucky, but Kentucky, I live in a very blue city, but you know, I got to see a lot of different perspectives. And the people that changed my lives the most, I won't say his name because I don't know if it's my place to say it, but you know, I'll never forget. I've talked about this a little bit on the show, SVB. The person who changed my life and my thinking for the first time, I remember the moment, the second that like I started thinking outside the boxes that kind of Fariha mentioned, and I've realized that kind of my philosophy of life is kind of the same way, where like nobody's gonna tell me like how I have to live, and that's like it's a different like. I'm trying to put the I'm very science. This is like very art and people. This is just not my wheelhouse.
You're doing good, bro. You're doing good.
But the person who changed my life in the way I think was a gay man who had a daughter, and then he came out. And what I loved about him is that he challenged me to think differently. And he was the first person. Like I remember being 15 years old, and I remember the moment it happened where my mind went. It was like that thing that you did, SB, that my epiphany. You remember my epiphany moment? It was like that, except me when I was 15. And he challenged the way that I thought. And like where I grew up, it is a bubble. Like there were a ton of things where, you know, like I was lucky. I was one of the more, so like I'm half Lebanese, half Norwegian, right? So like I have a Lebanese family that migrated to Kentucky in the 1900s. And you can imagine what that was like, right? For them. They definitely had their fair share of stuff, but you know, they're good people and they worked hard, and I'm really proud of them. And I'm really proud that they were able to give me a more privileged life growing up. And so what I did when I was 16 is I cut it all off, and I said, I'm going to go be my own person. Nobody's going to tell me I have to fit in like this, because I saw what the other side of the coin was like. So I'd like to say, SVB, I have an unreleased rant video. I almost put it on Twitter last night. I was really frustrated because when the problem is there's no accountability on the internet for when people go around and be dicks for no reason. It's one thing to have different worldviews, and I've tried to do a better job of like surrounding myself with people that I value that are from a ton of different places, because they challenge the way that I think, and I can become a better thinker by listening to these things and trying to understand them better and getting a more holistic view on the world. And that's why I really appreciate seeing stuff like this. But my freaking chat, man, I was so mad. I was like, guys, like, it's not like I'm science. I just want to play the game. Like, if you guys have something bad to say about this or something like that, like, please just be respectful and take it somewhere else. There's no reason to be doing this. You're like, I want to talk about the game. And the problem is there's just no accountability for the stuff that these people say. It comes, I like the cat. It comes back around to what we were talking about earlier about negativity on the internet in general. Like, this is what happens when there's no accountability, right? And it's just frustrating because I feel like there's no harm in it, right? And it distracts everybody from what's actually important in like bringing people together, which is what gaming does. And that's why I think gaming is going to be the thing that revolutionizes the world, because like movies are great, you know, and shows are great, and I love them, but gaming's special in that like, you get to live in that world, especially in Overwatch. Again, there's a reason why it's the king, because it does that better than anyone else. And it's frustrating to me to see. And this might come as a hot take to a lot of for my personality, to a lot of my YouTube audience. And I say it how it is. I don't care. Okay. Just let people be people, man. Like, how many times did I grow up in Kentucky, at least? And everyone's always referring to like, oh, well, God this. Oh, we're going to pray for you tonight. You know, like the Pikeville accent I'm trying to get right. And I grew up around a lot of that. And it just frustrated me, because I was like, you guys are some of the most like backwards people that I've met in my life, where you're talking all this shit 24/7. You're going to sit here. You're going to pray. No, you're not. You're going to go home and talk shit. Like, what are you talking about? So I wanted to separate myself from that, but I just wanted to say I do appreciate and like hearing different perspectives and what they mean, because it makes me think, and it always takes me back to, I'm not gonna say his name because I don't know if it's my place to say his name or not, but yeah, you know who you are if you ever see, I doubt he ever sees the podcast, but you know, it's just nice to see that, and I just wish more people would be willing to accept people for who they are and what they want to be, and instead of focusing so much on that and like my way has to be the way, like come together and have a meeting of the minds and look at what we can create. Like look at how good the technology is in the world nowadays. Look at all the cool stuff from different backgrounds. Like that's like we are at the turning point right now in human civilization, and we're gonna sit here and be mad about this when we can talk about like I just wish more people are open to learning. I'm going on a rant. Oh, I'll stop. But no, but I can't really chime in too much on a lot of this because it's just not my wheelhouse. But I did SVP. I was this close to posting a rant video yesterday, being like, guys, please just shut the fuck up. Like I'm just like, can we just not do it? But it's staying in the drafts for now. We'll see what happens, because I'm gonna be doing the whole venture thing. You know, they're my hero. First time in 4 years. I'm gonna be grinding it. And if people care more about like causing problems than learning how to play the character, because I'm gonna be hitting high ranks on that character. I can promise you right now. I'm going to. They can get over it, because it's just. Is that really, with everything going on in the world, is that really what we're gonna be so hung up on? Like, let people be people. Like I don't know. Not my wheelhouse, but. Random rant.
No, I appreciate what you said there, Sam. I think it's really meaningful to come from like people from every background have their part to play, right? And people of your background are equally important for just making this as Bones wanted, like a normal thing. Like it would be great for this to be another day in the office, but it cannot.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm muted on my end. I was just saying that I really appreciate what Sam said. Sorry, I was muted on the podcast. I really appreciate what Sam said, and people of every background are important for this discussion, and you know, for gaming to have a space where it's another day in the office for characters of different backgrounds to be included. It requires everyone to chip in, and Sam would be one of them. Freya, is there anything you want to add? I kind of have my things that I want to add, but I would love to hear yours first.
Of course. One thing I do want to interject with, I don't know if you had plans to talk about it, but I did want to address it because I find it really interesting, is that some people have been saying that other heroes in the Overwatch cast have been misgendering Venture, and I think that launches a really interesting question about language in general, and I have a lot of takes around that, so I want to touch on that later. But in reference to all the things that that Bones and Sam just said, I completely fucking agree. Yeah, it's just like, it's so frustrating because when somebody purposefully misgenders somebody, that is them saying like, you don't get to choose. And it's a really contemptuous statement, because it's like, how you were born is what you will always be. And that's a really sad way to fucking live. And I noticed that it's the same exact people who refuse to call Cass.
Yes.
Bones knows.
I tweeted that the other day. I'm like, it's always the same people, man.
It's interesting how that is, right? Because it's not actually about the pronouns. It's not actually about the fact that, oh yeah, well, this isn't part of the English language. No, motherfucker, you're not being intellectually honest or emotionally honest with yourself in this discussion, because your argument lacks integrity, right? The entire validity of it is torn apart the moment you realize that like singular they has been in the English language words for hundreds of years. And the thing is with, what was I gonna say after that? Ranting. Oh my god, the ADHD bullet train just left my brain. Oh my
god. You can take a moment. And feel free to chime in when you get it back. Is that all right?
Yes.
Is it coming? If it comes, just let me know. That's phrasing,
I have an add-on that might help her remember.
Yeah.
I used to go by saying, because like just the brief version without going into detail, like my sisters and I, like we went through some shit in high school, and it was really hard. And how I ended up living my life by was this saying: you can't choose your heritage, but you can always choose your legacy. Right. And that was one of the most motivating things where you kind of touched on that, where it's like you're being told how to live. And that's kind of, I was very stubborn, and I said, you know what, I'm not doing that. Like I can't choose my heritage, but goddamn it, I can choose my legacy. Right. And so that was the big motivating factor into the chip that's been on my shoulder for about 10 years. I'm not sure if that helps you remember it all, but I noticed that line, and that's kind of where I'm trying to connect all the dots. I feel like Charlie, It's Always Sunny, you know, that meme where he's got like the bulletin board and it's like, you know, so I'm all over the place, but I enjoy listening. So
Man,
back to you,
beautiful. That's a beautiful line.
Yeah, for you, any jogging any memories?
Yeah, kind of just when people say, "Oh no, it's her, it's she," I'm just like, okay, that's not what you're actually saying. You're saying that you refuse to engage with this because it's not worth your humanity to engage with this. You don't understand the values behind why somebody would want to identify this way. You don't understand why Cole Cassidy's name was changed to what it is, right? And you're saying that it's not worth your time to figure it out. And that's really, really fucking frustrating because the people who were hurt by the things that caused that name change, those were real people. Those had real consequences. Those were real victims. And to brush it under the rug and be like, I don't care. It's a fake character. It's just dishonest.
Yeah, I think there's two facets of this that I want to speak on that I hope will shed light for some people who don't get it. Because I think that's like the people I really want to speak to are the people who are open to understanding but are confused by what's happening, right? Because the people who aren't open, it's like they're a lost cause and doesn't matter. I think to the point of like the linguistics and like the name change and all that, it's like people are like, well, the English language isn't built this way. And the thing about that is you have to take a historical look at this, right? It's like the English language has changed so much, so many times over so many years, and we change so many things about our society because ultimately we decide that that's what's better for more people, right? I think we can all agree that we want to create a place where like everyone is free to be themselves and everyone feels relatively safe and happy. I don't think those are ideals that should conflict with anyone, no matter what your political allegiance may be. I'm pretty sure everyone feels like, I want to make a better, nicer, safer world, right? And people have changed their language all the time. You know, 50 years ago, you would have been dropping racial slurs to refer to people of color, right? People like myself in the UK in the 80s would have been called Paki, right? They would have been called, just of being an Asian descent, it would have been referred to as a slur, and it wouldn't even have been seen as a slur. It would have been like, oh, that's what we call them. We call them darkies and we call them blackies. Like it doesn't, you know, that's just how it is. Why are you creating such a thing about it? Why is it such a, I'm not being racist. It's just a term I use and it's just a language I grew up with. Why do I have to change? And it's like I'm pretty sure I don't have to explain to anyone why we've changed that, right? We've changed that because it's just flat out fucking racist and offensive. And it's just not how people should be categorized in such these linear terms that are just clearly hurtful. They're clearly meant to be hurtful. And this person is telling you this is a hurtful way to refer to me. And that brings you to two choices. A, double down and be like, no, I'm right. I will continue to be hurtful. Or change what is ultimately in the grand scheme of things a really small thing. It's like a really small change. How many different scenarios are you going to have to like make this small change where you catch yourself a little bit? You're like, oh, I'm not going to refer to them like that. I'll just refer to them like this, right? I'm pretty sure we've all come to the understanding of like, I'm not going to call my Indian friend Paki because that's fucking offensive. So I'm just going to call them by like a normal term. It's really a similar kind of effect here where it's like, it's totally okay to accidentally get it wrong. And I'm sure everyone at some point will accidentally get a pronoun wrong because it is ingrained into us growing up that like, oh, you must refer to something as he or she. And in some languages, I understand that it's even more difficult because the language itself is gendered and things have a gender and it's a little bit tricky. But I'm sure even in those contexts, there is a term that the queer community have come to and been like, please refer to us as this. And it's really, really easy to just be like, oops, sorry, I said he, but what I meant was they. And I really hope that no one will jump down your throat for that, right? I'm pretty sure most reasonable people will not jump down your throat for being like, oh, sorry, I meant they. Yeah. And let's carry on, right? Like, it's really easy to make that small shift. It may be a bit tricky to start with, but really just think about the amount of effort that it requires. So minimal. It's so minimal. And here's the outcome of it. Here's why it's important, is that there's a whole group of people who you're now being welcoming to, who now know that you are someone they can trust, someone they can feel safe around, someone who will respect them, as opposed to the opposite, which is like, oh, this person is just going to be really hostile towards me, and I can't even be myself around them. I can't even trust them because this person is opposing just who I am for the sake of it, for the sake of some wider political issue. And this is the second point I wanted to get to before I would love to hear the rest of you guys' perspectives, is that it's not some wider political frontier that you think you're fighting. I think I saw this so much with the Cassidy name change, right? People still come in and they're like, "Oh, but I don't agree, and I don't care what that guy did. I'm still gonna call him Kree because like that's the name I got." It's like, first of all, it's a fictional fucking name, and if the devs decided to change it, it's a fucking you problem that you can't change along with it, right? The devs who made the game are like, "We're calling him Cassidy now." I don't know what the fuck your problem is. But it's also not some wider political frontier that you're fighting. You think you're fighting some culture war, but really all you're doing is showing the people around you that you're just a dick. Because it's like this culture war is existing only in your mind. And it's like, oh, they're trying to take everything we value from. We take everything, blah, 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 blah. They're taking it away. They're making me say Cassidy because they wanted me to go woke. Those people aren't seeing how you're behaving. The people who are seeing how you're behaving are the people around you. The people who are affected by the things that you're taking an obstinate stance against, right? And if we go to the Venture example, if you're just like obstinately like, I will call them he or she, the people around you who may be queer, who may be non-binary themselves, are just going to see that and going to be like, wow, I can't trust this guy. This guy's not my friend. And it's like, is that the cost you really want to pay? Is like for this supposed culture war? Like all it's asking of you is be kind and accommodating. You don't need to draw this line in the sand that achieves nothing for anyone other than just make a more hostile world. Just make a better world. You don't need to make a more hostile world. Just take a simple, small change and make people's lives better. Bones, Freya, anything you guys want to chime in on what was discussed there?
I think that what I'd like to speak to a little bit is the take that I can understand is a fairly... It comes across as fairly innocent when people say things like, I don't care what their gender is, I play this shooter or this character for this, like, just because it's the character that I pick, like, I don't care about their gender. And, like, that is a totally fine take to have. But I also think that it's worth recognizing that it does matter to people. You can play whoever you want. You can play Venture because you think that they are one of the better characters in the game. You could play Soldier 76 because he's queer. Or, you know what I mean? Like, you can play whatever character you want, and that's, like, totally fine. I think that it is also worth recognizing that people see themselves in these games through characters, and they're allowed to be excited about that. And by saying that it's, like, it doesn't matter, just takes away a lot of the validity of a person's lived experience as, like, a minority group. And you also can just shut the fuck up and not say that. You can continue to just play the characters that you're going to play. You don't have to tell people it doesn't matter because it matters to some people. But also, I do want to express, like, from the perspective of a queer person, that a lot of people will get it wrong. And I think that we need to be, like, in a lot of ways, like, you know, minority groups are infinitely fucking patient, I'm going to be honest. With the way that the world is. But I think that we as a community, and as the Overwatch community, just like with the addition of Venture, I think that we can all do our best to be accommodating of people who may be navigating this space for the first time. And they're just like, boy, pronouns, not my thing, but I'll try my best. I think that jumping down people's throats and, like, I saw something about people banning folks in their chat for misgendering characters. And whilst I can get behind maybe that for the purpose of people who deliberately misgender characters just to be obnoxious, I understand that. But I also think that people make mistakes, and we should, you know, give them the space to learn, and maybe instead of, like, being quick to react to somebody getting it wrong, start a conversation, start a dialogue with people, like, talk about the community, open up about your experiences, and share why, you know, maybe their perspective can be harmful if it's not deliberately, like, the intention isn't to harm. I understand that a lot of people's intention is not to harm people. It is simply people speaking from a place of less experience. Like Sam, for example, like, you know, you've said that this isn't your wheelhouse, but you have offered really valuable points to a conversation that is broader than just the queer community. You come from a space where it's like you're not necessarily part of that community, but your voice lends itself to that and makes the discussion broader. And it means that people like maybe in your audience who are also in the same space where it's just like they're not as, you know, comfortable or familiar around queer spaces, the fact that you have engaged in this conversation has maybe opened it up to them a little bit more. And so maybe they go away and they think, you know, oh, well, you know, I heard Sam talking on it and like he had good points to share. And, you know, it's just that the idea of like a bigger conversation where it's just like, we want everybody to be involved. I know that, you know, people are so quick to hate on Alphabet Mafia representation. I say Alphabet Mafia, what I'm referencing is the LGBTQIA plus community. I call it Alphabet Mafia just because, yeah.
I was so confused. I'll be honest. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, that's
There's
it.
so many
But, like,
things are
but
going
that's
on in my
it.
head today. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
You know what though? But that's the thing. It's like you would never know unless you kind of like sat down, had a chat, and I was just like, you know, using all these phrases and stuff like that and throwing them around. It's just like, at the end of the day, we could all do better. Just to be patient, to listen to one another, to give each other space to talk, unless you're a bigot, in which case, get fucked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
If your intent is again, it's like there's a lot of people for whom this is a new frontier, and that's totally understandable, right? For some people, they've never encountered a queer person or never encountered anyone from the LGBTQ plus community, right? They just like it's just a genuinely new thing, and I want to be clear that we should be completely open to those people and say, hey, look, you know, I get it, you're confused, you have questions, you know, this is new. It's totally understandable that you'd be confused, but while we should be open to those people, it's like if you're just maliciously trying to be a dick, or again, you're just like obstinate. It's quite clear, I think, when people are trying to be obstinate and not get it versus when they're innocently confused. And it's if you're the latter, if you're the former rather, you just get fucked.
Yeah.
Anything you want to add?
There's this argument of like, oh, but Venture isn't real, and therefore, what does it matter that that you use the wrong pronouns for her? I think that's interesting because what it shows people around you is that it shows these real and actual people that, hey, you're not willing to make the space for them to explore these personal freedoms and the life that they want to lead and the people they want to be. And that can be really unsafe to some people because, again, with marginalized communities, it's like, I know this gets harped on quite a lot, but they have it harder. They statistically have life harder because they will be denied opportunities, they will be denied the connections that others have by default in some ways. And it's important. It's important to the real people how a fictional character gets referred to for this reason, especially. Yeah.
Can I go off a little bit? I'm getting a little bit annoyed. I don't normally read comments when I'm doing the podcast, purely because the number of no matter what we're talking about, the number of moronic takes that fly by in any given podcast in the Twitch chat, in the comments, makes me lose my mind, and I've learned to tune them out. But I think in this case is relevant because they're the same thoughts that some people listening would be having. I think it's important to try and address them. It's like, it's a video game character. Why does it matter so much? Motherfucker, you're here in a live stream spending your time listening to a podcast about the balance of a video game character. You clearly care. You clearly care about the video game character. You just don't care when it's talking about some sort of representation of a minority group. This bizarre argument of like, it's a video game character, why do you care? Bro, you're fucking here. You clearly care. So first of all, you care because you fucking gave your time and money to Overwatch and Overwatch content creators, right? You fucking went to a job. Motherfucker went to the fucking 9 to 5 in the office, put on a suit and tie, earned their money, came back, spent it on a fucking battle pass. You care, my guy. You fucking care. So that's first and foremost. Secondly, it's really simple as like a desire to just want to see people like yourself in the media in which you consume. And everybody fucking understands this because that's the whole fucking point of movies and television and TV shows, is that you like to see stories that make you think about your own life or make you relate to the world in which you live. That's, if you think about the favorite TV show or movie you ever saw, it's probably because it made you feel something. You're like, oh, it really made me think about life or the people I care about or what the kind of person I want to be. That's what the media we consume does for us. It makes you see an image of yourself in what you consume, whether that's directly in that they look like me, they share the background as me, or they're the kind of person that I am, or they're the kind of person I want to be. So it's a really small desire for people to just be like, I want to see someone with my background in movies and television and video games that I consume. And if that's not an instinct you have, it's probably because you're already over fucking represented in the media you consume. It's probably because there's a million fucking straight white dudes in media that you consume. And that doesn't make you a villain. That doesn't make straight white men the villain of the piece. It doesn't mean that you're somehow a bad guy for being overrepresented. It just means that you already got that thing that other people are seeking. Why are you denying it to them? Why are you like stopping them from having that? An example I always think of is like, it's not always a big thing. It's not always something that changes your life. But for me, as someone who's an immigrant in the country in which I live, and my parents were the first generation, I kind of moved at the age of 11. I always think about the show Master of None that I watched a couple years ago. It's a great show. And in the show, I think one of the early episodes, it's the main characters of Indian origin as well. He's born in the USA, but his parents are Indian and they emigrated. And like the second episode, I think, is about him and his friend who's also, I think his parents are from Hong Kong. So he's also the child of an immigrant family. And the whole episode is them talking about how basically they've become distant and ungrateful to their parents and the struggles their parents have, because their parents keep annoying them with dumb shit like, hey, my iPad won't work. Can you fix my iPad? Hey, classic boomery parent stuff where it's like, can you fix this for me? And you're like, oh, I don't have the time right now, Dad. I've got to go out with my friends. See you later. And then they kind of have this attitude towards their parents where they're a bit like, oh my God, aren't our parents cringe? And then they start talking about it and they're like, what was your dad's background actually? And they kind of come to these realizations of like, damn, my dad was like, grew up in like this really dirt poor village and he moved to the US and like he had no friends, he had no family, he's all on his own. There's a hostile environment of people who were just like being racist to them like back in the 60s or whatever. And like they had to go through all that struggle, live, paycheck to paycheck, like barely feeding themselves. And they did all that to come here and put us in this privileged position where we have like our video games and our iPads and we don't even fucking understand the absolute pain and misery they went through and the struggle, right? And we can't even relate to the worlds that they've come from. And we should be understanding of the privilege that we have and the position that they came from. And as they go through this realization, they then take their parents out and they're like, we want to hear your stories, guys. We want to know where you came from. And I remember watching that episode and like, I was like, wow, I've never seen a TV show about an immigrant like experience. Like I've never actually been to watch a TV show where the characters, like if you watch like it's sort of like a sitcom, right? So it's like if you watch a sitcom, I never would watch Friends and expect to hear a story about like the struggles of an immigrant family and Friends. And so my mind never even thought to consider this is a story that would be told. And it wasn't even a conception that's something that might encounter on my television screens. And then I watched it and I was like, that's my experience. Like I have this feeling a lot too, where like I sometimes forget the struggles that my parents went through to get here, and like the different culture shift that they've have to deal with and they're adapting to. And sometimes my frustrations that they don't understand the pronunciation of this word or they do this thing wrong is like an indicator of their cultural struggle. And it's just simple things like that is the reason why representation is important. It's just a reminder that like, oh, that's my story and I can come away with something from it. I can learn something from it. And I can reflect on my own life. And it doesn't always have to be why you watch TV or movies. And it doesn't always have to be why you play video games. So much of the movies and TVs and video games I consume have nothing to do with my everyday experience. And I enjoy them regardless. But sometimes it's nice to reflect on your life and come to some epiphany based off of the things you see. And that's all it is. That's all it is that people want. They just want someone to be like, oh, that's my experience. That's the things that I go through. And that's the things that I've experienced and the things that I think. And oh, okay, it's nice to know that like other people have gone through the same thing. Because isn't that what the fuck we do with life? We're always like, it's nice to know that other people are going through it too.
Listen,
yeah, that's it. That's my rant.
Good rant. Listen, I loved getting to see what life is like for a disgraced high school science teacher who has to turn to making meth and the world of being a drug lord to regain some control of his life and the subsequent events that follow. Great fun. But also, I love seeing stories like Everything Everywhere All at Once, right? That was, to me, what like you said, Master of None was like for you, of getting to see this representation of the Indian immigrant experience. For me, it was like the Chinese immigrant experience, and seeing this tackling of these family dynamics where you have a really, really controlling parent, and you have this like world of pressure on your shoulders. And I cried so many times in that film because it just hit on these shared experiences so much, and that's important. That's what stories are for.
Yeah.
What was the name of that show, SPB?
Master of None.
Okay, send that. That literally sounds like my grandpa's life. Like youngest of 11, came to the United States, founded the clothing store. Whitesburg, Kentucky, coal mine, Kentucky. Ended up going to Harvard, and then he got into Harvard Business School because he was shining the shoes. He was getting paid nothing, shining the shoes, and always took on the difficult customers, right? Because that's like what he was raised doing. And the guy whose shoe that never fit was the dean of admissions at Harvard Business, and that is how he got in. So one of the big chips in my life, on my shoulders, is like, if he can do it organically, I'm going to cut myself off. I'm going to do it myself. I want to prove to him that I could be like him, So I'd love to see that story. And shout out to Jiddo, rest in peace. What a guy. What a guy.
That's beautiful, and that's again beautiful story, and that's why we seek these in the things we consume. Not always, as Priya elaborated. It's not always what we're doing all the time, but hey, sometimes, right? Because how many fucking non-binary characters are there? There ain't. So it's like nice for sometimes that to be the thing. Bones, anything you want to add before we actually maybe talk about the gameplay adventure?
Yeah, I would like to say that just a quick little insert here, that I appreciate that this podcast typically surrounds things like the gameplay and the way that the game is like changing and evolving, and just like from a player perspective, like that's usually kind of where you come at this from. But I just want to say thank you to being open to having a discussion about like queerness and like the way that the game feels for like a player base beyond like the gameplay aspect of it. Because I know it's a hard conversation to have, and I know that a lot of the time people are quick to react negatively to conversations like this when they think that this space is for something else specifically relating to like gameplay. So thanks for having the chat about all the stuff, and thanks to everybody who listened. Yay, be gay, do crimes, eat rocks.
Yeah, not at all something that deserves a thanks, but I think that people, like, if you're sitting here and you're like, oh my god, just get to the gameplay section already. It's like, bro, how many fucking places can you just watch Venture gameplay? Can hear people talking their thoughts on Venture?
Yeah.
Like, on any of these things, we do this podcast probably like once every other week, and we spend hours and hours talking about the gameplay we watch. How bad is it that if like for 45 minutes we for one time talked about some other wider issue? Like, calm the fuck on, guys. If that's like your tolerance, you can't even take that. My guy, you're just, you're kind of outing yourself there. Like, just a little bit. We'll talk about the gameplay, but just that section's important too. This is the first fucking non-binary character. Like, we need that section. We need that fucking section. Okay. Anything else you guys want to add before we do move on to the gameplay?
I do have the thing about the languages I want to touch on.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
So a lot of people were getting up in arms about, for instance, Anna misgendering or Venture as she nanos them, and it is interesting to me because I think that this is a unique challenge. Like we were saying earlier, English is a language that is constantly evolving, and it's something that will take iteration, and it's very fluid. Language is extremely fluid. And I think since the age of the internet, since the age of information we find ourselves in, this cycle is going to get ever faster. And now the problem is a lot of languages out there are gendered. Naturally, right? A lot of Germanic languages, but also languages like Mandarin, for instance. In French and Mandarin both, when you speak of they, them, it always defaults to the masculine version. So let me give you an example. If you're talking to If you're saying he, it's il. If you say she, elle. But then if it's multiple people, a mix of people, or a singular they, it's always il again, right? So it defaults masculine. And Mandarin does the exact same thing. It all sounds the same in terms of like ta, right? If you're saying, oh, they're eating, it's ta在吃饭, but it looks different, but it sounds the same. And again, it defaults masculine. And a bunch of languages like Tagalog, for instance, aren't gendered at all. So they have these umbrella terms for whenever you're referring to royalty or leaders or to people's titles. And so it's a really, really unique challenge for them to figure out how to morph voice lines in different languages in reference to a character whose identity is still something that is burgeoning culturally, as well as in terms of all the languages that exist in the world. So I think that, I could be wrong, but I think that I heard Ventures VA say that they made a conscious choice to lean masculine whenever they're in that bind of, okay, which one do we use? Because a lot of languages don't have a set in stone they, right? A lot of them just don't. A lot of them have a they, but it's masculine leaning. A lot of them simply are not gendered at all. So it's just, it's a mess. It's hard, but I think we need to give them grace, because this is something that is going to change and is going to need iteration, but it's very fluid, and I think it's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, that is very interesting, and it is a new frontier for us to like. We can come to that solution, right? As you said, language evolves, and it's a new frontier, and we can figure out a way to make it work. I don't think it's like a. I never get the argument of like, we've been doing it this way, we'll keep doing it.
Thou do not understandeth Shakespeare English from, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just
exactly.
Just kind of
like,
funny.
Yeah, you talking ye old English? No, you don't. We changed that too. It's like, we just changed so many things about society, right? It's just like, we used to poop in the street, bro. We don't do that anymore. So like we figured out that was a bad thing to do. So let's stop doing that.
Yourself. I live in Australia.
Actually, SVD,
I mean, you guys
we did it in
drink
our
from
houses in
shoes,
Kentucky. Okay,
so.
Listen, honestly, the Australian shoeys are kind of interesting. I've never done one.
No.
Shoey time? Shoey time?
This is
now.
I have some bourbon in the other room, but I don't think I have a shoe
is,
that I want to drink from. Actually, I might.
No.
Shoe?
This is the one place I condone the xenophobia. Shoey? No to Australian shoeys. No. Prevent this from catching on as a culture.
SVD, you're just a hater.
I am a hater. I absolutely hate shoeys. I will not lie. I will. They upset me on a
So do you guys use like clean, like brand new shoes, or is it like your shoe?
I was using, sorry to derail, but I do charity streams and I do shoeys as like a bit thing for it. And I used a shoe that was my doorstop at my front door for 2 years. It had spiders. I'd worn that thing to multiple concerts. I am gross. I need people to know that. But yeah, that's like the appeal is you take your shoe off that you're wearing and you get a beer and you pour it in. You go blah, 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 blah.
I'm not going to judge that because I have seen worse in bars in Ohio and Kentucky. So I have no, like, the stuff that you see, I just, you know what? Good for you. Because I can promise you I've seen worse.
Let me live my truth.
Bad? You think that's bad, buddy? Come to Kentucky and we'll take you out to Appalachian country and then you'll see real quick. All right? So... anyway, moving on.
I mean, I'm British. So if there's anything about alcoholism that can be taught to the world, it was done by us. So I've seen it. I've seen it, but
real.
I am never doing a shoey chat. That's never becoming a subathon goal. Okay, just get it through your head.
Would you do it for charity? Would you do it for charity?
Oh, don't pull the charity card.
Listen, I have a charity stream tomorrow, so I'm considering it now. Like, that might be something I need to. I'm gonna get a mustache. I'm gonna end up with a mustache tomorrow, just so you know. And people are trying to get me to. Would you guys meow for charity? This is an honest question before we move on to gameplay. Oh man,
meow for charity.
I'll meow.
Shouldn't have been that quick to say it, huh?
I'm gonna get gaslit by my chat if I don't know. Listen, they've been trying to get. Regardless, moving on.
I want to see a Samito clip. Like, there's a really funny ML7 clip of him being like, "Mommy," and I want to see a Samito clip of just you meowing. That's like out of context, Samito.
Because like people are already making like AI things of me saying stuff. Lord knows what they would do with me actually saying something. So I'm trying to be careful here.
We'll probably for the best.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right. Well, now.
Oh
yeah, go ahead, Freya.
When people say oh my god, this is how we've always done things. I'm just like, you're fucking stupid. Do you know what we did? Not even 100 years ago? We inserted maggots into people because we thought it would cure diseases. We had doctors literally fingering women because it would cure them of their hysteria. We did a lot of shitty things. We used to use the internal organs of animals as condoms. Like, I don't think you want to go back to that. I don't think you want a cow bladder.
We can do better.
We can do better.
We can do better.
Always improving.
Oh, you got ghosts in your blood? You should do cocaine about it. It's like, bro.
There was cocaine in Coca-Cola. Let's not forget that. Exactly. Let's not forget that. There actually was.
And they, oh my god, and okay, we're going on a tangent, but like when soldiers had crippling addictions to morphine after World War I, do you know what some doctors gave them to treat this? They gave them heroin.
Right.
We don't want to go back to the past. The past fucking sucks.
This is why we could just stick to bourbon and call it there. Kentucky bias, I admit, but you know.
Real.
Kentucky bias. Okay, well, after that vast discussion, let's actually talk about Venture Overwatch. So, the gameplay of our new mining hero. Samito, talk to me first. Talk me through what
Let's do it, Sam.
Think about Venture's gameplay.
A subject matter I can contribute value input on. Here we go. Okay, so super intriguing, right? Like, character is very high skill floor in my opinion. Like I know the shots like are kind of like J Still Junkrat shots, you know, a little bit like a little. But aside from that, like positioning is by far the most important thing, and it's a little bit like Brig too, where you talk about and DPS Doom, where you know you feel like it's a close range character. You want to go in with your drill and you want to drill people, but really what's important is using the drill for spacing, right? For getting to those angles I talked to you about SVB, you know, like the forcing 2 angles. You want to make a war on 2 fronts. You can get away with so much more, like different spacing opportunities you can gauge on BAP windows like you could with Doomfist Slam. And what's so cool about the character are the variety of options. Like there's not just a set, like Orisa, for example. Every single gameplay loop you have, spin first, fortify second, spear again, little bit of downtime, back off, same thing, rinse, repeat, right? If you mess up that CD cycle, well, you're just playing Orisa straight up wrong, right? But Venture, depending on the situation and what gets used first, you can do a variety of different cycles and combos to try to set up like high value engages, high value angles. It completely depends on the map and the comp you're playing against, right? And it's been a long time since there's been a DPS hero that's like that, right? Really, it's Echo. It's really been, well, I guess that was the last DPS hero that came out before Sojourn, because Sojourn's all about building the rail and stuff, but it's a very, very big brain gameplay loop, right? And so you have to really be thinking a lot about what you're doing when you go in, and I love that. And I love that so much because, again, that means that there's going to be a much higher ceiling that, you know, I'm going to hit it. Like, I'm telling you right now, like, I'm going to be no life in this character, and I'm really, really excited about it. So it's a really great gameplay loop. I'm not sure what they should do to it yet. I think we need more time before we decide, all right, let's tweak them or them. Can I say apostrophe? Because I use Kentucky slang. I say y'all all the time too. Can we do, if I say apostrophe EM, is that cool? And cut out like the TH? Would people be mad about that? Because it kind of sounds like him, but it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, whatever. I'll figure it out. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the gameplay loop. Yeah, so I think it's good, and I wouldn't touch the CDs yet. I would wait and see how things play out. Ult, super strong, big combos with the ult. I love the ultimate. It's got a tighter cone than you might think, but a lot of big setups. It is a little hard to set up because it's risky to aggress on the off angles because you kind of have to use both of your cooldowns to do it, and you'll have dive time or down time, so you need some other people on your team to engage and put a little bit into you like the old DPS Doomfist style, but it's pretty dang fun. And I'm not going to lie, SBB, though, one thing to be nervous about if you're developers, Echo absolutely floors this character, and it is the best copy in the game, up there with Tracer. Like, I have clips of me copying people as Echo. I guess their pick rate's really low, too. Copying Venture as Echo, and I will just 5K. Like, it's gross. It is so gross, but it's fun, and I'm here for it.
I mean, I love the passion. I love the enthusiasm. I look forward to the Samito unranked GM Venture, just to like,
I'm just starting out strong with it. I'm just gonna start out. We're going high rank placements to 50 wins.
Sure thing. I look forward to what you cook with it. Priya, what about yourself as another fellow original projectile DPS player? How have you found Venture's gameplay?
They're so dynamic. I mean, Sam, we've conquered the skies, right?
Yes.
Now we gotta conquer the underground.
That's
Now I gotta go for Rock and Stone.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I fucking hope they have a Deep Rock Galactic reference in their voice lines. That would rule. But I think they're really fun and dynamic. I think they open up a ton of situations because I feel like again, it's kind of like Doomfist in that you have options and that the high skill floor and hopefully high skill ceiling, I have comments about that. But the high skill floor in general, it comes from player choice and understanding the game and reading it well and making careful decisions and learning from it. And I feel like that's a really, really important thing. And I'm so glad we have that in a hero after Malga, which was, oh my god, the complete opposite of that. And so, yeah, no, I'm so excited to drill people from behind and push them into my backline.
Ayo.
Yeah, ayo, that's phrasing right
there. Ayo.
Yeah.
Drilling from. All right, okay. Bones, how have you found the Venture gameplay? Have you had a chance to play much of them?
I haven't played much Venture in, so I've only just been mucking around in quick play with them. I haven't played much as Venture, but from what I've seen as people using the character, I am blown away by their ability to just position themselves on a map. Like, Venture can take high ground in a second, and I'm just like, I don't know, their movement feels really different, really dynamic. Like Fariha mentioned, I feel like they're hard to kind of like track at the moment. Like I'm playing so for anybody who's wondering, I main support characters. I'm typically I'm a big fan of Lucio. But running around with a Venture as a support has been really interesting because they can position themselves on a map in really interesting ways. And I was just like, I was playing a game and I watched a Venture go from being the bottom of the bottom, literally underground, to taking height and immediately like controlling the scene from that. And I haven't played much of them but from what I've seen, they're just like, they're really fun and they're really interesting, and I think that it's nice to have a refreshing character playstyle. Like it feels very different to a lot of the DPS characters that I very rarely play. I play a lot of Junkrat. Nobody judge me. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how they kind of fit in a team dynamic when people start playing them competitively. Like, I'm really interested to see what they bring to a team dynamic from that perspective. But as like a casual, just like, you know, fluffing around gamer, they're really fun, and I like when they jump big and do ult. Yeah. I'm interested about the ult combos as well that I've been seeing. That's what I quite like to learn about, is which heroes synergize with other heroes. And I've been seeing some fun like ult combos with like Grav and Ilari's ult as well, and then a Venture ult on top of that. I'm just like, this is kind of dirty. Like, I'm really excited about that. I love when those plays sync up, and I'm really interested to see how this character kind of like influences play styles of people, because I think they'll change in a lot of ways. You'll have to, because they're just so mobile and like different, and it's really cool.
Yeah, in many ways, this is like the most fun time of a hero release, is that we're just getting introduced to the hero and everyone's still figuring out the hero. It's going to get like, you know, if history's any judge, it's going to get boring in like 2 weeks when everyone's like, this is exactly how you play Venture. And like, you know, they should always do this and they should always be playing like that. And then it's like, that's when you start to get a little bit tired. So I actually really love this era of when a hero comes out and everyone's like, oh, you could do this and you could do that. And like, you know, stuff like you mentioned there, like, you know, ulting into a grab is like so much fun, and it's so much what people nostalgize about Overwatch 1, where they're like, I remember grabs and dropping dragons and shadows and blades into the grab. And it's like, then we got to the point where we're like, actually, that's suboptimal. You should just only throw your cooldowns into the grab and then cycle your next ultimate for the once the grab is done. And it's like, I just want to throw shit into a wall and see what like blows up, and that's kind of like what the stage we're at right now. And yeah, I haven't gotten to play them too much because the queue times yesterday, I was like, oh man, I'm not sitting through these.
Oh my god, no.
I'm not sitting through these queue times, but I did get to play a decent amount of them when we were in Irvine, and Faria was there too, and that was really fun. Honestly, it was like, I mean, pugs are always fun, and I encourage people, if you can, to play pugs. They do some in my server if you want to join. But like, it's always fun to have like those coordinated environments. I think, Sam, you were stacking a lot as well, and that's always where it's most fun to see what you can do with the hero.
Crazy.
What I like about Venture is that it's kind of like, it's not the same boring loop that we get with a lot of hit scan heroes, right? And I know that I'm preaching to the choir here because I got projectile lovers in the call with me. But what I mean by that is that with the design of heroes, right? There's only so many ways to have hit scans, right? It's like, okay, the gun shoots like this and the gun shoots like that. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's a hit scan weapon. Whereas there's always a lot more that can be done with something like this, where it's like, oh, there's like a drill element, but there's also the projectile of the shot. It's kind of like a Sigma shot, but kind of like different. And so I'm always looking forward to these kind of hero releases and constructions of Overwatch where there's like a bigger scope and change, you know. Again, it's great that we have someone who goes underground now. Like that's fun. And I think it's not, you know, we're not digging tunnels and pathways yet. Maybe that's coming. Maybe that the next hero after that will be like a Symmetra teleport, but under the ground and coming out somewhere else.
Underground railroad maker. That's terrible.
Yeah, that like stuff like that. But it's fun to have like these new, fresh dynamics that like I just want to I want to see people do cool stuff with it, and I want that fresh feeling of when people are like, oh my god, I just did a really cool thing with Venture, which, you know, in my mind is a little bit less exciting than like, I mean, it's still cool when you're Widowmaker and you shoot 3 people in the head, but it's like, yeah, we kind of seen that though, right? We know what that works, but it's like the combos and stuff
checkers is what we'll say. Chest stick checkers.
Yeah, Sam, you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got stuck under the payload a couple times, and then a Lifeweaver treed me, and it forced me out of my jump.
Right, I've seen that, yeah.
I got trolled so hard. But the one thing I wanted to add, SB, is I'm actually not sure if there's going to be a one-dimensional way to play Venture. I'm not sold on that. I think the map dynamic is so important to how you can set up on corners and how you can get around. Like, there's a clip of me. I went Michael Phelps on a Widow player earlier on Midtown. I drilled over the train and then slammed, like, literally looked like I was diving straight in. Right on the Widow as they got naded, pop right back up, ton of damage. Like, I can't even do that on Echo because you have to, like, kind of bait and engage. You have to play in the Goldilocks zone as Echo, where it's like you're not too close, not too far, reading what, like, the cooldowns are going in the fight and then make a split-second decision. But on Venture, I'm in there. Like, and that's kind of what DPS Doom was like. And there's so many decisions that you can make, like debating, you know, it's mind games, and I love it. So I wouldn't be sold on like a one-dimensional style of play. I think that Venture might be a breath of fresh air to even that kind of gameplay loop. So it'll be fun. I'm excited. I'm really excited.
That does sound fun. I mean, we'll wait and see. I hope not. I hope that you're correct, Sam. And you would know. You've played a lot, but you know, I'm always saddened, and it's the inevitable way, but I'm always saddened when a hero gets figured out and we're kind of like, yeah, okay, this is just how you play the hero now. But Freya, how about you? Where do you see Venture fitting into the wider scope of the Overwatch, you know, metas and compositions and stuff?
Oh man, I feel like they get outranged. I feel like they fit in Brawl right now is my impression. I don't know if it was just my first couple of games with them, but I kind of want them to have either faster cooldowns or like a third cooldown. I want to be drilling people off of cooldown, man. Like, I feel like there's a lot of downtime where you are extremely vulnerable and exposed, and by virtue of you being so close to them and having only a small, I guess it's a pretty big stun with the drill dash if you're using that on someone. But it's not like Doomfist when he was at DPS, where you could go in and the stuns were so pivotal. You would be moving people around, you would have a ton of mobility yourself, and you had that option between the slam, the uppercut, and the actual punch, and that gave you a ton of just choice. I feel that Venture has less of that just by virtue of them either having the dash to engage or the dash to disengage, or like vice versa with the digging part. The diggy hole cooldown does not feel as good to like disengage with though, because again, you get rewarded for popping out, right, charging that launch, but also it's just slow. I think that was intentional, but it limits your options. It's so easy to feed on them.
Right. It's really weird when the trailer launched, people were like, oh my god, not another immortality. And I'm like, guys, this is like a worse Wraith form. Like, you can die while you're in the animation. In many ways, though, I don't know if I'm biased, because I was towards the end of Overwatch 1, whenever I did play DPS, I was like a Reaper one trick. So I feel like Venture suffers a lot by the same problems, where it's like, you just kind of on certain maps you just lose to the hit scan pressure of like just shooting you from like a farther range, and it's like really like either you're burning your cooldowns to get in which case like it's a problem, or you're and then that with Venture it also affects your time to kill, right? Because that's always the problem when you're dueling, is it like as a DPS you need to have the ability to kill the other DPS faster than they kill you, right? Or like at least more consistently, otherwise you're just at a disadvantage constantly. And if you're using your cooldowns to go in, well, I can't then like primary drill them, and like I'm losing the time to kill, and maybe they'll kill me faster. I'm sure Sam, you have thoughts on this, but it felt to me like it's that same problem. Like if it's a map where they're set up somewhere and I can't get there, it's gonna be
You gotta set up first.
really hard.
It's easier to defend where you can start on the angle. And the other thing, I agree. I felt like there might need to be a third ability, but I think the developers think the third ability is the melee, and it's a little clunky. It's a little clunky because it is extra melee damage, but like the setups for that character are just going to be so important. And I wanted to say that for you, but I wasn't sure, so I'm glad that you brought it up, because I still want to wait and see. But you all have more hours on Venture than I do, so I think I have maybe like 5 or 6. But we'll see. I'm gonna keep playing, and we'll figure it out.
It's also what
definitely
you said about the range of like sometimes the games I struggle with on Pharah too are the ones where I can't close that gap. And it's like, it's not just a 20 or 30 meter gap. I'm talking when like the hit scans are like 60, 70 meters out, and that's all they're doing. It's like they're not even being effective on the front line in any degree. It's just they're keeping that distance, and so you can't really reach them. And I feel like Venture will have that same struggle of like, if you have a tank diff, or like your tank's a hog and you can't really walk in because there's just being poured in, you're gonna be really, really struggling on Venture. You can't do anything in that situation. You're just gonna get melted.
Bones, I know this is like, you're like, oh, I don't give a shit about any of this. Like, you guys min-maxing the balance. But what is your kind of perspective on just how you've seen, or what you think is going to happen for maybe games like yours?
No, it's definitely not that I don't care. It is more that you folks speak at a level that I don't play at. And so a lot of the concerns that you have about things like abilities being on cooldown, and like I understand, like there's the cat. I understand like why those kinds of things are like baiting heroes into using abilities and getting them on cooldown is how you get picks, basically. That's like you make it so that they don't have any way of like escaping or like cleansing or anything like that. That's how that works. And so when I think when you guys speak to that sort of thing, it goes over my head a little bit, just because I'm a frantic little quick play gremlin, and I'm just going to run around, and I'm just, I'm going to play out of position constantly. The amount of times that you'll see me playing as Ana in the front line running at a tank is just unhinged amounts. And so from what I've kind of like experienced it in my games so far, and what I think that is likely to happen at like lower levels in like playstyle, is that people aren't going to be as concerned about those kinds of things. They're just going to assume it's like, well, my all of my stuff is on cooldown as Venture. I guess I'm just going to get wiped. And I think that's what we'll kind of most likely see. But I'm just like, I don't know. Like I said, I think that their playstyle is really unique. And again, like Sam mentioned, it's all about like positioning yourself. And so far what I've seen is Ventures just running up to a tank, and they're like, hey, I'm gonna eat you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And the tank's like, oh boy, that is a thing that is gonna happen. And that's how I've seen them played so far, which is kind of cool. I've seen the damage scores that I've seen on Ventures as well. Oh my gosh. I don't know, I guess it's a lot. Apparently they do a lot of damage, and I don't know where that comes from necessarily. Like their primary fire doesn't seem to have a lot of range, so I'm just wondering how people amass like so much damage from them, like, because I don't know where the damage output comes from necessarily, I guess. So yeah, it's interesting.
I think your cat certainly has a lot of opinions on Venture, and maybe we need to pull them up.
Sorry.
No, I actually
cool.
love it.
Fun.
I love it.
Fun.
It's actually cute. It's great. It's just hearing you've got a point, and your cat is like, meow.
What's their name?
Her name is Lily. She's a 12-year-old Tonkinese, so she's a Siamese-Burmese mix. Hold on, I'll show you. I know that this is like off topic.
I don't know what that means, but I like your cat.
I like cats. I don't.
A baby.
I don't understand the
Oh, the eyes are
breeds, but I
blue.
like cat.
That's cool.
Cute cat.
Hi, baby kitty.
Audio listeners, you're missing out on a cute cat. So make sure.
And
I'm
that's why you watch it on YouTube.
There you go.
That's
why you give me the YouTube ad revenue by watching
CSVB,
and leaving
that's
it
what
running.
we're talking about. That little 1-2 punch
You
right
leave
there.
it running. You leave it running.
Oh, that's funny.
And then
That's
you get to
funny.
watch cute cats. Yeah, Sam,
you
maybe
go.
you want maybe you have
Yeah,
some
and
insight
the
into
advice I
damage.
would give to everybody is do not play the player, play the map. Right, and that's the big thing I've been telling to everybody else about, and that's the same thing for Echo, same thing for Farah. Like, you need to play the map to set yourself up to get that poke damage, and the big damage really comes from getting those big dig outs where you'll do like 100 damage.
Yeah.
And it's a quick charge, but then you can just drill to the high ground and just doot 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 doot. Like, on the high ground, it's like you're like a Bloons tower defense turret kind of. And actually, I think they kind of shoot little. What does Venture shoot out? I don't even know what they are. What like little explosive rocks?
Probably.
Are they explosive rocks? Is that? Whatever it may be, I guess it's a lot of scooping around Petra. Yeah, I don't even know, but they're cool. Play the map. Don't play the player, right? I don't care if the player's right there and you want to dig out on them. Go take an angle, shoot them for a little bit, get your first setup, and then after you get your first setup, then you can go play the player. If that makes any sense at all. That might not make any sense. I have to get it. I have to get it like on an actual guide, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
No, that's interesting to hear from a perspective of somebody who plays at a lower level or like much more casual. I think that's something that we fall into the pitfall of everybody just run at the person and maybe they'll die. And I think it's nice to hear like things like advice like play the map is, not necessarily something that I'm thinking about when it's 3 a.m. and I'm quick play and I'm like 15 losses in and I'm like, bro, I'm going to go Lucio and I'm just going to, that's it. So I'm really excited to see things like guides on, hey, how do you not necessarily play the character, but like, how can you really capitalize on playing as this character? And that's what I like. I like the exploration of that. And I love the work that goes into that from like a higher level of gameplay. Like people are thinking on a different scale. And a little on me sitting in my room at 3 a.m. with the TikTok open being like, all right, how did Fariha and Sam and SVB say to play this character again? I should actually listen to that. I should do that.
Your first mistake is taking any advice from TikTok because that shit is fucking. That shit is the worst.
Oh man.
Gavin Winter from the dev team, by the way, says they're explosive charges for digging. He thinks.
Thank you, Gab.
Yeah.
So what happens if Gavin's wrong?
He gets fired. Sorry, Gavin. Your job's on this.
Oh god. Oh god.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on the gameplay element, Freya? Maybe anything you want to add on the gameplay of Venture?
Dude. Okay. The animators and the VFX artists who worked on making the animation for them burrowing to the ground had to face such a challenge because you have to think about the textures of every single map that you're going to have that interact with. You're going to have to think about how is this going to interact when they drop down from a slight edge onto a ledge maybe 5 centimeters below. How is it going to look when they drill into the payload? How is it going to look when they fall off a tall ledge into empty space? And they literally had to make they had to think of every single situation. And it's moments like this where locomotion is one of the biggest parts of Overwatch that makes it feel so cool. Locomotion is just like how you get around the map, like how do you move? And with someone like Venture, that is so important because the digging is so integral to the character, and so part of what makes him feel so fluid is literally how it looks as you traverse the map. And the fact that you can go from this ledge down here or vice versa with the eruption, it's so cool. Like, remember in the trailer when they show that little bit on Nepal Sanctum where you're going off the ledge, you're booping the Roadhog with it, but you're also appearing for a moment, right? Because you're drilling into empty space. You're like flying midair, suspended a bit, and that momentum carries through, and you kind of dive like a little like a fish into this next pond. It just makes the ground feel so liquid, and it adds that hero fantasy so much. So the artists, the devs who worked on that, freaking kudos. That's awesome.
It's sick.
Yeah, that's super awesome. I love you bringing that perspective as well, because again, it's something that we often miss and we kind of take for granted because Overwatch always does these things so well. They just always deliver so well on like the visual aesthetics and the sound design of like the heroes. So it's nice to point out the hard work that goes in. Bones, do you have anything to add on that?
Can I just say the Venture's design from like somebody who like likes drawing, who loves like stories, who loves characters and things like that. Just as a side, they look so cool. They just look like a scrunkly little just I don't know. They when they announced the character and they were just like, "Hey, this is Venture." I'm like, that is a cool looking character, and I just ate that shit up. And I love that people in the community latched onto it, and I think that has lent itself to the popularity of them. They seem to is it do they feel like more popular than other characters? Like purely like were you more interested to play them because of like the character that they kind of had? Like I don't know, like cuz personally for me, I don't play a lot of tank, but when Malga came out, I was like, Malga, big sexy man, unga bunga, you know what I mean? Like nice. But I had no interest in playing as him. Do you kind of feel like maybe Venture is a likable character and that has kind of like garnered the interest around like playing them and learning them?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
they seem to have gone down. I think the community has embraced them a lot quicker than, like
Yeah.
a character, like character like Iliari, for example. I actually really think her backstory is great, but I haven't seen a ton of Iliari eats sun pellets memes, right? Like I haven't.
Yeah.
She hasn't quite taken to the same level of like affection. I think that Venture seems to have immediately garnered. So I think that does speak to just like as we spoke about earlier with the earnestness of the character and how immediately likable they seem to be. And not every character, I guess, is gonna become like a fan favorite like that, right? Like everyone has their place. Some people really speak to some character, like some characters speak to some people, and some people, are more niche.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Venture has gone down well, and they're not even out yet. They're not
yet.
even released
Yeah.
yet.
That's wild.
Yeah, I think people have been excited about this one. Sam, Free, anything you want to add?
I gotta sneeze. No.
You gotta sneeze.
Stop it. Just don't sneeze. Just don't do it. Stop. Cut it out. You're making a scene.
I'm like 50,
Now you don't have to sneeze anymore.
Thank you.
Well, while Sam fights his biology, yes, thank you, chat, for reminding me. Venture's VA is the sweetest fucking bean. I love them so goddamn much. They actually stream on Twitch.
Oh,
They stream on Twitch.
yo.
Yeah, they're super into wolves. It's adorable. They're like neurospicy, queer, person of color, like, and they're super outspoken about important issues. And oh my god, just incredibly endearing and energetic. And I love them. Yes, that is all.
Yeah, I think I remember reading that they're like a fan of Overwatch and they like just like Overwatch and watching content and playing the game. It's always nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's always nice when the VA is a bit more connected to the game. Not that they have to be, it's ultimately a job, but it's always nice that they have like a connection to the community. And yeah, maybe I think I saw them were they playing with Boger. I think at some point, maybe we can get a free HUD duo. We get a free HUD duo as well with the Venture VA. That'd be fun. So
that would be so sick.
It'd be so.
I'd like to see that. I would love to see that. Yeah, Sam. Any other thoughts? Now that you're not sneezing.
That was a brutal 30 seconds. I won't lie. It just had to come. I just couldn't. And then yeah. It's that time. Honestly, knock on wood, I usually get like a ton of bloody noses because I caught an elbow in the face in basketball. I broke my skull a bit. They set it back. It was fine. But I usually get bloody noses that I don't have them this time of year, which is great. I've dodged them. Knock on wood. No, I think we nailed it. I'm excited to play. I'm going to be grinding. Like I'm locked in. I'm ready to go.
Totally fair. I think that leads relevantly to maybe then thinking about the concluding thoughts of the great Venture debate and talking about like the future and what we hope to see from the rest of this season. We'll lose Venture soon, but Venture will be back in season 10. So yeah, I'll ask you the question as normal, which is like, what are you looking forward to for the rest of the season, and then what are you looking forward to with season 10 and the launch of Venture? So. Freya, why don't you go first? What are you looking forward to in the coming weeks and months?
I'm looking forward to fighting dumbasses on Twitter and in Twitch chats. I'm looking forward to being excited about them with other people who are also on board, because this is a really cool thing. I think it's a really great thing, and I hope we get the chance to just enjoy it, right? Like whenever we have a new hero, that magic of rediscovering Overwatch for the very first time and learning it and feeling like you're kind of lost in the sauce, but you're figuring it out and you're having a blast. Like that's temporary, but it's one of the best parts of big releases like this. So no, I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be good. And in the meantime, I'm gonna be gender. We're gonna make terrible geology and archaeology jokes. I have a briefcase. it's gonna be good. Yeah.
You have a briefcase, but it's not brief. And there'll probably be some cursed tier list coming featuring Venture as well, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Sam, how about you? What are you kind of looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to pushing this character to limits that people don't. I hope people think Venture's bad, and I'm still gonna push super high rank on him or on them, and it's gonna be like get cooked. Because remember, people said it was Sombra too. People were like, "Oh, Sombra's bad," and like Sombra was not bad. Well, there was one patch where Sombra was kind of bad. I still made it work, but that's what's so much fun is I love characters that 99.9% of players can't play, and I want to make a point by going out and playing them and dominating with them. And so that's what I'm really excited about.
The underdog, yeah.
Yeah, yes, that's what it is. That's what it is. And I enjoy playing it. I think the big thing that I'm looking forward to is kind of a meeting of the minds, if you will, because I think this is one of the first times in gaming where you guys kind of talked about this, where it's kind of like a big two tsunamis of culture just like kind of smacking. And you're talking to a kid who liked to watch like hurricanes like develop, just the science of it all. Like, I always found it very interesting. And to anybody out there, like, because I kind of get lumped in with like a lot of the locker room talk, because that's where I grew up, right? I grew up playing sports, I grew up all that stuff, so I got exposed to like a lot of stupid shit. And to anybody who kind of doubts that, I challenge you with this line of thinking, right? I would say, at least in my personal experience, one of the reasons why I was able to like come into this game and be a top competitor and be good is because I challenge like how I think, and I always introduce myself to new ideas and like an approach of learning in life in general. And if you want to push yourself as a person, I think that's a very essential life skill to learn, to have an open mind and take it all in and let ideas kind of clash internally. Because I think human beings are vessels to the ideas around them, which is like human beings can always change, but ideas by their definition technically can't change, because then they would be a different idea. I get, that might not make any sense. But I'm excited to see and just kind of study in my own mind like how things develop from here and how people can learn. Because I always want to learn. I'm addicted to learning. I am addicted to learning. Wow, I didn't think of it like that. And it's gonna be fun to see, and I want to be a part of that wave pushing the upper limits, and I'm gonna dominate on this character. So it's gonna be a good time, and I'm gonna be talking some trash to people saying that they're bad, because I'm underdog, but we're good. We're good.
I mean, it's always so much more fun playing a character who isn't like, this is the meta character. Like, I mean, I know some people enjoy that, but like realistically, who's having fun when it's like, yes, I'm like the 80 other people who climb to GM on the character that is like just the strongest character right now. Like, good job, well done. It's always much more fun when it's like, this is a really tough character to get value out of, and I still did it. Like that to me speaks to competitive gaming. If you're gonna take it seriously. Bones, how about you? What are you looking forward to for the coming weeks in the next season?
The next season in the coming weeks. I'm looking forward to people experiencing Overwatch 2 in a more positive light. Whatever form that might take for them. It might be the queer community being excited to play the game again because there's some representation for the non-binary trans folks out there. Whether it's the competitive scene who are excited for a new hero that's gonna like shake it up and for them to be like really interested and engaged again. I'm really excited from like a fan perspective for the art and like the community side of things. Like, I'm really excited for people to, for Venture specifically, like for people to like write their little fanfics and like draw their pictures. And I'm just like, I'm excited for people to be excited again. And I sincerely hope that this is a point where we start looking at the game, or, some people look at the game in a positive light again. I'm really hopeful, and I think that as a community, if we're all out there and we're putting out some positive things, I know that we spoke about how negative stuff gets clicks, but I just hope that we take away from this. It's just like be positive about things and put good things out there, and hopefully it helps to shape the overall experience that people have within this community. I'm also really excited for Sam to shit on people as Venture and get like just grind to the top and be number one and be like, yep, he did it.
Just for you, I'm gonna make it personal now. All right, we're gonna.
You should.
It's
and then we do shoes.
Yeah. It's personal.
And then we drink out of some shoes.
Hey, you know what? I'll tell you what. If I end up the highest ranked Venture main on ladder, I will do a shoey.
Oh,
I love it.
And just to spite SVB.
Let's go.
So SVB.
I will not be donating to that subathon. I will not be subbing to that one. Do not want that goal. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to the continued reception of the community. Like obviously there'll be weirdos and idiots, but there's people who still haven't let go of Cassidy. So like that's inevitable. Like that will happen. But I think by and large, it has been really fun seeing so many people write their like little fan fiction and fan art of Venture. I hope it does indicate some sort of more consistent lore drops because again, I think there was like a obviously the Venture is like a part of the Wayfinders, like this archaeological society, and I think like a lot of the lore people were really interested that this indicates that maybe they're gonna move along with the lore because again Venture's like trailer, they're in Petra and they're like digging in for some stuff and they find Anubis at the end, right?
Yeah.
So there's like a lot of these
really?
a lot of these hints that like a lot of these hints that like there's something
and new
coming
map
with the
tease.
lore.
Yeah,
That's true, and there was a new map tease as well. So
I literally watched it. I just keep forgetting.
it's because you were already grinding. You saw halfway, you were like, all right, I want to play. You're like in the training range.
That's it. I gotta go eat rocks. I gotta go.
So I hope that there'll be some like interesting. I just think I harp about this every time in the podcast. So I'm sure any like developers listening are tired, but I'm always looking forward to doing more with the lore. I'm always looking forward to Overwatch doing more with the story because as we've all discussed and Bones confirmed, it's like the characters draw in so many people and the characters have such a magic for the wider gaming sphere that they still hold this place even when the game isn't always at its most popular. So I look forward to that element. And of course, I think it'll be really fun. I look forward to a time when Venture queue times aren't so high, so I can actually grind the hero a bit more as well, because I haven't really gotten a chance to play them too much. So, and I just hate queue times. I never like queuing and sitting in queue time. So I just flex.
Yeah.
SVB, one last thing I got. I'll let you finish. You're gonna get a laugh. It's a joke.
No, that was basically what I was gonna say. I look forward to lore, Venture, and fun, and seeing what people do with them, and then whatever else the devs have got cooking for season 10 and the rest of this season. Go ahead, Sam.
Some Samito bingo card viewers are gonna be real disappointed today.
This is true. This is true.
That's the first one in 4 years, I think. I think that's the first one in 4 years where we have not hit bingo. So
it's true. Well, it's partly also because Flats and Frito aren't here to antagonize you and into like
that's
going
right. That's so true. That's so
into
true.
like going into some section of that.
That's
but
so
yeah,
true.
I mean, there's been a lot of fire in the trees in the forest, but we're gonna ignore it for now. Like politicians in policy making, we're gonna ignore the flaming planet and we're gonna just plow on regardless.
And we're gonna make good video games because video games bring people together.
Well, I think that's the Overwatch slogan now, isn't it? Within the team, it's like let's make a great game. It's kind of how they like end meetings. I think they've been ending dev blogs with that. So, we can borrow that a little bit. We hope that Overwatch will be a great game. And I hope you guys will have fun. Thank you to Samito, Bones, and Freya for joining me and giving me so much of their time. Please show them some love and support whatever ventures they may embark upon. So thank you. I was not deliberate. I was just using the word now. Like, wait a minute. This is a pun here.
I dig it. Don't worry. I dig it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It was a really groundbreaking sentence. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sam, you're gonna have to come up with something now.
God, how do I get out punned? I'm supposed to be in my prime dad form right now, and I'm just not. Jesus, I lose. All right, you guys win. Nice.
No worries. Well, thank you very much, guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. But for now, this is all from us. Thank you guys for listening. Peace out.
See you guys.
All right, see you, gamers. Bye, guys. Thanks for joining.
Fuck, I got out fucking punned, dude. What the fuck? There's no way I get outpunned, bro. That's crazy. Where am I? Hello? Oh, there we go. Okay, I was thinking about streaming some more, but I might hop off. That was a fucking lot. Holy shit. Hey, I appreciate you guys sticking around for the podcast. I know a lot of sensitive subject matters there that like a lot of people that don't want to get involved in it. And look, guys, I'm a kid that grew up in Kentucky. I grew up in fucking locker rooms. I grew up I've seen it all, I promise you. And this is why I usually stick to gameplay and stuff. But I will say, and before anybody says, oh, it's fucking soft, whatever, one of my biggest skills that I've learned in life is listening, right? And I can't accurately assess a situation ever without actually listening, right? Because you learn a lot more. And I'm obsessed with learning. So to anybody who's comfortable and appreciates learning as well, I appreciate you guys because that mentality is exactly what made me become an elite player, right? So I gotta burp again. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna go eat. Probably grab some Venture off stream. Charity stream tomorrow at noon EST. Okay. It is for UK Children's Hospital. I will set up the Tiltify and do all that stuff. I'm not meowing, boys. I'm not doing that shit. Okay. Like, listen, if you like meowing, that's dope. You can do you. Okay. I'm not fucking meowing though. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it. Shuey, I might do. Like, I don't have a lot of, I don't know if I want to, like, I don't know if it's appropriate for me to be drinking on a stream for Children's Hospital, right? So I probably won't do that. I just feel like that's not appropriate for a stream for a Children's Hospital. Can you bark for daddy then? What the fuck? I could bark. I got that dog in me, you know what I'm saying? Right? But like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like here's my take, dude. Like, and this is where I wish more people take this take. Like, I don't give a flying fuck what people want to do with their lives. You know, and I kind of relate to what Freehouse saying. And I'm trying to understand it because, you know, like a lot of it, like I don't really get because I don't really get people and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like that's not like every person was put on the world to do something specifically, I think, or like they have their own niche, right? Like my niche as a character, the main character, by the way, is like the science of stuff and like just creating cool shit, right? So like the art side of things, it's just not me, dude. So like my mentality is, you know, like people can do what they want. Like that's what life is about, is like kind of finding your own path and choosing that, right? I'm a big believer in that. That's kind of what I was, right? And you know, like I went through a lot of shit, and you know, I'm not kidding. The saying that I would go through every day is like, yeah, I can't choose my heritage, but God damn it, I can choose my fucking legacy, right? And I'm proud. I'm proud of my grandpa, grandparents on both sides. You know, I've overcome a lot of shit in my life, and you know, I'm just happy to be able to play fucking video games, boys. That's what we're doing. That's what we fucking do. We dominate the game, man. We dominate the game, baby. So that's what we're gonna do. But yeah. So I appreciate y'all. I will see y'all later. Take care.